This is section 98 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 98. Mark Twain, a talk with the famous humorist. Lyttelton Times, Christchurch, New Zealand, November 13, 1895, pages 5 and 6. Read by John Greenman. Much may be learned about a man's nature from a conversation with him, and I shall merely record some of the impressions produced by a long talk with Samuel Langhorne Clemens. This conversation was not replete with funnyisms. He does not distill wit and humor, even as, to quote himself, Otto of Roses distilleth from the otter. Yet is he a brilliant conversationalist, who talks in polished and incisive English, with a decided American quality in the tones of his voice. Mr. Clemens' conversation ranged over a wide field. Its subjects were many and diverse, and of all he knew much, and was anxious to know more. He spoke of labor matters in the United States, and remarked that the idea of the Knights of Labor, of consolidating all classes of workers into one body for mutual help in the effort to redress grievances, was a fine one, but that the organization had failed, because its leader could, from the nature of the organization, have no effective control over the members. It has done good, however, for, as a result of its action, the American state governments are now turning their attention to 8-hour acts, and similar legislation, matters to which Mr. Clemens shrewdly remarked, governments are not inclined to pay much attention unless they are urged thereto by the continual watchfulness of the people, armed with votes. The American militia system, by which the United States can now put several hundreds of thousands of fairly trained fighting men into the field at a moment's notice, the Negro problem, for which he frankly professed himself unable to see a solution, though he finds hope in the fact that the proportion of whites to blacks is increasing in the Southern States. A ghastly story of the French astronomer who bound a book in the skin of a lady friend bequeathed to him by will. The superiority of Maoris to Australian blackfellows. The Mississippi River trade. Prohibition. The differing characteristics of the English and Australian novel, the prevalence of crime among foreign residents in America, and the stones of Easter Island were some of the subjects upon which the versatile raconteur talked well and ably. His thirst for information on any matter, however much out of the way, was striking, shown by one little incident. Hearing that there had recently appeared in a Sydney newspaper a full description of the carved stones on Easter Island, those wonderful images whose origin and purpose have so long baffled research, he exclaimed to his business manager, Mr. Carlyle Smythe, "Now, I must have that, as soon as possible. I want to read everything I can get about those." Mark Twain is pleased with Australian journalism, and has considerable respect for the beginnings of Australian literature. Very good beginnings, he considers them. In terse and epigrammatic phrase, he pointed out what he deems the essential characteristic of the Australian novel, that which differentiates it from the English and American novel. "In an English novel," he said, "the interest centers in the hero and heroine. The surrounding, the manners and customs, the scenery, the local conditions are subordinated to them, to the plot, and are mere accessories. In the Australian novel the reverse is the case. The aim of the writer seems to be to give a picture of the place and times. The hero, and still more the heroine, are subordinate." The method of work of a celebrated writer is always of interest to his readers. Mr. Clemens' method is peculiar. He begins a book and works at it until he feels that the writing of it is becoming irksome, till he comes to a standstill. He at once lays it aside and begins on another, which in its turn may be put in the pigeon-hole. He may thus have several on the stocks at once. After a while he takes one out, reads the last chapter or two, finds that his mind will again work freely on the subject, and goes on with the book as a labor of love. An admirable plan he finds this for keeping his mind fresh and vigorous, and for preventing himself from becoming played out. He is, as might be expected, a hard worker, and it is whispered that he is occupied on a book dealing with his present travels, a book colonials will look for with a good deal of interest. They need not, however, feel much apprehension that they will find themselves and their countries slated in this work, as they have been by some literary travelers. Mr. Clemens was most emphatic in his condemnation of the folly of hasty generalizations, of jumping to conclusions about a whole people because one has seen a few of the individuals composing it. The Americans have had to suffer injustice from that kind of thing, and Mark Twain is particularly anxious to avoid doing like injustice to others. Though a patriotic American, whose pride in his country is very evident, he has a soft spot, a large spot at that, in his heart for the Britishers. He especially likes an English audience. His best audiences, those whom he felt had got with him in the shortest time, were, he said, at Baltimore in Maryland, at London, and at Liverpool. His colonial audiences, however, pleased him well. Apropos of his audiences, he told a story. His conversation, by the way, does not bristle with stories and jokes any more than that of any other educated and intellectual man. "When I was going over from America to England, we had entertainments in the first and second cabins, and I was asked to give some of my pieces. The first cabin was full of Americans, but in the second cabin nearly all the passengers were English. I said to Mrs. Clemens, 'No, you'll find I shall have the most appreciative audience in the second cabin.' She hardly seemed to think so, but I proved myself correct. The Americans in the first cabin were very good, but next night, when I gave exactly the same pieces in the second cabin, the English people there fairly carried it off with a whoop." End of interview number 98, read by John Greenman. This is section 99 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 99, Mark Twain at Home, a chat with Mr. Clemens. Press, Christchurch, New Zealand, November 13, 1895, page 5. Above all things, Mr. Clemens, or as he is more widely known, Mark Twain, is a journalist. One who has passed through all the grades of the great army of journalism, from that of the private to the generalissimo. It was therefore with the greatest possible pleasure that I met Mark Twain, whose quiet, incisive humor has made him world-renowned. That one met with a cordial reception goes without saying. Let me just try to give a pen portrait of Mark as he came forward with hand outstretched and cigar in mouth to greet me. The first thing that strikes one is the keen eyes, which look out on you from under penthouse eyebrows, as though they would search you through. Yet there is a gleam of fun in them, which broadens and deepens as we talk. A massive head, with a leonine shock of white hair, completes a very remarkable personality. So, the first greetings being over, we sat down for a discursive chat. "You ask me," said Mr. Clemens, "what I think of the colonies. Now, let me say right here that the man who attempts to describe a country which he sees for the first time after a brief visit to it, and before he has time to digest, as I may put it, is wrong. When you are in Rome, you go into St. Peter's. There are many other churches about, and all that you know of St. Peter's different from them is that the dome is so many feet high, and so on. You come out, and the facts and statistics do not make much impression on you. By and by, time comes for you to leave. From the car windows you see the city disappear, but rising into the sky, a prominent figure, is the dome of St. Peter's. Now that is just the case with regard to the colonies. I am too close now to give any opinion. By and by, when I get further off, when I get a perspective, so to speak, of the colonies, then I can form some idea of the country. You ask me what my impressions were of the colonies before I visited them, and whether they have been realized. Well, I formed an idea of a physical Australia and a physical New Zealand before I left on this tour. You see, I had read a good deal about Australia. That was when it was before the world owing to the gold discoveries. I knew something of mining and mining camps, and though under different circumstances, I could construct pretty well a physical Australia. Nor was I disappointed. It was all there as I had pictured it. But I was not prepared to see the populous cities which had grown up since Australia first came before the world owing to the gold discoveries. The writers failed to bring these before my mind, because they did not exist at the time they wrote. Strange to say, I had not conversed with an American who had visited Australia previous to my coming, so that my ideas of the country were purely physical, as I have said. But the growth of the cities I was not prepared for, and I was agreeably surprised. So also with New Zealand. I knew of the New Zealand of Tasman from reading, but the New Zealand of today took me by surprise. Therefore I may answer your question by saying that I had formed a correct idea of the physical appearance of the country, but there were points which did not suggest themselves to my mind. Men, when describing countries, give you, as a rule, statistics, heaps of them, till you are sick and tired of them. There are statistics on all kinds of subjects: extent of land, number of sheep and cattle, and population. But that does not convey any idea. Any picture, perhaps, is the best way of putting it, as to the country as it strikes one when he reaches it. So it has been with me in Australia and New Zealand. I have read barrow loads of books on Australia and New Zealand, but they have not prepared me in any sort of shape or way for the actual appearance of the colonies as I find them today. New Zealanders are all enthusiasts, and rightly so, as to their country, which they contend is the finest in the world. From the glimpses I have had, I am inclined to believe them. I have seen, since I have landed, pictures of your Alpine and Sound scenery. It seems to me that you have a combination of the fjords of Norway and the scenery of Alaska. There are the same deep crevasses in the mountains, with sea between, that are the charm of the Norwegian scenery, whilst your glaciers and snow-clad mountains remind one of Alaska. The only regret is that there is nothing known of your lovely scenery in America. All that is known of New Zealand is its commercial statistics, its population, etc., those wearying masses of figures to which I have referred, which, after all, convey no true idea of the country to anyone who reads them. I think the scenery which has met my eye from the Bluff to Christchurch is the most charming I have seen. It is not grand like the Swiss scenery, but there is a quiet beauty which is all its own, and which makes it quite an Eden. It resembles the beautiful English scenery, with its well-kept parks and gardens, hedges, etc., which so enchanted me when I first visited it years ago. I had pictured England before I went there, but the great beauty was far and away before the picture I had drawn in my mind. So it is with the New Zealand scenery I have seen. The sea, with its shade of green in the shoal water and deep blue further out, coming up to the foot of the hills, and the green of the verdure, strikes one with a force which is greater than the grandeur of mountains. Mountains are grand, but they pall upon one. Not so the green fields and the trim hedges, with the cottages nestling in a clump of trees. What is my experience of colonial audiences as compared with American and English ones? Well, there is a difference, and I will tell you what it is. The colonial audiences at once are friendly with you. They encourage you to give your best. You feel, as soon as you step on the platform, that they are your friends, that they wish you to succeed, and that puts fire and metal into you, and puts you at once on terms with them. In Australia, aye, and in New Zealand too, this was my experience. I went on the platform a stranger, but in a few minutes I found that I had a number of warm friends in front of me who were enthusiastic and wanted me to do well, and I set to work at once without the least fear of success. This is the same with regard to English audiences. When I first went to London, I naturally wished to make a success, and felt a little, not nervous, but anxious as to the result. But I had only been speaking a few minutes when I felt that I had a house full of friends, and immediately I was at home. Now, with us in America, the audiences are different. They come prepared to demand that you give them the best you have got, and they will therefore feel to you somewhat critical. You must get them when you start in, or perhaps you will not get them again. You must attend strictly to business. They have made a contract with you to give them something, and they hold you strictly to your part of the bargain. And all the time they are watching to see that you don't go back on it. But if you find that you don't get them fast at first, there is no use in getting fussed. Give them something better a little further on, and it is all right. Knowing you have got this, then you are sure that in the end the audience will be with you. That is just the difference between an English or colonial, which is one and the same thing, audience, and the American. The colonials are warm to you from the first. The Americans size you up and sample what you have got. Let a man be what he may, he never forgets that he is a journalist. The rule of that mistress is absolute. Now, looking at your colonial journals, I do so with extreme pleasure. Let me say right here that at home, as well as when I am traveling, I only read the editorials, or what you call here leaders. The character of a paper, I take it, and I think you, as a journalist, will agree with me, is reflected in the editorials. If they are weak, badly constructed, and illogical, then you may be sure the rest of the paper is run badly. On one line of type missing in the original printing. Well written, spirited, and logical in their conclusions, the remainder of the paper is also bound to be alive. So the key to the character of the journals is found in the editorials, and that is why, being a busy man, I read these only. Well, taking this view of the Australian papers I have seen during my stay in Melbourne and Sydney, and also of your New Zealand papers I have met with, I am most favorably impressed with the vigor of their style, their scholarly language, and logical conclusions. That a small place like Christchurch, of some 40,000 inhabitants, can support 2 large daily papers, 2 evening papers, and 2 weekly journals is unprecedented in my experience. In the States, a town of the same size would probably have a morning paper, 1 good evening paper, and 1 inferior. The weeklies, such as you have here, are unknown with us. The rapidity of transmission of the daily journals prevents this altogether. Still, they are most admirable and unique, combining as they do the magazine, the sporting paper, the illustrated paper, and the special features of a daily journal. It shows a real, live, intellectual community when so many journals are in full swing. I want just to say a word as to the hospitality I have received. Everywhere I have gone in the colonies, the most cordial and genial hospitality has met me spontaneously. I like it, and appreciate it most thoroughly, and it will be one of the things which I shall remember in connection with my tour through the colonies with the keenest pleasure. So after a brief and most pleasant and cheery chat on journalism, bohemianism, and kindred topics, I shook hands once more with Mark Twain, who treated me most cordially, and we said good night. End of interview number 99, read by John Greenman. This is section 100 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 100, Mark Twain, Arrival in Auckland. New Zealand Herald, Auckland, November 21st, 1895, page 5. Who has not read Mark Twain? Who has not reveled in his humor? And who has not felt a longing to meet such a man face to face? Auckland people will have that pleasure for a couple of nights or so. A Herald representative had that pleasure yesterday evening at the Star Hotel, where Mr. Clemens, Mark Twain, with Mrs. and Miss Clemens are staying. The provoker of a myriad million laughs is a gentleman who takes a walking exercise while conversing. He has a fine head and a quick eye, and it does not take long to find out that he can talk, to any extent, on almost any subject that may be started in his presence. He did not care about saying how he liked the people of New Zealand, because he said he had been asked that question before. Neither did he seem to care to talk about American humor until someone in the company quoted Lord Rosebery to the effect that it was a new element in literature. "Ah, yes," he said, "American humor is different entirely to French, German, Scotch, or English humor, and the difference lies in the mode of expression. Though it comes from the English, American humor is distinct. As a rule, when an Englishman writes or tells a story, the knob of it, as we would call it, has to be emphasized or italicized, and exclamation points put in. Now, an American storyteller does not do that. He is apparently unconscious of the effect of the joke. The similes used in America may be a little more extravagant than in England, but the method of treatment is modified. The method is quieter, more modified, and more subtle. Josh Billings said, "Never take a bull by the horns. Take him by the tail, and then you can let go when you want." In any other country but America the part at which you should laugh would be in italics and with exclamation marks. Americanisms then cropped up in the conversation, for many of these contain a big bulk of meaning and expressed just what one wants to say. "Yes," said Mark Twain, "there are many expressions said to be American and slang. Many are local, but here and there a phrase comes that just fits into what is wanted, and many so-called Americanisms come from the English. Take the expression 'fire him out,' which has come into use during the last few years. That expression was used by Shakespeare in one of his sonnets. Then most people suppose that everyone who guesses is a Yankee. The people who guess do so because their ancestors guessed in Yorkshire." Then naturally the word boom came in, of which the man supposed to have first used it in a newspaper has said that he got the idea for the use of the term from the designation given the rise of water in the Mississippi. "The sound of the word," said Mr. Clemens, elaborating this in his quick way, "has a good deal to do with the adoption of a term. If it has a good strong sound, and that sound seems to express the thing you want, then it has a chance to live." "You a little while ago said," remarked our representative, "that American writers may be extravagant in the construction of their phrases, while an English writer would use exclamation marks or italics to bring out the knob of his story. Would not the one counterbalance the other?" "I was not saying that extravagant similes should not be used. Simple extravagance would be utterly reprehensible. But where a thing is happily phrased, you do not care whether the figure is extravagant or not. For instance, what fault could you find in this? A captain of a ship is describing the perils his vessel went through. 'Why,' says a listener, 'you must have shipped a great deal of water.' 'Sir,' says the captain, 'we pumped the Atlantic Ocean through my ship 16 times.' How are you to find fault with that? It is extravagant, but it is good fun, and does no harm." A most interesting chat having taken place on American humorous writers, from Lieutenant Derby, whom Mr. Clemens considers the father of American humor, he went on to speak of the difference in writing now. If Harriet Beecher Stowe was writing Uncle Tom's Cabin now, it would have been written differently, that is, not so diffusively. And the same might be said of Dickens. They wrote for their time. And "How did the change come?" said he. "That is a change to which every one contributes. These things are contributions of time. I was once idiot enough to ask the partner of Mr. Bell as to who was the inventor of the telephone. The reply I got was, 'Do you not know that 1,500 men had been at work on the telephone for 5,000 years? Do you suppose that anyone could invent any such instrument in any one lifetime?' It is the same with literature. English writing has been a good deal bound up with conventionalism. American writing has been less so, though convention exists in all countries." The names of a good many American writers having been mentioned, the question was asked, had any American woman developed any capacity for dealing with American humor? "The only woman I know of," was the reply, "was a writer who wrote, possibly as far back as the 40's, the Widow Bedott papers. These were written by a girl of 20. The book was a good one, and it lived for, say, 15 years or possibly 20, and it is a good long life for a book. A good many people think you do not show any great reverence for subjects they regard reverentially. Take your Innocents Abroad, for instance." Yes, I know. I once wrote an article for an American literary journal that has a vast circulation among young people. I was asked to change something in that article. I asked the editor what he wanted changed. He said I had put a clergyman in a ridiculous position. My reply was he had put himself there. If he liked to strike the clergyman out he could, but I could put no one in his place. It was a story I would have told in the pulpit, if they would have given me a pulpit to tell it from. The people who object to the backyard of Joseph of Arimathea being spoken of as if it were my own backyard could not care if I spoke of a Mohammedan's backyard. There are so many curious notions in the world about irreverence. "Well," said our representative in conclusion, "I suppose you will be writing a book about us and the rest of the people you see in your travels." "Yes, I do not think I could do it under better auspices, for I have had not time to see anything. Traveling and lecturing are like oil and water, they don't mix. There are many fine sights in New Zealand that I haven't seen." End of interview number 100, read by John Greenman. This is section 101 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 101, R.A.L. A Chat with Mark Twain. New Zealand Mail, Wellington, December 12, 1895, page 51. Mark Twain arrived from Wanganui last night at 10 o'clock, and was kind enough to receive me after supper. He received me with the urbanity of a journalist and the courtesy of a man of the world. The light of humor that began to shine in the world some 30 years ago, whose brilliancy several continents have been enjoying for the whole of that period, as it was thrown out from books, after-dinner speeches, lectures, and every vehicle known to the humorist, the man of descriptive power, and the thinker. What sort of man is he? That was my thought. The outside of him I found quite easy to understand. A man of vigorous physique, who walks rapidly to and fro as he talks to you. shaking his vast head of wavy gray hair, looking at you with keen eyes peering from the shade of shaggy brows, eyes which light up a strong determined face, the lower part under the prominent nose hidden by a heavy mustache, and ending in a square chin. A calm, self-reliant face, which belongs to a self-contained thinker and close, accurate observer, who finds time to be genial and pleasant withal, who sets you thinking as he talks, and laughs silently while you laugh loud. Such I found Mark Twain to be. 30 years ago and more he captured Europe and America. It is something to see him, and a privilege to be allowed to draw him on the history of the achievements which have built up his reputation. We talked journalism a little at the outset, as common ground. You were kind enough, sir, in some of your talks in the south of this country, to speak well of our journalism. Oh, yes. Mark Twain had said things of that kind, and he had seen reason not to alter his mind as he went further north. You spoke well of the leading articles, editorials, in the colonial newspapers. Yes, he had a respect for the leading articles. He had done some leading articles himself once. It was for a week, a whole week. My editor, you see, went away one morning at 4 o'clock, down to San Francisco, for a holiday. I got up at about the usual hour, say noon, and it very soon settled down upon me with great solidity that I had to write a leading article that day. Was that the time you discovered that the turnip, with proper care, grew into a handsome forest tree? He waved his hand with a gentle deprecating gesture. Oh, that was an agricultural experience. And he paused as if to indicate that I was referring to one of his humorous efforts. The week I refer to was serious journalism, sir. The pressure of my first leading article weighed with more and more solidity until I remembered that it was the 22nd April, 1864. Tomorrow would be the 23rd, the 3rd centenary of Shakespeare's birthday. There was my subject. But as every day was not the 3rd centenary of the birth of the immortal bard, the practice of the daily article proved sufficient after a week to satisfy his modest wishes. He was glad when the week was over. My friend suspected that the leading article was somewhere within my line, and he chose to put the thing thus flatteringly. I reciprocated by mentioning his many books. He increased the pace of his walk to and fro, and said rapid words about the said books, bursting out in clear-cut sentences which seemed to come at will. He called them from the vasty deep of his thought, and they came. Roughing It. Yes, that was the coach journey across the continent, a very hard journey, hard old days, a great experience. I took that trip for pleasure, for 3 months, just to put in a good time with my brother out west. That was after your experience as a Mississippi pilot? He nodded a pleasant yes, as much as to say, you have it. You see, sir, the war had put a stop to the whole of the traffic in that great river, and the war was supposed to last for just 3 months, so I just took 3 months' holiday. You remember Mr. Lincoln called for 75,000 men for 3 months. 2 turns of the room rapidly, and he extended his hand. A curious thing happened. General Grant and I came very near meeting. You see, I myself tried to put down that rebellion, thought I'd do it in 2 weeks by taking service in the Confederate Army as second lieutenant. But I found I couldn't do it. Another couple of turns, another extension of the hand, and Grant and I were very near coming into violent collision during that 2 weeks. How was that prevented? By my retreating. When we got to that point there was another point in view, somewhere out of danger, he said after a long reflective pause, and I retreated to that point. I was very fond of exercise in those days, had to be to keep in health, but 14 retreats in 2 weeks, 2 retreats a day, was too much exercise. I wanted less violent exercise, so resigned my commission as second lieutenant and went off to have a good time with my brother in the West. Knocked about for a year and stumbled somehow into journalism. At this point, when I had recovered from the fit of laughter into which his droll accent and dry manner had thrown me, I asked after the birth and life history of the jumping frog, which had enlivened the young bloods of the world sometime in the 60s. He saluted the name with a certain comic air of parentage. "Oh," said he, "I gave the jumping frog to Artemus Ward, who wanted something to fill up one of his volumes, but the volume was got out before the jumping frog arrived. So Artemus Ward's publisher passed it on to Henry Clapp, the proprietor of the Saturday Press, a New York weekly journal. He said he could have it for nothing, which was lucky, as Henry Clapp never could pay for anything, on which terms the Jumping Frog was published." "With your consent?" "With my consent. You are not like some folks in these parts, who won't begin to enlighten the world under a guinea a column." He nodded assent pleasantly, took a couple of turns in rapid energetic silence, shaking his shaggy locks, and then he said abruptly, "But the Jumping Frog got even with Henry Clapp. After that Saturday that paper of his never appeared again. It was the very last issue. Henry Clapp announced that in that number. He couldn't help it. He had to." The bright eyes under the thick brows twinkled over the fate of the unhappy frog, but better times were in store. The frog, after all, jumped, and jumped to some purpose. He did it in company with a volume of sketches which was published 2 years later, in January, 1867. Don't we remember them just? Those were the days when we were young and could laugh. And then? Then came The Innocents Abroad. I remember the sensation in Melbourne when the book came out there in 1870. The public were astonished at the cheap edition, still more when they found it was not nasty. How keenly the eyes twinkled at this I cannot hope to describe. When I got with the book to New Zealand I found several clever fellows who declared that there was never any ship called the Quaker City, who insisted that the book was just vamped out of books of travel and encyclopedias. "I have heard that very thing said 18 times in a week," said the author of the New Pilgrim's Progress, rousing. "These fellows said it was very easy, sir." "I wish I could do it," says he directly. "I wish I could do all my traveling that way." And then he came out of his dream. "You see, there's a freemasonry about dealing with things you see yourself which can't be counterfeited. There is an ease and certainty of touch in describing what you see which you can't get artificially." Having laid down the axiom, he pauses. I fill the pause with, "Defoe is the only man in the whole range of literature who is credited with the feat which you very properly declare impossible." He is at once briskly alert, and has prompt words, which he shoots at me as he paces to and fro, laying off his theory with unswerving precision. "And how did Defoe write his Plague of London? He knew London as well as you know this city of Wellington, every spot and corner of it. He had nothing in the way of local color to supply. It was all there before him. He got his details of the plague at first hand, from people who had seen. He made his studies in hospitals and by sick-beds. What he saw he described, only changing here and there features of disease to suit the accounts of the plague. Defoe described what he saw, and added the equivalents which he had observed, and so he got his wonderful study. But to do a book of travel in that way you would have to know every city in the world as well as Defoe knew his London. Only in that way could you get the firmness of touch, the Freemasonry I have spoken of, the thing which depends on your personal observation. How could a man describe that battered and faded Last Supper of Leonardo da Vinci's who had not seen it? His touch would be uncertain, his grasp weak, his description faulty. To describe the thing properly, he would have not only to go to the works of other men, but to take their very language. And the volcano Kilauea, I venture to remark, which I protest, though not in that presence, is the most masterly, lifelike, and vivid description in the English language. He assents with the modest assent of a great artist who knows what good work is. He throws further light on this problem as he walks about in more hurried eagerness. I had mentioned the Mississippi pilot, referring to the changes on the face of that great stream, and the perpetual watchfulness of the steersman. "Yes, you can see the ripples," he says, "and the eddies, and all the moods of the rapid river, but you can only see as an amateur. There is a light line of ripples which no amateur can understand, a harmless-looking line of ripples, quiet and easy, which to the pilot means the death of his ship if she gets there. You must see these things with the pilot's eye if you want to do justice to them." The reality of the Quaker City and its pilgrim passengers thus established, we presently find ourselves, my friend going briskly back and forth the while, in the famous street called Straight. "How did you square up with Mr. Haskett Smith?" I ask. He laughs his silent laugh, with eyes that twinkle, and teeth that shine, and face that coruscates. "It was at supper," says he, "in Christchurch. 'We must settle this matter,' says I. 'Mr. Smith, you have kind of reduced my reputation for veracity. Let's settle at once.' 'With all my heart,' says he. 'Now what did you have to drink,' says I, 'when you went on that street?' 'Nothing,' says he. 'I had something different,' says I, 'and that settles it.'" But this was one of his broad jokes. The real reason is the guide. The pilgrims had a day to spend. They depended on the guide. They checked the guide by their Murray, ticked off the places of interest they were bound to see. They didn't know one from another, of course. The guide, realizing that they had certain places to see, shortened the journey by simply pointing to what they liked. But Mr. Smith lived in Damascus for months, went about with his camera. He had the instrument that can't lie, and no guide could fool him. About the ways of guides he tells a story. It happened in Jerusalem. The guide stops before a wall, points to a high stone polished by the kisses of 18 centuries of pilgrims. "That is the stone that our Savior said cried out." "Stop," says Colonel Denny, one of our party. "The sacred writing does not say cried out, but would have cried out." "All right," says the guide. "The stone you see before you, ladies and gentlemen, is the stone that would have cried out," etc., etc., etc. So much for the guides and the controversy about the street called Straight. After that we drift through the books with Mark Twain upon them, and we stop at The Prince and the Pauper. When I wrote that book I intended it should come out anonymously, but my family dissuaded me. I venture to say I am very glad they did. He gives his reasons. They were two. First, I wanted to test the value of the book on its own merits, and in the event of success I should have put my name to it. Second, the distinctive badge Mark Twain was a trademark which advertised a certain class of goods, low comedy goods, all of them. I had no right to introduce tragedy under that mark and swindle people. But the book was very successful and much appreciated. Oh, yes, that's true enough. There were only a few who protested. Some here and there in America said they had paid their $3 under false pretenses, and made a fuss. But the thing went all right after all. From books to which I have no space to further allude, we get to newspapers, and we wander through the vast field of American journalism. Journalism is largely news there. With 50 states and a few territories to draw from, and the rest of the world, the papers must be large to publish all that the agencies collect. One story he tells of editorial enterprise. "Mr. Clemens," said a New York editor in chaff, "will you write us your obituary?" "Much obliged," says I, "but I would rather leave myself in the hands of your staff." "Well, if I give you $250, will you give us your last words?" "Right you are." So I gave him my last words. But I haven't done with those last words yet. I am always improving on them, telling the fellow to strike that out and put in something better which I am sending them, and I intend to send him the last yet a while. I sincerely hope he will not. It reminds me that my turn has come for last words so far as this interview is concerned. So I say them with what speed I can, which is not much, for one word leads to another, and there are so many with the Mark Twain stamp, and all so interesting and full of cordiality and kindness, and by no means of the low comedy order, that the interview will not end readily. It does at last, to my regret, and we shake hands. End of interview number 101, read by John Greenman. This is section 102 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 102, Mark Twain, His Tour Through New Zealand. Telegraph, Sydney, December 20th, 1895, page 6. Among the passengers who arrived by the Mararoa from New Zealand on Tuesday was Mr. Samuel L. Clemens, Mark Twain. Asked what opinion he had formed of New Zealand generally, Mr. Clemens said that he had not formed an opinion at all. "I just went through the country at a fast pace, and had not time to form an opinion. I thought the people there were particularly fortunate in living in a country with such a grand climate. When we arrived there the weather was very pleasant, and we were informed that the New Zealand summer had just started. The only unpleasant weather that we met with was at Timaru, where a slight gale blew for about 2 hours after our arrival. I guess if I had left Timaru before the gale abated, my opinion would have been that that was a windy place." "Did you see much of the country?" "No, it was mostly the edges that I saw. When we did travel overland I only caught cursory glimpses of the country from the car windows as we went dashing by. I was very much struck with the beautifully verdant appearances of the different places. I think the cities are admirably situated. Dunedin, Christchurch, Wellington, and Auckland are in very choice situations." Mr. Clemens further said he had not noticed if the people of New Zealand were in any way different from the people of the other colonies. At the lectures which he had delivered no difference was noticeable in those who attended. With regard to politics in that colony, "I have no impressions," said Mr. Clemens. "If I had, they would just likely be erroneous ones. I don't think it is right to hurry through a place and form impressions. I have none. No publishable ones, anyway. If you want to give impressions, you must sit down with a pen and ink and go at it. You can't give them verbally. That is what I object to so many people doing with regard to America. They just hurry through the place, and then venture an opinion on the nature of the country and the characteristics of the people, and they just know nothing. I didn't detect any difference among the different colonists at all." "Did you see many of the beauty spots or other features of interest in New Zealand?" "No, I hadn't time. I meant to see the hot springs and some other features in the Auckland district that are highly spoken of, but did not have time. I also wished to see some of the glaciers at Milford Sound, but the time was too limited. A great deal of traveling had to be done in getting to the cities that we desired to visit, and that, added to a certain amount of work, prevented us from seeing several places that we would very much have liked to have seen." In reply to a further question, Mr. Clemens said that it would possibly be 12 months before he returned to America, as there were a number of other places to be visited. End of interview number 102, read by John Greenman. This is section 103 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 103, with Mark Twain. Bulletin, Sydney, January 4th, 1896, page 8. I went to interview him at his hotel, and, sending up my card, received this reply: "Mark Twain is in bed, tired, and likes it so much that he is going to stay there all day." But I caught him next time. He sat up in his chair and said, "Max R.A.L, like some other hastening globe-trotters, has written a book on Australia, so he may think. He forms decisions, conclusions, quicker than I. He has been going about for, say, 10 or 12 years, whereas I have been traveling and watching and listening, waiting for each subtle sense of suggestion, since I was 14. Now I am 60. How could he, or I, or anyone, from glances snatched in a fleeting passage, hope to define what is real, what is fundamental in the character of this young nation? I have caught impressions, mere impressions, just as a bird would skimming over a forest. But what could that bird learn of the life and spirit underneath? I would not like to say what I think is my best book, for I like them all, and I could not say what I think is my worst, for I don't think there is one of them like that. But the book of mine which gave me the greatest pleasure is Huckleberry Finn, because years after I had written it and long after it had been wholly erased from the pages of my memory, I took it up and read it to my daughter, who was ill. It was new to her. It was new to me. As the reading progressed, I didn't know what to expect. A surprise came as a genuine surprise, a genuine pleasure. The books which gave me the hardest time to write were Tom Sawyer and The Prince and the Pauper. In the middle of both I came to a dead stop, a blank wall. Couldn't get on at all. Rooted round a long time, a damnation long time, for incidents, for ideas. Couldn't strike any. Gave it up. Gave it up for 12 months. Came back then with the tank full. Broke down the wall. Story flowed on. The other books were written fairly easy, working daily from 11 to 3 5 days a week, tearing the work up, if necessary, afterwards, and always keeping Saturday and Sunday sacred. The Yankee at the court of King Arthur was as easy as any. Life on the Mississippi is my biography. It is a collocation of facts. As I have shown in that book, it is marvelous how the memory can be developed. When I ceased piloting and started reporting, I could go all day remembering everything. And when I brought my catch in towards evening, I had it all there in my mind, every trifling detail, every figure. I had only to empty it out. But as the fashion was for reporters to use notebooks, I took up with one, and the first time I put a note down in that notebook, I wrote the death sentence of my memory. Asked about his ghastly story of the corpse watcher in the dead house, Twain couldn't recall it at all. It was new to him, he said, that story of the thumbprint, of the murderer being brought in a state of trance into the dead house, walking up amid corpses, cold and horrors, and seeing in front of him, during 3 hours of dying, the avenger holding the brandy, torturing his foe. But my books are all founded on facts. Every character was a living being. Every incident or germ of that incident has occurred. Every plot had actually grown, or nearly grown, within my experience. There was selection, grouping, blending, and in writing a book its characters lived always, day and night, day and night. I'd go to bed, but they'd stay up talking, 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 acting, acting, always in character, spoiling my sleep, yet never doing or saying anything that was rational or valuable or even usable. I read very little fiction. I read history and biography. I think For the Term of His Natural Life is the finest Australian novel, and Gabbett, the cannibal, as strongly drawn a character as I ever met. But what gave me the greatest pleasure in reading that book was that all the time I felt that I was reading history, and the chief charm of Louis Beck's stories for me is that the author seems to be chronicling facts and incidents he's seen, things he's lived amongst and knows all about. I've noticed that Charles Reade, in writing about anything he's witnessed or felt, does it with remarkable success, but when he gets his matter second-hand, he makes an awful botch of it. I don't remember a book in its particulars very long, and gradually everything in it fades out of my mind. It is not true that owing to my lack of humor I was once discharged from a humorous publication. It's an event that could very likely happen were I on the staff of a humorous paper, but then I'd never get into a fix like that. I'd never undertake to be humorous by contract. If I wanted my worst enemy to be racked, I'd make him the editor of a comic paper. For me there must be contrast. For humorous effect I must have solemn background. I'd let my contribution into an undertaker's paper of the London Times set a diamond upon a pall of black if you'd have it glisten. Dreams are more vivid than realities. The dreamer sits beside his glass of wine and, accidentally causing it to begin falling, lives 70 years, then stops his wine falling, drinks. Give Zola's Downfall to the day's imagination. How feeble are the reproduction of those blood-stained photographs of war's horrors. But at dead of night, when the reason is locked in the seclusion of oblivion, how the dreamer's imagination flashes upon the sensitive plate of the mind, armies, charges, battle scenes, and incidents, perfect, horrible, magnificent. Periodically I dream that I'm a soldier. Don't know why. Never wanted to be a soldier. Was one once. Found I was on the stronger side. Left it to equalize things and give fair play. But in this dream I'm a soldier, in battle, in the very thick of it, the very crash. Soon realize it's not healthy and get back a little, about 3 miles. Seeing a large wagon, crawl under it to prevent it being taken in case the battle comes that way. By and by an enemy's shell lights on the wagon, and just as I'm congratulating myself upon my generalship, wagon turns out to be full of shells and hellfire and explosion. The elements are earthquake and conflagration, and I wake up either dead or alive, can't tell which. And I have dreamt of something so exquisitely humorous that the seventh heaven of bliss could be only a side issue to it, and the ecstasy of it has awakened me. And sitting up and taking pencil and paper, I have there and then written out that subtly humorous thing, lain back deliciously happy, and gone to sleep. But in the morning, what a reversion! That paper gave me not a precious treasure, but words, 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 creatures of irrationality, jotted down, strung together, meaningless, hopelessly meaningless. I have seen one ghost. I was seated at a window and saw a man enter the gate, walk up the path, and begin mounting the steps. Suddenly, at the 8th step, he disappeared. I arose instantly, went outside, looked round the garden, round the house, up and down the road. Couldn't see a sign of that man, of that apparition which dead sure was on my tracks. I went inside and asked a servant had she seen a man about. She replied she had just let one in. He never reached the door, I said. He came only halfway up the steps. She said, that servant, that old servant in whom I trusted, said, "Sir, he did. I let him in. He's waiting for you now." Sure enough, I found him waiting, sitting in a chair. Fact is, I dropped off to sleep, getting too tired watching that man mount those steps. That's my only apparition, and he's genuine. I have a passion for the theater, but seldom gratify it, for whenever I go there is sure to be someone before or behind or beside me who persists in talking loudly to his neighbor and ruining my pleasure. It is the same in America, in England, in Australia. There is always the human beast that talks, that is destitute of every artistic feeling and of every sympathy with artistic feeling. Often have I thought of Sir Walter Raleigh's peaceful happiness in jail. Often have I thought it a bitter thing that a man must first exterminate a talker in a theater, must become a criminal, in order to gain seclusion. Twain listened to a story of a Queenslander who, attending the second last farewell lecture in Sydney, was disappointed at Twain having traveled 9 hours in a train on a scorching day and being too tired to lecture well. The Banana-lander said, "I've come 3,000 miles to hear that man, and blow me if the heat hasn't taken all the gas out of him." Replied Twain, "He was right to be disappointed. I have always found that whenever an audience is not pleased with me, it's my fault or my manager's. Altogether, I have been delighted with my Australian audiences." End of interview number 103, read by John Greenman. This is section 104 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview 104, Mark Twain in Colombo. Overland Times of Ceylon, Colombo, January 14, 1896, page 56. Our American friend, Mr. S.L. Clemens, better known as Mark Twain, the principal humorist of the world and author of so many diverting books, arrived in Ceylon today from Australia, having traveled up in the P&O steamer Oceana, which arrived very shortly after 12 noon. Though there were only a few passengers on board, for a short time I looked in vain for the man I had specially gone to see. At length, however, he made his appearance, and there was no mistaking him. I introduced myself with the statement that I assumed he was Mr. Clemens, and all doubt, if any remained, was set at rest as soon as he replied with a drawl that there was no mistaking. In response to queries as to his health and the voyage up, Mark Twain said he and his wife and daughter, Miss Clara Clemens, his second daughter, were all well, and they had had a splendid voyage throughout, unattended by storm or untoward incident, and they were all three in good health. He spoke most highly of the steamer, which he said was a splendid vessel. Asked how long he meant to stay in Ceylon, he replied, "Only a very short time, I'm sorry to say. I am going on to India, and I am booked to transfer to the Rosetta here and go on in her to Bombay tomorrow." Asked if he would hold one of his at-homes here tonight, Mr. Smythe had a word to say, and that was that he did not think there was time to arrange it. I assured him that the afternoon would allow of time for sufficient announcement to ensure a full public hall, but Mark Twain said, "Personally, I would rather not speak tonight, but I should have liked to do so tomorrow night. I've got a slight cold on me. It's not a complete cold, only what's left of one, but what there is, I think, I could kill in about 24 hours, and I could speak tomorrow night if the steamer permitted of it. But I am coming back this way later on from India, and then I can speak perhaps 2 nights." So the matter had to be left. Mark Twain began to think of getting his luggage transferred to the Rosetta and of coming ashore for a while. Leaving Mr. Smythe to make the necessary arrangements, he dropped up to the ship's rail, and there began to take a great interest in the diving boys and the native craft. The catamarans of the former interested him at first, but it was the outriggers that finally engrossed his attention. "Those boats there are just the queerest things in the way of boats that I ever saw," he drawled. "I should say that the man who first designed them was real clever. A man who could build a boat like that could build a 3-story house, it seems to me, if he only made the outrigger long enough. It's all very interesting, and so are the natives. You only see things like this in places like Fiji and places of that sort, and even there they are different. Those boats and those dresses of the natives are quite novelties. In most places you see them following European customs and ways in the matter of dress, and customs of that sort, but I should class the dresses here and those boats as distinctly original." As he turned at last to leave for shore, he said, "I must say I'm very sorry to leave that scene. I never saw anything like that anywhere." Just then he was met by Pilot Henderson, and the old Mississippi steerer shook hands cordially with him on learning his calling, his handshake being heartily returned by the local pilot. A little later Mark Twain left the Oceana for the shore, and he was the cynosure of all eyes at the Bristol, where he and his wife and daughter took rooms, about tiffin, luncheon time. He was unable to obtain accommodation at the G.O.H., which had already filled up, but he soon met friends there, including Dr. McGregor, the ex-MP. Bidding adieu to a party of admirers at Adelaide on the 31st December, Mr. Clemens said, "Let me congratulate you on your climate. Perhaps your climate has become commonplace to you, but it is not commonplace at all. I am not accustomed to climates like this, where you have beautiful spring weather in midwinter, and where snow is unknown. We who come from the overworked regions of the earth cannot describe the pleasure of finding ourselves in this restful Australia, where it is always holiday, and when you have no holiday or nothing else to do, it is always a horse race. It is a peculiarly blessed land, it seems to me. And then you have an arrangement which cannot be overpraised. You place your holidays not only to dates, but to what suits your own comfort. I was through Australia when they celebrated the Prince of Wales' birthday. They celebrated it on the 8th, the 10th, and the 11th, and skipped the 9th altogether. I suppose there was a horse race on the 9th. End of interview number 104, read by John Greenman. This is section 105 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview 105, Mark Twain on his methods of work. Gazette, Bombay, January 23, 1896, page 5. It would have served me right to be left alone as I was for 12 hours, and then to be drowned as an idiot. Mark Twain passed this severe judgment on himself because of his indiscretion in contracting a severe cold by lying asleep on board ship in an exposed place, and the words were uttered yesterday afternoon in a room of Watson's Hotel overlooking the University Gardens, where the humorist has been confined since his arrival in Bombay last Saturday evening. I have seen nothing of Bombay," continued the great humorist, advancing to the window and pointing outside, "all the time I have been here, excepting these trees, which sadly need dusting, 2 or 3 cabs, and those towers. Yes, I am decidedly better than I was, and might even venture out now, but I shall not do so, neither shall I leave my room tomorrow, as I don't want a recurrence of this cough, and want to make sure of being all right on Friday." The prominent points about Mark Twain's personal appearance are his long untidy hair and ferocious mustache, and the gray eyes that are not ferocious, but kind and gentle and pathetic, and the deep furrows falling outwards from the thin, beaked nose to the sides of the mouth, which are the external and visible signs of the nasal drawl that characterizes the very thoughts of the man before he has given utterance to them. The humorist is beyond middle age, but his energy is that of a man of perpetual youth. During the whole hour and a quarter our representative spent with him, Mr. Clemens was seldom still for a moment. He would sit for a brief space in his chair, preparing his pipe for a smoke, then he would rise, and after standing in his place a moment, would pace up and down, talking in a low tone, as though thinking aloud in the presence of familiar friends. Although seen under unfavorable conditions, Mr. Clemens gave one the impression of being still strong and vigorous, and that he is capable of doing much more, both as a lecturer and a speaker, to add to the laughter of the whole English-speaking race. He incidentally mentioned that up to the time of his visit to Australia he had had no illness of any account for many years. After Mark Twain, with characteristic hyperbole, had assured our representative that for 500 years it had been the dream of his life to visit the Golden Orient, a reference was made to the new book for which he is now collecting material. In answer to a question respecting his methods of work, the famous American said, "I have what would be called pretty lazy methods in the matter of preparation for my books. It is a troublesome thing for a lazy man to take notes, and so I used to try in my young days to pack my impressions in my head, but that can't be done satisfactorily, and so I went from that to another stage, that of making notes in a notebook. But I jotted them down in so skeleton a form that they did not bring back to me what it was I wanted them to furnish. Having discovered that defect, I have mended my ways a good deal in this respect, but still my notes are inadequate. However, there may be some advantage to the reader in this, since in the absence of notes imagination has often to supply the place of facts. I said just now I was lazy in preparation," said Mr. Clemens, "but I won't admit that I am lazy in writing. No, I don't write rapidly, for when I did that I found it did not pay. I used to spend so much time next day correcting the manuscript that it went to the printer a veritable forest of erasures, interlineations, emendations, abolitions, annihilations, and revisions. I found I should save time by writing slowly and carefully, and now my manuscript gives the printer no cause to blaspheme. You ask me how it is I have not written more largely. Well, the fact of it is that for many years while at home in America I have written little or nothing on account of social calls upon my time. There is too much social life in my city for a literary man, and so for 20 years I gave up the attempt to do anything during 9 months of the 12 I am at home. It has only been during the 3 months that I have annually been on vacation and have been supposed to be holiday-making that I have written anything. It has been the same during the 5 years that I have been away from America. I have done little or no work. I wish now," he added regretfully, "that I had done differently, and had persisted in writing when at home. I could easily have done it, although I thought I could not. I seemed to think that I was never going to grow old, but I know better than that now. In my vacation I have steadily done 4 or 5 hours' work every day at a stretch, and if they would only have let me alone I would have done 7 hours a time without getting up from my chair." Asked the amount of copy he turned out during these vacation periods, Mark Twain pondered deeply, and having half aloud worked out a problem in mental arithmetic, continued, "Well, my average would be from 10,000 to 12,000 words a week, but I have numerous interruptions, and so, instead of turning out from 45 to 50 magazine pages per month, I do not do more than 30. Yes, I am very fond of literary work, and nothing would please me better than to be allowed to be kept at a book for 6 months. You ask me what my opinions are with regard to the respective merits of my books. Well, I could easily point out which are the worst, but I am not going to do that. I cannot say on which book I have spent the most time, simply because my methods have been very erratic. For instance, in writing Tom Sawyer, I got up to the middle of the book and then did not touch it for a year or two, and it was the same with Prince and Pauper. It has been like this for many years, owing to my stupid notion that I could do no work at home. It has been said that the reason you have not published more works is that you did not desire to tire your public. How far is that correct?" asked our representative. "Well, I have always kept that in mind, but I like literary work for its own sake, and I am sorry that I did not make time to write, and not to publish. I should like to have half a dozen works in manuscript just for the pleasure of writing them." After assuring Mr. Clemens that anything that he might write would not be allowed to remain in manuscript after his death, unless he strictly interdicted its publication, our representative asked him whether he had as great a fondness for lecturing as for writing, and in answer received an emphatic shake of the head. "I like the platform when I am there, but the thought of it makes me shudder," said Mr. Clemens, momentarily collapsing into his chair. "The prospect of it is dreadful." "Then I presume you prepare carefully for your lectures?" "Yes, I am not for one moment going to pretend I do not. I don't believe that any public man has ever attained success as a lecturer to paid audiences (mark the qualification) who has not carefully prepared, and has not gone over every sentence again and again until the whole thing is fixed upon his memory. I write my lectures and try to memorize them, but I don't always succeed. If I had a better memory it would be worse in some respects, for when one has to fill up an ellipsis on the spot, there is a spontaneity about the thing which is a considerable relief. I ought really to write the whole thing beforehand, but I don't do it, as I prefer to use material which has appeared in my books. The extracts, however, are seldom exactly the same as they are printed, but are adapted to circumstances. No, I don't localize, because to do that you want to be well posted and know exactly what you are about. You must be exactly prepared beforehand. I never pretend that I don't indent on my books for my lectures, for there is no object in doing that. It is all very well to talk about not being prepared and trusting to the spirit of the hour, but a man cannot go from one end of the world to the other, no matter how great his reputation may be, and stand before paid houses in various large cities, without finding that his tongue is far less glib than it used to be. He might hold audiences spellbound with unpremeditated oratory in past days when nothing was charged to hear him, but he cannot rely on being able to do so when they have paid for their seats and require something for the money, unless he thinks all out beforehand. You ask me whether my memory has deserted me on the platform sometimes. Yes, it has sometimes entirely, and the worst of it is that, as I prefer to select things from my books, my remarks are often in the narrative form, and if you lose yourself in the narrative it is not very comfortable, because a tale should have an end somewhere. Still, I have generally managed to get out of the difficulty in some way or other. It is really very curious to see what a man can do on the platform without the audience suspecting anything to be wrong. A case in point occurred in Paris a year ago. I began some opening remarks at one of my at-homes there with an anecdote, as for some reason or another I wanted to fill up the time. I began telling the anecdote, but I found when halfway that my memory regarding it had gone. So I switched on to another line, and was soon leaving the half-told anecdote far behind. My wife and daughter were present, and I afterwards asked them whether they remembered the breakdown. They replied in the negative. I then asked whether they heard the finish of the anecdote with which I had begun my remarks, and they at once replied they had not. As you say, if anyone would be likely to discover a flaw, it would be my wife or my daughter, and when I found that they were unaware of the defect, I was quite satisfied that the audience in general knew nothing about it. Conversation then followed on the copyright law of England and America, and on Mr. Clemens' impressions of Australia. He also gave his opinions on the relations between England and America, but we reserve an account of that conversation to another issue. End of interview number 105, read by John Greenman. This is section 106 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 106. Interview with Mark Twain. Times of India, Bombay, January 23, 1896, page 5. Of all things possible with Mark Twain, there is one thing that is wholly impossible. You cannot reproduce the man in any kind of representative embodiment which is afforded by the shallow resources of cold printing type. Manner, voice, gesture, and the indescribable something which, in manifold ways, is always characteristic of genius, can never be set down even with the most facile of fountain pens. After all, perhaps it matters but little, since everybody will see Mark Twain in propria persona at the Novelty Theatre at 5:30 tomorrow afternoon, when the worldwide humorist gives his first lecture in India. A representative of this journal called upon Mr. Clemens at the Esplande Hotel yesterday evening and found him very nearly recovered from the severe cold which has kept him within doors since his arrival here on Saturday last. "I suppose, Mr. Clemens," he said, after congratulating him upon getting fit again, "that by this time you are getting pretty tired of being interviewed," and probably he is, but in this instance he manifested a most genial disposition to talk. "How did I make my first start in journalism, you ask? Well, I first stumbled into it as a man falls over a precipice that he is not looking for. I wasn't, as far as I could see, intended for a journalist, but out in Nevada in those early silver days it was a struggle, a scramble from pillar to post, and one had to get a living as best he could. I was invited to take a place on the staff of a daily newspaper there, the Territorial Enterprise, and I took it. I should have taken command of a ship if it had been offered, for I wasn't particular in those days. I had had no training, but yet they offered me the post of first officer, not the chief editor, but a subordinate post, and I remained in the journalistic profession for 4 years in Nevada and San Francisco together. On the Territorial Enterprise I was what they call the city editor. It was a large title, but the pay was not correspondingly great. In fact, the name was merely for style. In reality, the city editor should have been called the local reporter. The post was, so to speak, flung at me. I didn't ask for it. There was a chief editor, a news editor, and a telegraphic editor, and in those days they gathered in from the San Francisco and Sacramento papers a good part of the reading matter of the journal. We were expected and supposed to furnish facts pure and simple for the columns of the Enterprise, but there were not facts enough to fill the required space, and so, often, the reading material was largely a matter of imagination, sometimes based on fact, but not always. After 4 years in these parts I went off to the Sandwich Islands, Hawaii, to write a series of letters concerning the sugar industry there for the Sacramento Union. I was gone about 5 or 6 months, and when I came back I concluded to deliver a lecture or two on the Sandwich Islands, and I did so. It seemed an easier way of making a living than by journalism. It paid better, and there was less work connected with it. So I dropped journalism, and took to the lecturer's platform for 2 or 3 years. Then I went on an extended tour in Europe, which lasted for 5 or 6 months, and when I returned I was asked to write a book. I did so, and from that time on I have written books mainly. Up to the present I have stepped out of silver mining that, by the way, was my first start in Nevada into journalism, from journalism into lecturing, and from lecturing into book-making, each of these steps being not forced in any way, but the one leading to the next by a sort of natural sequence. The conversation having turned to his method of work, Mr. Clemens remarked, "I work very regularly, when I work at all. I work every day and all night from after breakfast till late into the night, until the work is finished. I never begin to work before 11 in the morning, and I sit at it till they pull me away from table to dress for dinner at 7 at night. They make me stop then for a while, as they think I might overwork myself, but I don't think there is any fear of that, for I don't consider the kind of writing I do is work in any way. It is in no sense a labor with me. The mere physical work would not hurt me or anyone else. You can sleep that off. The mental part of it is nothing but amusement. It's not work. I always write my own copy. I have tried a typewriter and also a phonograph, but I couldn't get along with either. You do not find dictation any help, then? I couldn't learn the art. I could conceive that for commercial correspondence it would be easy to do, but there's no inspiration about that. There's nothing to help inspiration, or whatever you may call it, like the sight of your own work as it goes along. I am not a very rapid worker, but when I sit down to it, I get through a fair amount in a day. For instance, take the Innocents Abroad. It contains 650 octavo pages with about 200,000 words on them. That book I wrote in a good deal of a hurry. The contract compelled me to finish the manuscript complete on a certain date. Therefore, I worked every day from 1 o'clock in the afternoon till midnight, and I got it finished in 62 days. I must have written, on average, 3,000 words per day. What do you find most helpful in your work? Tobacco, replied Mr. Clemens, picking up a capacious briar-root pipe which was kept busily engaged as he paced up and down the room, enveloped in a rich cloud of smoke. I always smoke when at work. I couldn't do without it. I smoke by necessity. I did stop smoking once for a year and a quarter, but in that year and a quarter I didn't write anything. I have no works in contemplation just now, but as soon as I get at leisure I shall go to work again. There are 2 or 3 things I want to write, and I may, no doubt shall, write some sort of book on this excursion, but I always leave myself quite free in these matters. I never make any promises to myself, or anybody else, because I don't like being hampered by the feeling that something has to be done when perhaps I am not in the mood to do it. Passing from Mark Twain's own works to those of other authors, the name of Rudyard Kipling was mentioned. I have met him several times, said Mr. Clemens, and I like him very much. I admire his work prodigiously. There is no question as to his genius. That must be confessed by everyone. He has genius, and plenty of it. And if there is any fault found within him, it can only be as to the accuracy of his presentation of Indian matters. There is sure to be criticism of detail. Every author has to put up with that. His accuracy of detail may be criticized here, but we, in other parts, take his accuracy for granted. We don't know anything about that, and besides, we don't read his work for fact anyhow. We read it for the pleasure of it. I have an amazing fondness for his plain tales, and I think that some of his ballad work is inimitable. I don't see how anyone could possibly surpass it. The blessing or otherwise of interviewing, as a prominent feature of modern journalism, having been of late considerably under discussion, The opinion of Mr. Clemens, as one coming from the land where the interviewer practically had his birth, was naturally worth canvassing, and there is a good deal in that opinion which the interviewing fraternity may ponder over. "Of course," he dryly observed, "everyone has his moods and tenses, and I have mine. But when I am going round about at leisure, as I am now, why, dear me, I would as soon be interviewed as not. At the same time there are, it must be confessed, 100,000 objections to interviewing, and the first one is naturally this, that when you put before the whole world in print anything out of your skull, it should, by the very nature of the case, be something worth reading. Now, how many men, and I don't care how practiced they are, even with the pen, can sit down on a sudden call, hunt round their head, find a subject, and write acceptably on that subject? I could not do it, and I don't believe anyone could do it. Interviewing necessarily has that blemish. It is surface talk. It is mere fluff and foam. There is no substance to it. It has no value. It has no right to go into print. It is a waste of time of a man who sets out to read it. A man sits down and talks in an interview, and he is ostensibly saying something worth printing, but he knows all the time that he is not. It would be a most dazzling action if he ever did say anything worth printing in such circumstances. Interviewing would be quite justifiable if the public would grant that when a man is being interviewed he is not to be expected to say anything worth the interviewer's trouble in recording. If that be understood, no harm would be done. The interviewer is not a bit of trouble to me, or to anyone else, for the matter of that, for anyone can talk. The difficulty is that, talking off-hand, no man is likely to say anything worth preserving. Haven't you heard 1,000 men called on their feet at dinners to speak, and it is the most uncommon thing in the world to find them saying anything that is worth listening to. If they had known they were going to be called on, they would make quite a different show, and so it is with interviewing. I don't know of any other objection to it. In the first place, there is nothing on the spur of the moment worth talking about, and in the second place, there comes the question of phrasing, and it is phrasing that makes a piece of literature valuable. How are you going to do your phrasing unless you get time to think it over and get it ready? Phrasing is the difference between good literature and poor, commonplace literature. Speaking of his visit to India, Mr. Clemens observed, "I am expecting a great deal. I haven't seen anything yet, for I've been shut up in the house ever since I arrived, and I haven't had even a glimpse of Bombay. My wife and daughter overwhelm me with the fascinations of Bombay, and so make my imprisonment all the harder to put up with. But I hope to be released shortly, and then I shall certainly see all that is possible for me to see." The only glimpse of anything akin to India that I have yet had was in Ceylon, where I spent the most enchanting day I ever spent in my life. Everything was absolutely new. All that beautiful nakedness and color, all those costumes which one hears of but never sees, and which, if you see them on the stage, you never believe in. It beggars all description. One simply laughs at the painter's brush. It is impossible for him to reproduce it. During the above interview Mr. Clemens received a letter from H.E., His Excellency, the Governor, inviting himself and Mrs. and Miss Clemens to luncheon at Government House today. His Excellency incidentally mentioned that he had once had the pleasure of meeting Mark Twain at the Garrick Club, and the recollection of the occasion was evidently very welcome to Mr. Clemens, for he at once recalled it, remarking, "Why, it must be 20 years since then." And he then went on to recall the names of several people present on that occasion, observing, after a moment's thought, that although the party was not a large one, he could remember 4 members of it who were still alive, which was not a bad average. End of interview number 106, read by John Greenman. This is section 107 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview 107, Mark Twain on the Relations Between England and America. Gazette, Bombay, January 24, 1896, page 5. Although Mark Twain is of the opinion that remarks made to an interviewer on the spur of the moment are mere surface talk, unworthy of being printed, we venture to assert that the observations he made to our representative on Wednesday respecting the relations between England and America, so far from being looked upon as of little or no value, will be generally regarded as important contributions to the discussion now raging around the Monroe Doctrine and the Venezuelan question. As they form the first recorded utterances of this celebrated American on the question, since it entered into an acute phase, they are deserving of wide publicity, especially in his own land, for there, instead of a local prophet being without honor, the pulpit and the platform wield an immense, not to say paramount, influence in determining national policy in times of great excitement. It is a far cry from Australia to Venezuela, and yet the conversation between Mr. Clemens and our representative drifted most naturally from the one topic to the other. Mark Twain was speaking in high terms of the Australians, whom he described as a live, bright people, energetic and modern, in every way up to date, and said they reminded him of the Canadians. "I am intensely interested in them," he added, "as one ought to be in any community that speaks the English language, because they are becoming growingly important in the shaping of the world's destinies. When you think what the English race is today, compared with 100 years ago, and how much ground it has since covered, and the immense influence it wields amongst the peoples of this earth, you cannot fail to be struck with how much it has accomplished in a very short time. Now, on the other hand, look at the case of France. There were, if I remember rightly, 28 millions of people in that country at the time of the French Revolution, but this number has not since doubled. It has only gone up by 50%. At that period Great Britain had a population of 18 or 20 millions. It is now 39 millions, and her sons have overflown into all parts of the globe. France had just as good opportunities as England, but has allowed them to slip from her grasp. America has progressed in a still more marvelous manner. 100 years ago we had a population of 3 millions in the United States, and now we have 70 millions. We have in that period flung in 2 Frances, and the United States has now 3 times as many people as France had a century ago. This monologue on the greatness of the British naturally brought the conversation round to the existing relations between England and America, and Mark Twain, walking vehemently backwards and forwards, spoke in this wise: "I think it would be criminal, now, to interrupt the old friendly relations. I cannot conceive of any greater disaster to the world than a war between these 2 great countries. There can never be a sufficient excuse for so great a crime. Neither the Monroe Doctrine or anything else. Whatever the Monroe Doctrine may require, it cannot ever require what the statesmen of the first countries in the world would call unjust. If the meaning of the doctrine is properly threshed out, it will be found that when it was enunciated it was a legitimate and justifiable one, and nobody found any fault with it. I have seen speeches of 2 prominent men made a long time ago. One was J.C. Calhoun, the well-known statesman, and the other Mr. Thomas H. Benton. They both said that the real meaning of the Monroe Doctrine is that the United States desired that no foreign government should colonize its people on the continent of America or form a government over there on the same line as that of the United States. We were to keep free from complications with other powers, and not to go shouldering anybody's and everybody's quarrel in the way President Cleveland talks of." "Then you think, Mr. Clemens, that most of the American people are of this opinion? You must have read that your friend Mr. Stanley, after touring in America, has stated that there is an intense anti-English feeling in America, that is, the America outside New York and its money market?" "I do not believe that the people of America as a whole are unfriendly," said Mark Twain decisively. "All that I can make out of Mr. Stanley's remarks given in the Bombay Gazette the other day is that the explorer got his information where you or I would get ours if we were traveling abroad, that is to say, from the newspapers, which are not always a safe guide to public opinion." "At any rate in America?" suggested our representative. "In any country governed on party lines," was the prompt reply. "You know that almost every journal in America has made a party question of President Cleveland's message. I have just received a file of American papers, the first I have seen for some months, and I find that discussion all goes on party lines. I notice that it is the sound and influential journalists who are opposed to the jingo policy of the President. There is no anti-English feeling in the towns among really solid folk. People that Stanley would hear, or you or I would hear if we were traveling in America, would be the most noisy people. They are the ones that get themselves heard in any and every free country in the world. Now, in my own town of Hartford, which has a population of 60,000 people, I know every sound and valuable citizen, but I cannot call to my mind one of these men who would talk in such a way as to give Mr. Stanley the impression with which he returned to England. What is the case in Hartford is the case elsewhere, and travelers mistake the noisy clamor of a few men for the voice of the people generally." Mark Twain is one of those rare American authors of note who have no grievance against the English publishing pirates, notwithstanding his immense popularity in Great Britain. He explains the reason thus: "From 1861 to 1878 I did not get any remuneration for the copies of my works printed in England, but it was my own fault. I could have got copyright of my works, but was ignorant of the fact. There was no precedent to guide me, for up to that time American writers had had no market in England. Yes, Fenimore Cooper was an exception. He had an immense audience in England and all over Europe, as he still has today, but he had long ceased to be a figure in the world when my literary fame reached England. His experience as an author had already been forgotten before I gained a reputation. When American writers complain of the English pirates, I tell them that it is their own fault. They will not believe it, however, and say that there is no English law to provide for American copyright in England. They remark that all I go upon is some dictum of an English judge, whose name I forget for the moment, on a case that was not before him. It was in this way. A case in which an American author tried to procure English copyright was before the judge, who, when dismissing the case, made this remark: "It seems to me that if the plaintiff had a copyright of his book in England before it was copyright in America, if only for a few moments, he would have been protected from piracy." Our representative observed that the American authors ought to erect a statue to the judge, instead of forgetting his name, as the one who had profited most by his dictum appeared to do. "Yes," replied the humorist, "but they ought first to erect a statue to their own stupidity for not protecting themselves from piracy when they have opportunity for doing so. I have always told them that when they see an English publisher flying the black flag, they can make him keep his hands off, provided the book is copyrighted in England before it is published in America. And what do you want more than that? It serves my purpose admirably, and would also serve theirs. Although, as they say, it was only the remark of a judge, my experience is that it has always had the force of law. Since that date I have always been well paid for my books in England. Chatto and Windus have paid me the same royalty as if I lived in London and was a subject to the Queen, and they also look after my rights on the Continent. No American author has a right to grumble about not being paid for his works in England when he neglects to avail himself of the opportunities which exist for protecting himself from piracy. End of interview number 107, read by John Greenman. This is section 108 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 108, Sporting Notes, etc. Asian, Calcutta, February 7, 1896, page 398. Mr. Clemens, or as he is better known by his nom de plume of Mark Twain, arrived in Bombay last week. He has been most enthusiastically received, and has been delighting crowded audiences with his bright and humorous lectures. Mr. Clemens may be safely said to be one of the greatest laughter-raisers of the day. Till, however, you get accustomed to his dry and caustic style, he is somewhat difficult to follow. With a slow and distinct enunciation, tinged with a slight American accent which gives piquancy to his delivery, he pours forth a flood of most graphic word-painting. You are almost completely bewildered, and when he has this audience completely in touch with him, then comes the flash which illumines the whole story. Quick as lightning, pungent as red pepper in perhaps a dry aside, it strikes you, and in a moment, from grave and patient attention, Everyone is rippling with light and joyous merriment. Such is his method, and from the constant bursts of laughter at his sallies it has proved to be a very successful one. I had the privilege of spending an afternoon in his company, and though one cannot attempt to set down on paper 1/10th part of the good things he said, yet, perhaps, a few gleanings from the sheaf of humor may be acceptable to our readers. It is impossible, through the poor medium of printer's ink, to attempt to reproduce his inimitable drollery and light-heartedness. The merry twinkle of the eye, the preternaturally grave face, the power and command of language, and the polished smartness of his conversation must be heard to be appreciated to its fullest extent. Mr. Clemens is a finished speaker, and one of the best raconteurs it has ever been my privilege to meet. My first question, naturally, was, "Well, Mr. Clemens, what do you think of India?" Pat came the answer, "Well, you can't show me much in climate and scenery." This to a man who has passed years of his life amongst the Rockies and been grilled upon the prairies of the West is quite possible. "But, sir, the people, the brilliant colors, the heterogeneous mass of humanity, the constantly recurring yet ever-changing kaleidoscopic views, the never-ceasing stream of types of so many different nationalities and race that you have gathered up in this great city of yours, why, that is enough to make a man long to sit down and write about it all till he is quite tired." Directly after this Mr. Clemens, in his best manner, started upon a recent experience of his. "I came down from Poona this morning, and got upon the cars before daybreak in the beautiful, bright, soft Indian moonlight. Shortly after we had started the sun got up, and the whole panorama was changed. Looking out of the window, I said to my companion, 'Why, this can't be the same country we came through yesterday. Are we going the same road? Yesterday afternoon the whole country appeared to be a dry, arid, sterile waste. This morning it is a beautiful, glossy, green, and rolling prairie. The hills yesterday, which stood out bleak and bare, without a particle of vegetation, are now a mass of verdure. How do you account for it?' He immediately pointed out that the blue glass of the window, acting upon the old gold color of the sandy tracts we were passing through, caused the optical illusion. 'Well, then,' I said, 'when I want to trade off a back lot of this country I shall see that the man who prospects it wears blue glasses.' At luncheon the topic of precedence came up, and we said that in England the custom was to write the names of the guests on slips of paper and put them on the table, the host telling the various men who they were to take in. Mr. Clemens said that in America it was the habit to give each man an envelope containing a plan of the table and the name of his partner. 'That reminds me,' broke in Mr. Clemens, 'when this fashion first started in New York I was invited to a big dinner. At the entrance stood a colored servant with a silver tray on which were a quantity of envelopes. I thought it was a lottery, and would take a chance anyhow, so I took one and slipped it into my vest pocket. I found the next morning that it was the name of some lady I was supposed to take in to dinner, but I didn't that time anyway. I hope she got on all right without me.' Shortly after this, conversation turned upon fame and notoriety. Mr. Clemens said, 'I thought I was pretty well known, at any rate, in America, but I found it wasn't so. The other day, in New York, I went into a store that was simply plastered from cornice to floor with photographs of celebrities. I asked the young man running that store if he had a photo of Mark Twain. He ran his eyes up and down the walls, and then drawled out, "I don't know. Where is she playing?" Mrs. Clemens capped this by another experience in which she used the nom de plume with equal ill success. Having bought some things in London and giving the man directions, she said that as they were going by the Cunard line he had better send the goods for Mark Twain. "Very well, Mum," he said. "When does she sail?" One could go on almost indefinitely recounting the good things that Mark Twain gave utterance to that afternoon. You will shortly have an opportunity of judging for yourselves in Calcutta. Anyone who misses the treat in store is like him who hath not music in his soul and is fit for treason, conspiracies, and thugs. I trust that I have been able to show in some small degree the light vein of humor that runs through the conversation of this great humorist, and which makes the hours passed in his presence seem to be the very briefest moments. End of interview number 108, read by John Greenman. This is section 109 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview 109. Mark Twain interviewed. First Impressions of India. Englishman, Calcutta, February 8, 1896, page 5. "Mr. Macaulay," a titled lady is said to have once remarked to the essayist, "I am so surprised by your appearance. I thought you were dark and thin, but you are fair, and really, Mr. Macaulay, you are stout." Some such surprise was afforded an Englishman interviewer who called upon Mark Twain at his hotel yesterday afternoon. He was as familiar with the portraits of the great humorist as anyone, and from these he had gathered the impression that the original was stern, dark, and a martinet in appearance. In reality he found him fair, with a ruddy complexion, a gray mustache, and a pair of shaggy eyebrows, whose somewhat severe effect was counteracted by the friendly blue eyes which twinkled beneath. A man of middle height, with erect, well-set-up figure, and abundant head of gray hair, Mark Twain paces up and down the room in a leonine fashion as he converses. He had just arrived from Benares that morning, and told his interviewer that he hadn't been able to leave his room since he entered it through a wretched cold which he had caught on the journey. "I can't go out at all," he said, in his measured American way. "I have got to stick right here and nurse myself. I haven't been able to go out to the tournament today, and I reckon I shan't manage to get to it tomorrow either. It closes tomorrow, doesn't it?" "In consequence of the unprecedented success of the grand military tournament," quoted the interviewer, "2 extra night performances will be given on Monday and Tuesday." "Just so," assented the humorist, "but Monday and Tuesday night I'm engaged to give my At Home, you see." "I hope your cold will be better by that time. When did you catch it?" Mark Twain replied that he had caught it in the train coming from Benares. It was the old story. A draught was playing upon him, but he could not make up his mind to shut the window, and while he was trying to form his resolution he fell asleep, and the mischief was done. This naturally led up to a question as to his experience of Indian railways. "How do you find, Mr. Clemens, that Indian railway journeys compare with similar journeys in the States?" "I find them very comfortable. I don't know what it may be like traveling straight through from Bombay to Calcutta, but there is certainly nothing to complain about in the journey from Bombay to Allahabad." Asked what his impressions were of the country as he was traveling through, Mark Twain said, "I saw, for the most part, great plains, like the prairies you pass over in the States. On the whole, I should say Indian scenery is the more interesting of the two. Still, from Benares west, and from Missouri to the Rocky Mountains, you get very much the same kind of rolling, grassy plains. In India there are more trees, which relieve the monotony of the landscape. Now and then, it is true, I saw deserts such as those which lie behind the Rockies. You have just come from Benares. Would you mind? Certainly, replied Mark Twain, knitting his brows, and speaking with more than his usual deliberation. I think Benares is one of the most wonderful places I have ever seen. It has struck me that a Westerner feels in Benares very much as an Oriental must feel when he is planted down in the middle of London. Everything is so strange, so utterly unlike the whole of one's previous experience. The Brahmini bulls, for example, how did they behave themselves? Those that I saw, very fine-looking cattle, too, said the humorist with a sly twinkle, were peaceable enough. They certainly had a fine, lordly way of going where and taking what they liked. Did you ever have to make room for them? Well, yes, I will make room for a bull any time, Brahmin bull or not. Very different creatures these from the poor starved cows you see in the villages. It's a wonder to me how these animals manage to keep on their legs. We went to see a recluse, continued Mark Twain, a man who is worshipped for his holiness, from one end of India to the other. On the way we saw various images of this saint, and when I saw him coming out of his hut, I at once recognized him from the really excellent likenesses which these images afforded. Look here. This is a portrait of the man, and this is his book. He showed the interviewer the book. It was the Vedic translation by Sri Swami Bhaskaranand Saraswati, with a photograph of the translator as a frontispiece. The holy man is represented sitting cross-legged and scantily clothed. He is said to be over 60, and is certainly a well-preserved man, with a keenly intellectual face. The Englishman representative remarked on this. Yes, said the humorist, that man started with a grand head on his shoulders, and after thinking and reading and improving upon his initial advantages, he came to the conclusion that the greatest object in life is that. He pointed to the photograph, but neither in mockery nor contempt. It may surprise his many readers, but when Mark Twain is serious, he is very serious. He described in graphic language how he stood at the hut of the hermit and wondered what there was in him to worship. Suddenly a man came up who had traveled hundreds of miles for this very object. As soon as he approached near enough, he prostrated himself in the dust and kissed the saint's foot. I had never realized till then what it was to stand in the presence of a divinity. Because, Mark Twain pursued with great animation, he is a divinity, not even an angel. At the age of 17, I am told, he renounced his family ties and embraced the asceticism in which he has lived these 40 years and over. And what effect have these practices had upon him? Is there anything peculiar in his voice, his talk, or his actions? Nothing at all. It is just as though you had taken a very fine, learned, intellectual man, say a member of the Indian government, and unclothed him. There he is. He is minus the trappings of civilization. He hasn't a rag on his back, but he has perfect manners, a ready wit, and a turn for conversation, through an interpreter. Turning to the fly-leaf of the book, Mark Twain pointed to certain Sanskrit signs and relapsed into the humorous vein. "That is his name," he said. "He is so holy that before his name can be written it must be repeated 108 times. I thought that too much even for a god. I made 104 times do. We traded autographs. I said I had heard of him, and he said he had heard of me. Gods lie sometimes, I expect." "On the contrary, it is extremely probable that your books may have cheered him up in his loneliness." Mark Twain laughed. "Hardly, because they would require to have been translated into Sanskrit first." "In that case Sanskrit is almost the only language, I should suppose, in which they have not appeared." "This face," said the humorist, again regarding the portrait, "is a strongly legal one, is it not? You have heard of W. M. Evarts, formerly Secretary of State, and one of the greatest minds America has ever produced. Well, this face at first reminded me strongly of Evarts, but when I looked into it I found that it resembled the face of another noted American." "Who was?" "Dr. DeWitt Talmage, but the head is more intellectual than that of Talmage." "The subject of caste," the humorist proceeded in reply to further inquiries, "seems to me a great mystery. It's a fascinating mystery. Anything more uncongenial to the Western mind and training could not be conceived. When I am told that this man will not drink out of that man's lota (water jug), because if he does so he will be defiled, these are simply so many words to me. I can't grasp the idea. When, again, you say that the man with a special cord round his neck is a Brahmin and twice born, and that because of the cord and what it implies he is to be groveled before, I ask how is it, and I can't for the life of me imagine. When, too, I see a Hindu, the very man, perhaps, who fears defilement so much through the other man's lota, when I see him going down to the muddy, filthy Ganges, and washing himself in and drinking out of water only 15 yards away from where a dead body is lying, I can't help thinking he is at least sincere." "That, I believe, has never been denied." "You read about these things," said Mark Twain, "but here you see them actually going on before your very eyes. You get a glimpse of what India was in the far-off days, before the British power was heard of." "I take it, however, that you, as a Westerner, and particularly as an American, are more interested in the progress which the country has made in various directions under British government than even in the antiquities of Benares." "That is not so," with a decided shake of the head. "I have no hesitation in saying that in all my travels I have never seen anything so remarkable as Benares, or any body so wonderful as that recluse. These modern improvements have been familiar to me for years, but such an experience as the other is only met with once in a lifetime. Not that, of course, I or anyone else can deny the obvious advantages which the British have conferred on India. When one looks at the industrial and educational activity which has been set in motion all over the country, and when one considers its security and prosperity, one cannot help coming to the conclusion that the British government is the best for India, whether the Hindus or Mohammedans like it or not. They themselves are generally willing to acknowledge it as a benefit. I can quite believe that, said Mark Twain. I have myself heard it from the lips of members of both communities. It is my belief that in the development of the world the strongest race will by and by become paramount, the strongest physically and intellectually. Now, if we look round upon the nations, we find that the English race seems to possess both these qualifications. It has spread all over the earth. It is vigorous, prolific, and enterprising. Above all, it is composed of merciful people, the best kind of people for colonizing the globe. Look, for instance, at Canada. Look at the difference between the position of the Canadian Indians and the Indians with whom the United States government has to deal. In Canada, the Indians are peaceful and contented enough. In the United States, there are continual rows with the government, which invariably end in the red man being shot down. And to what cause, Mr. Clemens, do you attribute this difference? I attribute it to the greater humanity with which the Indians are treated in Canada. In the States, we shut them off into reservation, which we frequently encroached upon. Then ensued trouble. The red men killed settlers, and, of course, the government had to order out troops and put them down. If an Indian kills a white man, he is sure to lose his life, but if a white man kills a redskin, he never suffers according to law. Is not the Negro difficulty somewhat allied to the Red Indian question? No doubt. But I am of the opinion that in course of time that difficulty will settle itself. The Negroes at present are merely freed slaves, and you can't get rid of the effects of slavery in one or even 2 generations. But things will right themselves. We have given the Negro the vote, and he must keep it. Is there then any likelihood of intermixture? Not the slightest. The white and the black population, however, will in time learn to tolerate each other and work harmoniously for the common good. They will coexist very much as the different races in India have done for centuries. You have then been struck by the distinctive races who inhabit the continent of India? One cannot help that. Take the Parsees in Bombay. What a fine race they are! How intelligent, how accomplished, how proficient in English! I must say the same, however, of most of the native princes we saw, notably the Gaekwar of Baroda, and my wife tells me that the women are equally proficient. Have you yet come across the Bengali Babu? No, said Mark Twain, looking as though he had reserved his brightest smile for this question. Not yet in the flesh, but in literature can I ever forget him? He flaunted the immortal biography of Onukul Chundur Mukherjee in our representative's face. I am renewing my acquaintance with this book, he remarked. I read it when it first came out, but have not seen it for years. Now I am coming back to it with fresh zest. And yet, Mark Twain said, growing grave again, and yet it is astonishing to recognize the fluency of the writer. Here is one sentence which in expression and construction is faultless English, yet in the next Mukherjee tumbles into bathos. It is more remarkable even than it is funny. Mark Twain certainly had a shocking cold. The Englishman representative could not help noticing it, intent though he was upon the humorist's words. He had been fatigued, too, by the previous night's journey, and taking pity upon him on account of both these considerations, the interviewer shook hands and departed. End of interview number 109, read by John Greenman. This is section 110 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 110, Mark Twain in Calcutta. Statesman, Calcutta, February 8, 1896, page 3. The great interest in every country and among all peoples is the human interest, said Mr. S.L. Clemens to a Statesman representative who called upon him yesterday at the Hotel Continental to express a hope that 3 weeks in an Indian climate had not sufficed to merge Mark Twain, the author, into Mr. Clemens, the invalid. It was pleasant to shake hands with the author of so much laughter, and to see the face so familiar in the photographer's window, with its framework of white hair and its deep-set, genial eyes. Can this quiet, reposeful-looking person, whose cultivated look and deliberate manner are indicative of the habit of introspection and of acquaintance with books, have really spent some of his earlier years in heaving the lead, shouting "Mark Twain" on steamboats of the kind with which other American humorists have made us familiar, where, in order to get up sufficient steam to race a rival, hams are thrown on the fires, and a nigger is seated on the safety valve? Surely, if this be a natural development from the miner of Nevada, then Bret Harte has been uniquely reproached with idealizing his dashing adventures of pine woods and mining camps. Incredulity, however, melts away at the recollection that Mr. Clemens has the honor to belong to a country where every man is, at any rate in sober British conception, a quick-change artist, equipped more thoroughly for the battle of life than most people of effete Europe. The fame of your fever reached us from Bombay, Mr. Clemens. We were almost afraid there would be no chance of welcoming you to Calcutta.
Yes, I was in bed for 7 days, though I had at first, of course, no idea of going there, but we missed the Calcutta boat at Colombo. However, I have no fever now, and hope to be quite equal to my work here. I shall not stir out for the next 24 hours.
India has charmed you already, has it not?
If I have seen anything like India anywhere before, it was years ago, perhaps in the Holy Land. But here there is so much life and color. It is all on such a big scale. Everything is so thoroughly alive. I spent 2 days at Benares, and found the place full of interest. Ceylon has been my nearest approach to the tropics. I have never before been so close to the equator, if I except a short visit to Fiji. I hope to return to Ceylon before I go to Africa.
From here you go
to Delhi, Cawnpore, Lucknow, and Agra. I hope to go to Ceylon afterwards from Bombay, also to see something of southern India.
You will not go to one of our hill stations?
I should have liked to see Darjeeling, but I am afraid it will be too far. I am told that the Himalayan scenery is on a much grander scale than that of Switzerland, for instance, but I think that impression must be largely aided by one's knowledge of the actual figures. You can't tell the size of things by looking at them. You remember the tale of the 3 men on one of the plains of America, there was no bush or anything to gauge distance by, and they saw far away something which one of them thought was a troop of mounted Indians. Another took it for a herd of buffaloes. It turned out to be a big rabbit.
What is your program for Calcutta in the matter of sightseeing?
The interest of Calcutta is, of course, chiefly historical. Clive, Warren Hastings, and the Black Hole. I mean to see as much as possible. The Indian interest has been greater elsewhere.
Have you found traveling in India pleasant?
The American sleeping car is a model of luxury and magnificence. In the Indian car there is not a suggestion of either, yet the Indian carriage is more comfortable. One has plenty of air, and a night's rest is refreshing. On the whole, I appreciate the Indian train, though I caught my cold in it.
Your book may presumably not be expected for a year or so?
Quite that. I am taking a heap of notes, but I have still a tour of several weeks in South Africa before I even go to England to begin it.
The interviewer would willingly have added a question or two, for so important a personage does not often come his way in these latitudes. But though Mark Twain is, in general, so he says, amenable to such little attentions, his present want of perfect health demands consideration, and he was left in peace. End of interview number 110, read by John Greenman. This is section 111 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 111, Mark Twain in Calcutta. Indian Daily News, Calcutta, March 26, 1896. Mr. and Mrs. S. L. Clemens and Miss Clemens arrived in Calcutta yesterday morning and put up at the Hotel Continental. During the afternoon they embarked on board the B.I.S. Company's steamer Warda, en route to Ceylon, the Mauritius, and Cape Town, where the great humorist will make a somewhat lengthened stay. One of the members of our staff called on him yesterday, and found him in the office of the hotel, comfortably ensconced in an easy-chair, and smoking a meerschaum black with age. In answer to a question, Mr. Clemens said he had recovered his usual health. Miss Clemens, however, was suffering from a slight attack of malarial fever, but was much better. Their medical attendant had advised their immediate departure from Calcutta, where the heat was very trying, to sea, the breeze of which would soon restore her to her usual health. Questioned as to a statement made by a local contemporary that he had parted with the copyright of his forthcoming work for £10,000, Mr. Clemens said there was no truth in it, and he did not know how it had got abroad. It was unlikely, he added, that he would sell outright the copyright to any of his works, as he claimed and readily obtained a royalty on the sale of every copy of his works. It was all a gamble, he went on to say. For instance, when he was an almost unknown author, an American publisher offered him £2,000 for the copyright of The Innocents Abroad. He refused the offer, as he did not know how the book would take, and he had now no desire that any publisher should lose through him. If Du Maurier was now to write a new book, after the success of Trilby, he would never dream, Mr. Clemens continued, of selling its copyright outright. He, Du Maurier, had sold the copyright of that work to Mr. Harper, who had made such a good thing out of it that they were giving donations over and above the price paid for the copyright. He thought he now recollected how the newspaper paragraph about the sale of his new book came about. An American publisher had made him an offer of £4,000 for it, £3,000 to be paid down at once, and the remainder on the sales. He had refused this offer, and was now considering other contracts,
but he certainly would never part with the copyright of any of his works. His book would, perhaps, be worth more than £10,000. He had a large mass of notes he has taken during his trip in India, which, from want of time, he had not yet been able to touch, amusements and business having kept him fully occupied during his Indian tour. He did not even hope to get the book out in 6 months, and would, perhaps, commence work at Cape Town. He was afraid to say anything as to the impression he had formed in India of things Indian, as they were so vast and complex and required time to digest. He repeated that publishing books was all a gamble, self-interest, of course, guiding both the author and publisher. End of interview number 111, read by John Greenman. This is section 112 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 112, Standard, Madras, April 1, 1896. The British India Company's S.S. Warda, which arrived off Madras about 8 o'clock on Monday night and was piloted into the harbor at daylight yesterday, carries the immortal Mark Twain and Mrs. and Miss Clemens away from India to Cape Town via Colombo and Port Louis. A Calcutta daily giving him the tip as to the celebrated Humorist's departure from the City of Palaces on Thursday night last, a representative of the Madras Standard proceeded on board yesterday afternoon to interview him. Our reporter confesses to a sense of disappointment as he first set eyes upon the distinguished globe-trotter because of his advanced years and a drawn paleness of countenance that suggested anything but the aspect of an active tourist anxious to take graphic notes of all he saw and heard. So far from impressing him with the vigor of middle manhood, at least, and an active desire to know all about everything around him, Mr. Clemens appears to have given his interviewer the idea that he meant to take the rest of life as easily as surrounding circumstances would permit. The veteran author, then, was on the saloon deck, buried behind the pages of a Madras paper, reclining in an attitude of repose well into a deep cane-bottomed chair. It seemed almost a cruelty to disturb this dolce far niente pleasant leisure, but pabulum the pressman must have when he has set his mind upon it, and this is how the ice was broken. "Mr. Clemens, I presume," said our representative, laying his card upon a handy tea-stand within focus of Mark's glasses. "The same, sir. Glad to meet you, I am sure. Sit down. Not wearied yet with interviewing, I hope?" "Well, no. I have the last 3 or 4 days myself been occupied nursing a cold, and I don't mind meeting press people anywhere. We are brought up to regard interviewing across the water as part of our lives, you know. Yes, thank you, my daughter has much improved, but I cannot make out why I am so troubled with this cold. It has stuck to me in spite of everything, even 2 weeks spent in bed, but I must say that, notwithstanding this inconvenience, I have enjoyed my tour. When this boat leaves Madras today, I suppose I will be leaving India quite behind me. Let me see. I landed at Bombay in the middle of January, and here is the 31st of March. It seems such a short time, and India is such a large place to study. You are right. We call at Colombo and Port Louis, and then push on to Cape Town. All going well, I hope to reach America again next September. About the price I have been offered for my book. It is not true that I have been offered £10,000 for it, because no publisher, at least I have never heard of one, offers what he considers an author's possible share in a lump sum, but the statement may have grown out of the fact that a publisher offers you in advance 1/4 of what he considers will be your ultimate profit on the book. I said in Calcutta that I was offered that quarter, but I have not and shan't make any contract. I don't usually make a contract as regards a book yet to be written. That £10,000 you speak of would not be good business. It wouldn't be wise of the publisher to offer it, but to offer you 1/4 would be rational, and it would be also rational to the author to have it. Rational because it protects his book from being neglected. A publisher is only a human being. He might get a book worth publishing more than yours, and the chances are that he will neglect your book if no money has been paid, and so silence his conscience. He won't attempt to do that if he pays you down something. Did I find India precisely the place it was represented to be? Well, hardly. You seem to know, of course, that this is my first visit to India. I came here, like many others, with only a very vague idea of the country, and I am bound to confess that I did not find it the immensely wealthy place it has been described as. But I am not surprised at that at all, because it is the showy side of the globe that reaches the remotest region, whether that showy side exists or not. In California, for instance, people have an idea that the gold dust is merely to be scooped up. Go there, and you realize the nakedness of things. A feature that has struck me very forcibly in India is the poverty of the country. This was something I knew of only vaguely before. It is poverty compared with the poverty I have been acquainted with, and it is also a poverty based upon a certain value which does not exist in the country I come from. Somebody on this very ship told me that it doesn't make any difference how low wages in India are, the working man will save something out of it. He said, "Don't deceive yourself when people talk to you about low wages. Take the case of a man who earns rands 7 a month," he pointed out one to me, "and lower than that sometimes. I should think it would cost that man all that to live and yet leave him something to lay by. Wherever that is the case, then I would not say it was abject poverty, but then this is looking at it all through a false medium. The values are not the same here as they are in other countries. We think the Italians are very poor until we have lived in Italy. Then we readily find that there are really no poor Italians. When you come to examine their circumstances, they have enough in life to live upon and to save. It is not possible for a stranger to tell what widespread poverty is. I know, though, from reading Buckle on India, that it is the very home of poverty, and he's an authority, I suppose, we should respect. All the aspects of the country are poverty. A stranger could never mistake it for anything but poverty. It is the Anglo-Indian who calls your attention to the fact that the wages do not prove poverty. It would be the same in Europe or America as here, if the conditions were the same. You can't create a famine in Europe or America, but you can here, and the people die off from actual want of food, a thing which can't happen in Europe or the United States. Only in Ireland. You want to know how famines can be created? I mean that in those countries there is no failure which is universal, no failure of foods which keep people alive. Here the failure of the crops is universal at times, and when a district can't be approached in time by railway, famine prevails, and the mighty masses die of sheer starvation. Here is Madras, with a population of 35 millions, I think. That means half the population of the United States, and I consider the area they occupy would represent about half the territory of the United States. Now, fancy that great mass to have to supply food to. I took particular interest in the appearance of the land between Bombay and Calcutta, and I do not think that much of it is allowed to go waste. Wherever water is accessible, the soil seems to have been diligently tilled. And as regards General Booth's scheme, I have read something of it, but I do not think he can hope to succeed if he means to sandwich the religion of the Salvation Army with his peasant settlement scheme. It may amuse you to know that I first believed General Booth's scheme was intended to import paupers and the milder sort of criminals from among the surplus population of England. I do not think any country would like that unless the settlement was removed some considerable distance from decent habitations. A slight fit of coughing here interrupted the interview. Then Mr. Clemens proceeded. I am killed with this cold since morning. We went ashore and breakfast at the hotel near Spencer's shop, intending to drive around Madras afterwards, but I found I could not manage it. I wasn't equal to the heat with this cold, so I left my family to do that. By the way, who is the Roman general on horseback on one of your broad roads? Sir Thomas Munro, did you say? That takes one way back in your history to Clive. Yes, I recollect now. He was one of your early governors. And that just reminds me, Lord Wenlock was your last governor. I remember reading of him in the Pioneer and one or two other papers. The Pioneer made him out a failure. I think it a mistake myself to send out your landed noblemen to administer this vast country. They are not cut out for administrative work, and are better left on their wealthy estates. You want men who are born to govern, and who have made statesmanship a lifelong study. Your new governor comes up to that mark, I am told. And what is that very telling structure there by that lighthouse? The High Court of Madras? It is so pleasant to see that. It has a proper look, as if it belonged to the country. This distinctly European architecture over here, the GPO, General Post Office, is a false note, too European altogether. I like Oriental architecture in its place. You ask me a very large question when you say, have I made the acquaintance of the National Congress as an Indian institution? Well, I have read of it, here a little and there a little, and all I can understand is that the men composing it want a little more independence than they now have. I know little of their aims, but with the scholarly qualifications of the Hindus who sit in this Congress, I have been very much struck. I have recently read a book by Mr. Skrine, who has just been promoted to a commissionership in Burma, Chittagong, dealing with the merits of a Hindu friend of the higher caste. Mr. Skrine makes certain quotations from letters written by his friend and that Hindu was so much a master of our language, he went into such excellent niceties, which you couldn't expect except in a man born English and bred to his own mother tongue. Now this Hindu was a born native of this country and educated in this country. He was very learned in Western educational sciences, and his English was flowing, easy, and ever so idiomatic. This great aptitude on the part of the native of this country to excel in the English language is what one is confronted with all the time. There is, however, one good quality they lack as a nation. I believe they like to be called a nation, and that is inventive genius in the various practical arts. England, as you know, has attained greatness chiefly on account of the inventive genius of her sons. There are many who suppose that America is the home of inventions. This is a mistake. We rank, but falsely, as the inventors of the world, but we do what is worth a great deal more. We take up an invention and work at it till it results in something perfect. Promoters of inventions would be the proper way of describing us Americans, and there is a reason for it. England invented Colt's revolvers 3 or 4 centuries ago. She invented the application of steam power to machinery way back in Charles II's time. England invented the telegraph 60 years ago, but she has thrown away her great inventions for the reason that she has had no patent law to protect them. England had Wheatstone's system of telegraph, but because she did not stick to it, Morse in America worked at it, and a hard time of it he had, too, till he developed the present electric telegraph. But then he had the patent law to protect him. It was only during the past 15 or 20 years that England has had a patent law worth anything. It is true that men in America waste fortunes on patents that turn out failures, but it is also true that they make larger fortunes on patents that turn out successful. Yes, I have been interested in the recent situation between England and America, but I never doubted for a moment that the warlike talk was based upon nothing. The latest news is, I see, that they are getting into a rational and satisfactory state. Arbitration is to be resorted to, after all. I knew that common sense would get the advantage of all concerned presently. It was absolutely silly to think that America and England would ever fire a shot at each other. I hope to reach Colombo on Friday. I am engaged for 2 at-homes there, I believe, not 3. Thence I go on to Mauritius and South Africa. This boat I am in just suits my mood at present. I am in no hurry to get along. The more salt air I breathe, the better I feel. We had a fine passage down from Calcutta, except for a current that took about 30 miles off the rate of our travel each day. The Warda is not one of those boats that cover 500 miles a day, but without running away from herself, she keeps in the neighborhood of 200. Thank you very much for your kind wishes. I have had nothing else all over India, and will carry the best recollections of this country home with me. Concluding the interview thus, Mr. Clemens strolled to the other end of the deck to watch Harmston's menagerie being hauled inboard. End of interview number 112, read by John Greenman.
This is section 113 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 113, Mark Twain in Durban. Natal, Mercury, Durban, South Africa, May 8, 1896, page 3. Read by John Greenman.
He's staying at the Royal. You might get an interview with him. With whom? Queried the reporter to whom the remark was addressed by his editor. Why, Mark Twain. Oh, the YMCA young man, you mean? No, I don't. You're thinking of Mark Me. I mean Samuel Langhorne Clemens, the author of The Jumping Frog.
Which appeal to the early reading days of the journalist brought him to a sense of the urgency of the mission, and straightway he sallied forth to meet in the flesh the man who had erstwhile been such a familiar spirit in the sparkling pages of Roughing It, or the perennial Innocents Abroad. The Mercury man at the Royal Hotel sought out Mr. Carlyle Smythe, who was acting as agent to the distinguished tourist, and was, through him, introduced to Mark Twain in bed. It was approaching noon, but the fatigues of travel, on a constitution which is not by any means so vigorous as it once was, had rendered it advisable that Mr. Clemens should take the rest he had been for the previous day or two deprived of. The veteran author spoke first of all of his visits to India and Australia, and said he had received nothing but kindness from the people of both countries.
I have had a delightful time in India. I only wish my stay could have been extended 2 or 3 years longer. But, he added with regret, the heat came and drove us out. During our 3 months' stay there, however, we had an opportunity of seeing the region stretching between Bombay and Calcutta.
Your tour began when?
I left America on the 23rd of August last year.
And you have been wandering about ever since?
Well, yes. We have been knocking about since then, but extensive traveling has never been a proclivity of mine. I never have enjoyed it. It has never been my own desire.
And the reporter thought of the never-ending fund of enjoyment those unenjoyable travels had afforded most people in the world. Then, of course, you were away during the Venezuela scare.
Yes, I heard of it while in Australia.
What did you think of it?
I think it was a foolish thing. I could not imagine how so near approach to a breach between England and America could have happened upon what seemed to be such a slight, such inadequate grounds, and I can't now any more than I could 3 months ago. I cannot still understand where there was occasion for a talk of war.
You don't think the feelings of the American people are inclined that way?
To my mind, it would be impossible for the American people to desire a breach with England, and I do not think it will ever come to that.
And there was a tone of earnestness about the remarks of the speaker which bore the stamp of sincere conviction. Will you tell me, Mr. Clemens, how you came to take to writing?
I entered journalism simply without intending it. It is just what happens in all frontier towns and in all new places. Half your time, your vocation, if you have one, has no place there, and you must seek another, and you're apt to find it by accident. I found a vacancy in a newspaper office when I wasn't looking for one. That was in Nevada, in the silver mining days.
And your newspaper work developed into book writing?
I was asked to write a book, and I did it. Otherwise it would never have occurred to me. After a time I went to Europe. The tourist business had not begun then, and so that sort of thing was novel enough to make a publisher see that a book on it might have a commercial value. So at his instigation I wrote. And you have written how many books? About 14 or 15 altogether. I know it is very slow work, for I have been writing between 29 and 30 years, but I never worked very diligently. The book you have in hand will be descriptive of my tour. I have got a mass of material for it, but I do not exactly know when it will be published. Delays may arise through waiting for the season. It will be published in England, I presume, for the purpose of securing the copyright. How do you find the new international copyright agreement between England and America works? It works very well, for the reason that if a book is likely to have a big sale, the mere setting of it up in America is nothing at all. As you know, in order to secure a copyright in America, the work must be set up and printed in the States. No English publisher would send the sheets of a book 3,000 miles unless it were probable that the work was going to have a big sale, while if an enormous circulation was from the first assured, no publisher would scruple about the slightly additional cost of having the book set up in America. So you see, it only acts as a check upon works of trifling commercial value. How does it affect Canada? As far as I know, Canada has her own copyright laws, and the convention between England and America does not really affect her. Yet Canada has had always a sort of double privilege, and has been able to reprint both English and American books without regard to the copyright. But of course it would not pay her to reprint a book unless she got information before its publication that it was going to be a great success, and even then it would be only conditional upon her getting advance slips of the work. Take a case as an illustration. If the Prince of Wales announced his intention of writing a book, there would be the assurance of an enormous demand throughout the world, and if Canada could manage to get an early copy, she could flood the American market with a cheap edition and destroy the regular publication. But if John Smith or William Jones or some person of no prominence were to announce a novel, Canada would be asleep, and when it hit the public taste under some sudden impulse, would be unable to step in. A book which had that kind of fortune was Wallace's Ben-Hur. That lay on the shelves in Harper's warehouse for a couple of years, and no sale at all took place till President Garfield delivered his opinion of the book in highly complimentary terms. Then started up a sudden and prodigious call for Ben-Hur, too late for Canada to meet, and Harper's supplied 1,000,000 copies to the public of the United States. The case of Trilby, however, is a curious one. It was very apparent long before it was finished in Harper's Magazine that the book was going to have a great sale, and it was a circumstance which, in the light of former practices, Canada should have taken advantage of. The copyright law, continued Mr. Clemens as he warmed to a subject in which he is naturally well versed, is to encourage local literature and discourage the imported article. Now, just consider what happens in England today. Zola or any prominent French novelist can flood the English market with his books, and the only result is that they Frenchify the morals of the readers, and inflict a mighty serious damage. International copyright ought to go beyond the mere dollars and cents involved. It should shut out pernicious literature, and copyright should only be extended to books that could be approved of.
What do you think of the general leaning of the literary taste today?
Taste, for a while, as you will be aware, leant towards the romantic, uncleanly erratic scurf, which was undoubtedly created by the wide dissemination of French novels in England and America, but that seems to have run its course, and there seems to be a sort of lull in the matter of taste. Trilby is the only book I can now call to mind as having caught on, and I think the reason of its great popularity is merely that it gives a felicitous view of a sort of artistic Parisian life which was fresh to the world, and taking. It was most happily done, and out of the common of what people were reading.
But take Rudyard Kipling.
Kipling's books were out of the common. His field was new, and his gifted treatment of it gave it interest that commanded a wide popularity, and deservedly so.
We are looking forward eagerly to your new book, Mr. Clemens, and we shall all await your opinions on the South African situation.
Well, about that, smilingly replied the humorist, I shall have to ask you to furnish me the news. I did hear of an outbreak in Johannesburg just as we were leaving Melbourne, and we were told by cablegram that Jameson had crossed the line with 700 men. Well, for a moment we did not know what line he had crossed, and wherever we have been since there have been such wide intervals between the scraps of information we got that it has been almost impossible to follow the course of events. At Delagoa Bay we heard that some cipher correspondence had been discovered, and that it had changed the complexion of things, but that was about all we knew.
Still, you can tell me what you thought of Delagoa Bay?
We had little opportunity of observing it, but it is just every bit what one would expect where Portugal is the paramount authority. Portugal doesn't seem to be able to take care of herself in a very effective way, let alone manage a colony. The same incompetency is shown by the Spaniards in Goa. It is almost a farce. Last January the news would come to us every day at Bombay how some Spanish prince with 300 soldiers at his back had endangered his life in battle against 36 natives. It seemed to me that Delagoa Bay at the time of the creation was intended for an important port in Africa, the most important port in southern Africa, in energetic and intelligent hands, but to remember that it is in the possession of the Portuguese is to recognize that it is not in energetic and intelligent hands, and that its development to the importance which it ought to possess is never to be expected.
You came from Delagoa in the Arundel Castle, I think.
Yes.
What do you think of her?
She is really a perfect passenger boat. Everything that one could hope for, and the table is most excellent. I only remember once coming across so good a cuisine, and that was on a French boat between New Haven and Dieppe, where, if you would expect anything, it would be good cooking.
Then when do you complete your tour?
After leaving South Africa I shall stay, I think, some months in some corner of England, some village perhaps, and get on with my book." "Which we all hope will be successful," remarked the pressman as he shook hands with the laughter-maker and bowed himself out. End of interview number 113, read by John Greenman. This is section 114 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 114, A Chat with Mark Twain. Star, Johannesburg, May 18, 1896, page 4. Ushered into the best bedroom of the Grand National, writes a Star reporter who spent an hour in the company of Mark Twain this forenoon, one finds the famous humorist still in bed, enjoying his pipe and his paper. In order to express his thorough unconventionality, he has propped himself up with pillows, with the headpiece from which have proceeded Huck Finn, Tom Sawyer, and dozens of others we all know and like, at the foot of the bed instead of the top. From a mountain of bedclothes a pair of kindly, grisly eyes look out at you. The mouth is clear and firm, but with a telltale twist at the corners which proclaims the man for what he is. The forehead seems benignity itself, and is unusually broad and lofty. You are heartily bidden welcome, and before many moments have passed, Mark, you may say Mr. Clemens, but you think of him as Mark, is telling you that, as a man who knows Western America reasonably well, he scouts the idea of there being an American people there quite different from the Easterners, a people who are virtually anti-English. The possibility of war between England and her mighty offshoot he dismisses as being not worth serious discussion. They were made to help and stand by each other, those two nations, he goes on to say, and he adds that had England decided to fight for the sake of the Armenians, the American nation would have backed England with all her might. He does not agree with you, though, that there is a party in America who makes it its business to be always pulling the lion's tail. When messages like the famous Cleveland Dispatch are sent, he says, they are honestly meant by the people who send them, but he does not think that at the back of the sender's mind is the idea of proceeding to extremities. Mr. Cleveland, he maintains, is a statesman, and has made very few blunders. He adds rather sadly that there are no Websters or Calhouns in American politics today, but he repeats, Mr. Cleveland is a statesman. Mr. McKinley he regards as an excrescence. He is the top of a wave, that is all, and Mark does not seem to take him seriously. Mention of McKinleyism brings you naturally to the subject of the American presidential election, and you ask who will come out at the top of the poll. "Well," Mark returns, very solemnly, "you know, that reminds me of a tale of Browning. Somebody read a line of Sordello to him, and asked what it meant. Browning said that once there were two who knew, but one was up there," pointing to the sky, "and he was not the other. Now, I suppose there is one up there who knows. I am not the other. Still, I should say the Republicans will win unless they commit some very bad blunder, and blundering is the prerogative of the Democrats." Coming to more personal matters, you ask him what sort of an experience he has found traveling in South Africa to be, and he replies that, except for the stretch from the Natal border into Johannesburg, he has found it not only endurable but enjoyable. Asked if he had found us unusually stolid in South Africa, he says, "Far from it," and goes on to say that wherever he had addressed English-speaking people, he has found a quick and appreciative response to his efforts to amuse them. In this connection he says that one of the things he cannot understand is the popular reputation of the Scotch as regards the appreciation of humor.
No one, he says emphatically, enjoys anything humorous more intensely than a Scotsman does. You are reminded of the saying attributed to a Scotch member of the present Parliament, that it is only English jokes which need to be let into the skull of the Scot by means of a surgical operation. He thinks that just as public taste in novel reading has advanced wonderfully during the past 20 years, so it has advanced in regard to humorous writing. The public demand that its jokes shall be sharp, clean, pointed. Asked what is his favorite book among his own writings, Mark replies dryly that he really isn't familiar with them and must be excused from replying. He says he has only taken up one of his books to read after writing them, and that was Huckleberry Finn. He read that once to a little girl in his family, and, he owns it shamefacedly, he laughed over it, whereupon his young critic sharply reproved him for laughing at what he had written himself. That experience, he says, was so discouraging that he never ran the risk of repeating it. His most popular books, that is, judging by the sales, and that's a consideration, you know, are Roughing It and the first Innocents Abroad. Then comes the Prince and the Pauper. By and by the talk turns upon some of the American authors he knows, and you mention the brilliant little group which includes Curtis, Howells, Cable, and Stockton. This gives him the opportunity of launching into an exquisite bit of criticism of Howells. "Howells," he says enthusiastically, "is one of the very best literary men America has produced. There is no bludgeoning with him. He is the rapier method. You English don't like him because he once adversely criticized Dickens, and, I believe, even Thackeray. But we honor him as a man who delivers his verdicts after weighing the evidence most carefully, a man who dispatches this aspirant or that, not hurriedly or with passion, but slowly, deliberately, almost lovingly. Howells is a gentle, kindly, refined spirit. He is too good for this world. In my opinion, there is never a trace of affection or superiority in either the man or his books, though he is accused of both." Discussing some recent literary phenomena, Mark tells you that one of the remarkable things of the century, in his opinion, is the Bellamy boom. He knows Edward Bellamy well, and he is perfectly convinced that nobody was more surprised than the writer of Looking Backward himself when it was made clear that hundreds of thousands of people in the United States had accepted that book as a new gospel. Nor did the publishers expect much of it. "For the first edition," says Mark, "was about as scrofulous-looking and mangy a volume as I have set eyes on." Yet in a few months 250,000 copies had been sold, and the publishers were turning out 2,000 copies a day. In all probability the sales constituted a record. Trilby and Ben-Hur have been the only things like it. Many other subjects does Mark touch upon, and all in an interesting way. But other callers are pressing, and you take your leave with a cordial handshake, and an expression of the wish that succeeding visitors may take up less of your host's time. End of interview number 114, read by John Greenman. This is section 115 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview 115, Mark Twain, Mr. Clemens on the Rand. Standard and Diggers News, Johannesburg, May 18, 1896, page 4. Read by John Greenman. Mark Twain arrived last night by the Natal train from Durban. It is impossible to feel otherwise than at ease with this unaffected, courteous gentleman, and the treasured recollection of glorious evenings spent over A Tramp Abroad and A Yankee at the Court of King Arthur faded into dimness before the spoken words of the great humorist. "Mr. Daly sent for me," Mark Twain was saying when he was interrupted. Greetings over, the pleasant voice resumed. "Yes, Mr. Daly, the great theater manager, wrote a note and sent for me, asking me to come and see him. He gave me most minute details as to how I was to reach the back door of the theater down a little lane, through a cigar shop, and so to the rear entrance of the building. I had been reading then about a great bench show, a competitive dog show, down at New Haven, where they had a great St. Bernard, the prize dog of the United States. As I understand it, it was about the height of an ordinary table, and weighed some 180 pounds. Its dimensions every way were extraordinary, and I was becomingly impressed, although, mind you, I was no judge of bench shows, had hardly ever seen one. Well, I followed my directions, went through the cigar shop, down the lane, and reached the little back door where a mighty big Irishman was located. I pushed the door open, but the Irishman said, "Wait." I waited. Then he said, "What do you want, anyway?" I said I wanted to see Mr. Daly. "You can't." "But he invited me, sent me a letter to come." "To this door?" "He did, to this door." "Well, you can't see him, and I say, don't smoke, put out that cigar." I put down that cigar and took out my letter. He looked at it, upside down, and handed it back. "You might just read it, will you? My sight's not much." I read it to him, and he didn't seem impressed. "What name do you call yours?" "Mark." "Whole of it?" "No, Mark Twain." "What's your business?" "Oh, I'm in the show line." "Oh, you're in the show business, are you? In what line?" Well, I hadn't quite made up my mind to what my show business was, but a great St. Bernard just then came by, a large dog, quite the height of the table, so I said, "Running a bench show." "Is that so? Where at?" "Down at New Haven." "Are you running the big bench show at New Haven, where the big St. Bernard is?" "That's so." "Been in the business a long time?" "Yes, most of my time." "And you got a big dog there? What about this one?" Well, I sized that dog up, and he looked a powerful big animal, so I said, 127 pounds. That Irishman got up, and he said, "Man, you've beat it. It weighs 125 pounds. Man, you are a judge of dogs. Just 2 pounds over. Well, I say, light your cigar. Here's a match, and it is Mr. Daly you were wanting to see?" "It was." "Well, come away up this way. Mind your head. These stairs might be pesky." And he showed me into Mr. Daly's room. Daly turned around and said, "Oh, by the way, about that man. I forgot to tell you about him. How did you get in?" "By the back way." "By the back way? Well, you're the first man that's got past that Irishman in 18 years. I thought General Grant and a battery of artillery would fail to get past that hall-keeper. It was an accident, but it saved me some trouble." Mr. Clemens ceased speaking, and the sound of his Missouri tongue seemed to have opened infinite possibilities to the understanding of books that one had read so long ago. Mr. Clemens enjoyed his journey from Maritzburg, and managed to shorten the way marvelously by the help of two well-primed travelers
who invaded his compartment. I tried to explain that the car was reserved for royalties, but as they only saw two princes they refused to be impressed. First thing they asked was what my business was. I said, writing books. They thought I said keeping books, so to encourage me they said, "Well, there's a countryman of yours here, one Hammond, who's done well. He might manage to get you a job. Where did you keep them last?" "In New York with the Standard Oil Company." Then they began to call the Standard Oil Company for everything they knew. It seems one of them had a small grocery store out in New York, and he'd dropped money over the company. I got nervous in case they asked too much. Evidently they looked on the Standard Oil Company as a sort of cuttlefish or anaconda, or whatever they fancied swallowed most. One of them asked, "What's the finest Florida?" This rather got me, but I ventured 40 cents. "What, wholesale?" No, retail. It's only 20 cents wholesale, but it's been fluctuating. I found 7 cents was enough, but I got away from that subject. The conversation turned to Italy, and Mr. Clemens had much to say of the pleasure he found in his 10 months' stay in Florence. "I lived 3 miles outside the city wall. I used to watch the sunsets there from the esplanade. The sun set exactly behind the Palazzo Vecchio. How I reveled in the rose-tinted mist! It seemed like a dream city, so that one could not believe it real. Every evening for 10 months that marvelous prospect never failed us." It came out in the conversation that Mr. Clemens had crossed the Atlantic 15 times in the last 5 years, on visits to his family in Germany and Paris. Later the talk turned to the troubles of the Transvaal, and Mark Twain had something to say of the locust swarms he had passed through on his way from Maritzburg. "It was 10 o'clock when we saw them first. Then they grew thicker and darker. I've never seen locusts that thick before. When I looked on the great clouds with the sun shining on them, they seemed like burnished silver. At one place there were great silver-plated acres of veld, all due to the locusts. When you looked at them against the sun, each black silhouette was distinct. When the sun shone on their gauzy wings, they made the best imitation of a snowstorm I have ever seen." Locusts were not the only topic of conversation. "Yes, you have had a fearful time here lately," Mr. Clemens said, "what with wars, revolutions, rinderpest, locusts, drought, and me. I guess you can go no further with plagues. Now that I've come, you must take a change for the better." Under no happier auspices could this be done than those of Mark Twain. End of interview number 115, read by John Greenman. This is section 116 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 116, Mark Twain on the Rand. Times, Johannesburg, May 18, 1896, page 5. Read by John Greenman. Last night the Natal train, by which Mark Twain was expected, arrived in fairly good time. In the course of a conversation with the Times representative, Mark Twain showed that he took a very keen interest in the local political situation. "Years ago," he said, "I was going from Southampton to New York when I met Mrs. John Hayes Hammond, whose husband was on the Reform Committee. I found she and I had much in common. She was born in Missouri. So was I. She had lived a long time in California. So had I. And we were therefore fellow Americans. When I at last decided to come to Africa, I tried to recall the name of the pleasant lady I had met on board the ocean steamer, but I could not succeed. "You know," explained the speaker, "I am such a wretched hand at remembering people's names. I even forgot my own at times, and often have to give a fictitious name to the police. I was terribly aggravated at this unfortunate lapse of memory, and it was only when stopping at Durban 3 days ago, when I saw a telegraphic message stating that Mr. John Hayes Hammond was a political prisoner in the jail at Pretoria, that the name came back to me. I understand that Mrs. Hammond is not here, but I will certainly make a point of going and renewing the acquaintance."
"How did you like the journey up from Natal?" put in the pressman.
"The carriages on the Natal line are all right. I like them. But I seldom can sleep in a train anywhere, and when I do sleep it does me little good, as it is not at all refreshing. I see in the papers that one of the reform prisoners has committed suicide. It is a most terrible case, and is really infinitely pitiful," said Mark Twain pathetically. "You know, I take a great interest in the political situation, but at the same time I consider politics here are in an inextricable tangle."
"Good expression," put in the pressman.
"The first I heard of the Jameson raid was when in Albany, Western Australia. It was just the bare fact of the incursion having taken place. At Colombo we got nothing further that was definite beyond the fact of the defeat, and we were without any more news till we got to Bombay, although it was aggravating to reflect that particulars were passing under the sea along the wire we were passing over. From that day to this I have been getting more and more bewildered through missing weeks of news at a time. From Calcutta to Mauritius I was in a state of handsome suspense, until at last I heard that the leaders were all in jail, and I could not for the life of me make out what it was for."
"You will hear enough about it in Johannesburg," put in the Times man.
"I believe you have no municipality here. Isn't that curious?"
said the man from America. "It is one of the many peculiar customs of the country," put in the pressman diplomatically. "What do you think of Cecil Rhodes of Africa?"
"Well," said the interviewed one, "if you take the newspaper accounts of him you get two sides only, a good side and a bad one. Never what one might call a rotund picture of the man, only that which is worst and best. There is one main point, however, on which everyone seems unanimous, namely that he is a most extraordinary man. I did wish to see Cecil Rhodes before I left, but am afraid he is too far away to be got at. In my opinion, to have seen South Africa without having met Cecil Rhodes is to have seen only a part of the country, but by no means all," said Mark Twain emphatically.
"Mr. Stead says that Rhodes and Olive Schreiner are far and away the two greatest figures in South Africa. What is your opinion of the latter?"
"I read the story of an African farm when it first came out, in a casual sort of way, yet it left a definite impression upon me, which was chiefly derived from the first chapter. The book is good literary art, and gives a clear, definite picture, I believe, of the country where the scene is laid. It is full of the sentiment and atmosphere of the region described, and I had then a great opinion of this young girl's gifts. I read the book again on the ocean, this time as the literary critic examining the workmanship, and found the greater part to be written crudely, and to be formless and without any distinct aim. It was a plenty good enough book for a girl her age, said the American, and anybody could see there was a gift there beyond the ordinary that gave large promise of great things in the future, which were not fulfilled in her first effort. I have a great belief in W. T. Stead's opinion, and although he is not always right, if he says a thing is good he is certain not to be very far wrong. Mr. Clemens, although just off a long, sleepless journey, was brilliantly conversational, and, did space permit, much that is interesting could be written of the racy stories he related last evening of his adventures in South Africa and elsewhere. End of interview number 116, read by John Greenman. This is section 117 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview 117, Mark Twain at Queenstown, Diamond Fields Advertiser, Kimberley, South Africa, June 10, 1896, page 6. An occasional contributor who interviewed Mark Twain at Queenstown remarked to the humorist, "You will have some difficulty in making the book descriptive of your present tour as entertaining as your Innocents Abroad. You have not the old institutions to serve as a butt for your humor." "No," he said, "I guess I know the limitations of this book, but if one had time to do such a tour in a leisurely fashion, one could write 5 books on it without much trouble." During the interview, Mark, speaking of the penalties attached to being a distinguished humorist, said, "The public are more prone to believe a lie than a truth, and if a man begins to paint in a certain style, he must keep it up or his public will forsake him." End of interview number 117, read by John Greenman. This is section 118 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 118, Mark Twain in Port Elizabeth, an interview. Eastern Province Herald and Port Elizabeth Commercial News, Port Elizabeth, South Africa, June 19, 1896, page 3. Not every successful author has also the reputation of being a successful lecturer, so that when the two accomplishments are combined in one fortunate individual, the measure of public esteem must necessarily be liberal and widespread. As an author, the widespread reputation of the humorous Mark Twain, although a product of the other side of the Atlantic, had reached South Africa long ere his coming hither as a lecturer was foreshadowed, his works having had delighted readers anywhere within 300 terrestrial miles of the Cape, almost since the time when he first rushed into print. In the course of his peregrinations he has now come amongst us in order to derive profit and pleasure from a study of our characteristics by means of social intercourse, and to impart to his literary admirers the additional gratification of being personally at home with the genius who contributed A Tramp Abroad and other gems to their book-shelves. That Mark Twain is always and everywhere at home with English-speaking people was a conviction soon forced upon a representative of the E. P. Herald,
who had an interesting interview with him at the Grand Hotel on Wednesday afternoon. The man of letters reached Port Elizabeth late on Tuesday night by the RMS Norham Castle, on board of which he had come from East London, and it will be a matter of surprise if he does not, before his departure next week, largely draw upon, as elsewhere, the characteristics of the town and neighborhood. He has the liveliest impressions of his welcome to South Africa, and Johannesburg in particular, but those impressions are much better conveyed in his own words. "I could not have come to South Africa at a better time," he said, "excepting that I should like to have arrived, say, 4 months earlier, and been on the spot throughout the whole crisis. As it is, I have had it handed to me in chapters, and the whole make up of an interesting, I may say exciting novel. The first chapter came in the form of the briefest telegram published on a slip of paper about so big," forming a square with the forefinger and thumb of both his hands. "These telegrams, which were handed into the steamer at Albany, the last port of call as we were leaving Australia, merely stated that Dr. Jameson and 700 men were crossing the border, and were making for Johannesburg. Nobody could tell where this border was, or how long Jameson would take to cross it. We had a long interval to wait for the second chapter, until we reached Ceylon. Then we got the telegraphic announcement that Jameson had fought his way so far, and had surrendered, and he and his men been taken prisoners. The next chapter we got at Delagoa Bay, where all the details and the sequel were to be had. Jameson sent home, and the Reform Committee arrested and on their trial. After that we had other chapters, the sentences to death of the Big Four, and the subsequent commutations. The story has unfolded just like a novel." "The completion of the novel, so far as you were concerned, was still more interesting?"
"Yes, indeed. I was fortunate in being in Pretoria just then, and had a good time with the reformers in jail."
"Did you hear any complaints from the prisoners as to their treatment?"
"Oh, no. I have been in many worse jails in America. All that I heard objected to by some of the reformers who were first released was the treatment of the natives by the Boer jailers. These colored prisoners were separated from the white on opposite sides of the jail premises. Some white prisoners strongly objected to being under the same roof with the niggers, and I have known young men in the jails of the Southern States who thought it a worse degradation to be imprisoned with negroes for whatever offense than to be with whites who had been convicted of murder or other respectable crimes."
"What is your opinion of the newspapers of South Africa as literary productions? Did you have an opportunity of viewing their production in Johannesburg?"
"Well, no, I didn't. You see, the whole town was an open house to me, and I felt I was a particular guest, so that one couldn't very well air one's opinions on the matters, and being a journalist myself, I couldn't very well talk shop without appearing to set up my opinions against others."
"You are an experienced traveler, Mr. Clemens. How do you like the passenger service on the South African railways?"
"Oh, I don't mind the slowness very much. If I had particular business on hand that required dispatch I might perhaps complain, but then you see I am in no hurry. If it were cold and miserable, or hot and disagreeable weather, I might not relish it, but the weather since I have been in South Africa has been simply perfect. I have thoroughly enjoyed the traveling, and as soon as I have stepped on board the train, I have made myself very comfortable indeed. One can well understand the reason for the slowness. The government controls (it is always the same where there is government control) the paying goods traffic. If the passenger traffic were remunerative, some means would be found, under whatever systems, to increase the speed of the trains and otherwise encourage that branch of traffic. Another cause for the slowness is the lack of competition, as in France and Germany. When compared with traveling in England and America, it is very slow indeed. Mr. Clemens incidentally mentioned a somewhat painful experience of traveling in France some little time ago, when one of his daughters was taken ill in the train before reaching Amiens. And although their destination was in Paris, the authorities would not allow the family to break their journey without forfeiting the 6 tickets, which had to be done. He stated that for £250 a through ticket, extending over 6 or 9 months, to cover the round-world journey, could be had at any of the big railway or steamboat pools of America or England. The same journey, taken piecemeal, as he was doing, cost many times as much. He thought nothing could beat for cheapness the round-world excursion ticket. Do you think the idea of forming a permanent board of arbitration to settle disputes between England and America likely to take effect in America? It is rather a large order, but what, as an American, is your opinion of this? I presume you are pretty well able to estimate public opinion on your side of the Atlantic. I say unhesitatingly that such a board of appeal between the two great English-speaking nations is bound to come at some time or another. A board comprising 4 or 6 of the best representatives of the nations could not fail to be respected by those nations, and their decisions accepted without further serious dispute. You know, arbitration could deal with difficulties as they arrive, with a matter of, say, £100,000 to consider. But there is no pitched battle to be fought for less than a couple of millions in money, and an outpouring of human blood, to say nothing of the national hatred that would take a century to wipe out. Were you in the States when the Venezuelans' war cloud rose? No, I was in Australasia at the time, and for the life of me I cannot understand what could have been in President Cleveland's mind when he sent that memorable address to Congress. Then you don't consider it a Wall Street or Tammany Hall move? Oh, no, not at all. If the late Mr. Blaine had been in the President's seat, I should have said at once it was a political move to influence the next election of President, but I cannot think that of President Cleveland. He is a clear-headed and much experienced statesman, and as such has a world-wide reputation, and I don't think for a moment he would stoop to a political job of the kind. If I were in America, I should get the idea in view first-hand from the President himself. But now there is no reason, to my mind, for the extraordinary attitude he has taken up towards England in the matter of Venezuela, and so it will remain until I get back. I cannot understand it at all. I am not surprised that Lord Salisbury put his back up, but I believe there is a tacit understanding between England and America now to submit the point to arbitration, and so it should be. Arbitration must be conducted on a liberal basis, and the nations concerned must be prepared to give as well as take.
And so the conversation turned on many important subjects of the day, the replies to the interviewer being by no means fluently given, but with the free and easy drawl in characteristic American style. When once under way with his sentiments, the genial Mark left no doubt that these were the intelligent and settled opinions of a thinker who knew what he was talking about. At the same time he was discussing the inevitable cigar, and when rising to depart his inquisitive visitor ventured to extract from him, as an expert, a judgment upon the Transvaal weed. He said, "I have tried several kinds, but I best like the mixture of Transvaal tobacco, next in grade above the heaviest and coarsest made. It reminds me very much of the flavor of the tobacco sold to the Italian peasantry for about 2 francs per pound, and done up in 2-ounce packets. To some people the Transvaal tobacco is like friendship. The liking is more lasting through taking the longer to form." End of interview number 118, read by John Greenman. This is section 119 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 119, Midland and Local Gleanings, Midland News and Karoo Farmer, Cradock, South Africa, June 30th, 1896, page 4. Read by John Greenman. Mark Twain, with his wife and family, arrived here on Saturday and stayed at the Victoria Hotel until last evening, when the party left for Kimberley, where the celebrated humorist and worldwide known writer will give 2 at-homes. Mark is a decidedly striking personality, with his wealth of bushy hair, mobile face, and his Yankee drawl, with an accent as strong as a Waterbury watch. In the course of a long and enjoyable chat with him, he evinced great interest in the early history of the colony, the relative positions of the 2 European races, and the customs and manners of the black and colored races. On being shown the last telegram from Lord Salisbury, he dryly remarked, "Strange how that number 2,000 natives recurs in every paragraph. Never more, never less." End of interview number 119, read by John Greenman. This is section 120 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview 120, Mark Twain on Tour, Arrival in Cape Town, Cape Times, Cape Town, South Africa, July 7, 1896, page 7. Read by John Greenman. The gentleman known to the English-speaking world under the nom de plume of Mark Twain, the quaint reminiscence of old pilot days on the Mississippi, is at present a visitor to Cape Town, and will on Thursday night make his appearance on the platform of the Opera House in the capacity of a lecturer. His visit to South Africa has fallen in the midst of exciting times, and it would have been difficult for anyone interested in the development of a new country, as any American naturally would be, and particularly such a keen observer of men and manners as Mr. Clemens, to have chosen a more suitable period for a peregrination through Austral Africa than the present year of grace. Though his tour through the country has been a brief one of 2 months' duration only, Mr. Clemens has had the opportunity of witnessing the sequel to a peculiar phase of the country's history, and his stay in the Transvaal, where some of his old friends and compatriots were in durance vile, was invested with a peculiar interest. With the object of ascertaining some of his impressions of the country he is soon to leave, and his views on the remarkable political situation recently developed, a representative of this journal called on the famous author yesterday, and had the inevitable interview, which in his own country is an indispensable adjunct, real or artificial, to the arrival of strangers of distinction. "The trouble with the outsider in the Transvaal,"
he remarked in reply to a question, "suggests the simile of a person walking around a monument which changes its aspect with every step he takes. It changes its form and its expression, and by the time he gets around to the point he started from, he is likely to say that he had a wrong focus, and at the same time he must admit that, his time being short and his eyes not as good as the eyes of men on the spot and familiar with the matter, he has probably still got a wrong focus. When I first arrived in the country, it was in absolute ignorance of what had been going on, and the whole affair of the Jameson raid was a big surprise. Since then I have moved through a tossing sea of varying opinions and information, and for a while I supposed that, if the Jameson raid had for its purpose the overthrow of the Transvaal Republic, it was inexcusable. By this time I have considered the peculiar grievance of the Uitlanders, which make that position uncertain and pretty nearly untenable. Of course, an outsider looks at a matter of this sort from a judicial and, to some extent, privileged standpoint. Now, I ask you, does it not look like a fair and square opportunity for a revolution? Unquestionably. And does it, may I ask, suggest any analogous case in the history of your own country? It is very like our old quarrel of the American Revolution 100 years ago, which is a sort of parallel case, I should say. The 3 millions of Americans who existed in that day, and who were really Englishmen and regarded themselves as such, were really Uitlanders. To put it in a single phrase, it was the old story, taxation without representation. That is just the exact trouble at Johannesburg. In America they were hampered in all sorts of ways. The country, such as it was run solely in the interests of the mother country, and finally there was a Jameson raid at Concord and Lexington in Massachusetts on April 19, 1775. We had a little fight and the Uitlanders won. They were more fortunate than Jameson. The object of that raid, however, was not the overthrow of the English government, but it was the beginning of that sort of a revolution where the persons beginning it cannot foresee the lengths to which it is going to reach. It was a year or more after that before anybody dreamed of throwing over the British rule. They wanted their rights under the British government. That was all that Lexington and Concord were fought for, and if the English government had acted wisely, it would have gone no further. If they had allowed those American prisoners certain perfectly fair privileges which they asked for, the United States of America would be a province of the British Crown today. It is one of those vast political mistakes which governments can make, and which the Transvaal government can easily make. That government can drive the Uitlanders into revolution if they go on and just follow the English example in the matter of the revolution in America. That has been the case with every revolution in this world. The thing could have been stopped if it had been taken in hand at once. There was no necessity for the French Revolution, which would never have happened if the Crown had made concessions. Kimberley and Johannesburg, continued Mark Twain in reply to the usual question, are the striking features of South Africa. I have seen plenty of gold-mining towns, but Johannesburg does not look like any I have seen, because it is so substantially built. Kimberley is of course different. In the old California days, when the gold washer washed out 2 or 3 ounces of gold, it had a distinct value. It is not so with diamonds, and they would have ruined the diamond business if everybody had been in it. I went over the Kimberley mines, and very interesting it was. I found a diamond about as big as the end of my finger, but there were so many people watching me that I did not bring it away. Where was that? Where they sort, where the final skirmish is. Kimberley is a very interesting show, and it has a personal interest for me, because I sent a man out there 26 years ago to gather up diamonds for himself and for me. What I really meant him to do was to make notes and come back and give them to me for a book. He came back with voluminous notes, but died almost at once. I wish I had those notes now. They would be interesting. Yes, I suppose things are permanently quiet now, observed Mark Twain, replying to a question on the recent Anglo-American war scene. It looked ugly for a while, but I never believed that the 2 countries which stand peculiarly for common sense in these modern times, they think they do, anyway, would allow so foolish a thing as a war to spring up. But at such times you hear all the noisy people. They are always in the front, but they are not at all the people who are going to transact the business. With regard to South Africa, everybody has dropped in here during the last 10 years and grabbed a slice of land, and it would seem to promise dispute and war some time or other. The colony has got the permanently best part of South Africa. I suppose Matabeleland may be a valuable part of Africa, too. Then there is the Transvaal. That is a valuable country, what there is of it. I wish I could look into the future and see what was going to happen, but I suppose it does not need any prophetic instinct. There is the prophecy of facts, and the facts point to a continually increase of the Uitlander population until it will have so augmented that, by its own weight, it will carry its desires without any war. How do your South African audiences seem to you? Very delightful audiences. In fact, you get an exceedingly bright crowd here. The bulk of the audiences are people who have been all round. They have traveled, in fact. I have seldom met anybody who has been able to say that he has not been out of Africa. I played billiards with a man in Kimberley whom I met only once before, and that was over a billiard table 25 years ago in America. The guard of a train reminded me that he crewed in the steamer with me 25 years ago. Captain Mean, one of the political prisoners, I knew very well 32 years ago, and John Hay Hammond I have known for many years. It's interesting to note that the trip which Mark Twain is just concluding will furnish the material for a book, the appearance of which will be looked forward to by South Africans with unusual interest. Mark Twain returns to England with his wife and daughter by the Norman on Wednesday week. End of interview number 120, read by John Greenman. This is section 121 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 121, Frank Marshall White. Mark Twain amused. New York Journal, June 2, 1897, page 1. Read by John Greenman.
London, June 1st. Mark Twain was undecided whether to be more amused or annoyed when a journal representative informed him today of the report in New York that he was dying in poverty in London. He is living in comfort and even luxury in a handsomely furnished house in a beautiful square in Chelsea with his wife and children, and has only this week finished the narrative of his recent travels in Australia, New Zealand, India, and South Africa, which is to be published at once by the American Publishing Company of Hartford. He only today settled finally upon the title, which is to be Another Innocent Abroad. The great humorist, while not perhaps very robust, is in the best of health. He said, "I can understand perfectly how the report of my illness got about. I have even heard on good authority that I was dead. James Ross Clemens of St. Louis, a cousin of mine, was seriously ill 2 or 3 weeks ago in London, but is well now. The report of my illness grew out of his illness. The report of my death was an exaggeration. The report of my poverty is harder to deal with. My friends might know that unless I were actually dying in poverty, I should not live in poverty when I am receiving offers to lecture by every mail. The fact is that I was under contract to write the book that I have just finished, or I should have accepted these offers." Mr. Clemens expects to spend the summer in London, and the fall and perhaps the winter in Austria, where he will pursue his literary labors. End of interview number 121, read by John Greenman. This is section 122 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 122, Mark Twain Smiling Through His Tears. New York Herald, June 13, 1897, section 4, page 1. Read by John Greenman. "Of course I am dying," Mark Twain smiled grimly, "but I do not know that I am doing it any faster than anybody else. As for dying in poverty, I had just as soon die in poverty here in London as anywhere, but it would be a little more difficult, because I have got quite a number of friends, any one of whom would be good for a month's provisions, and that would drag out the agony a fairly long time. No, I assure you I am as well as ever I was. You see, you must not attach too much importance to my wife's remark that I was not in a condition to receive visitors. That simply means that I was in bed. Now, most women think that if a man does not get up before 12 o'clock, there must be something wrong with him, and as I never get up before then, my wife thinks that I am not in good health. As a matter of fact, when you were announced, I told her to have you shown up to my room, but you can never persuade a tidy woman to show a stranger into an untidy bedroom, and so that did not work. I said to her, "Show him up, send some cigars up. I am comfortable enough." "Yes," she said, "but what about him?" "Oh," I said, "if you want him to be as comfortable as I am, make him up a bed in the other corner of the room." That did not work either, so I thought the best thing to do was to get up and
come to see you. Poverty is relative. I have been in poverty so often that it does not worry me much. A more serious matter is the money owing to other people, not by any fault of mine, and yet owing to them by me. But I do not trouble about the rumors that go about in regard to me. Why should I? The rumor will die itself if you will only give it 3 days. Start any rumor, and if the public can go with its curiosity unsatisfied for 3 days, something else will spring up which will make the public forget all about the first one. Therefore, when people talk about my dying, or as really happened a few days ago about my being dead, I do not take the slightest notice. I know perfectly well that the public will forget all about it if I let it alone. I keep on plowing away, and working and hoping, but the idea of being in poverty does not either trouble me or frighten me.
What are you working about just now?
Oh, my journey about the world. Everybody has done his little circumnavigation act, and I thought it about time I did mine. So I have been getting it ready for the press since I have been here, and therefore, for the matter of that, the book is just my impressions of the world at large. I go into no details. I never do, for that matter. Details are not my strong point, unless I choose for my own pleasure to go into them seriously. Besides, I am under no contract to supply details to the reader. All that I undertake to do is to interest him. If I instruct him, that is his fate. He is that much ahead.
What is to be its name?
I had thought of calling it Another Innocent Abroad, but following advice, as the lawyers say, I have decided to call it The Surviving Innocent Abroad. Now, my wife said, "But that is not true, because there's so-and-so in Cleveland, and that and the other in Philadelphia." But I said to her, "I will fix that." So I am going to put a little explanatory note to that title, pointing out that although there are still in existence some 8 or 10 of the pilgrims who went on the Quaker City expedition some 28 years ago, I am the only surviving one that has remained innocent. In fact, that title, The Innocents Abroad, could only be strictly applied to 2, even at the time it was written, and the other is dead.
When do you expect the survivor to appear?
Oh, about Christmas. Christmas is a good time to bring out a book. Everybody is thinking about Christmas presents, and the pious are praying that divine Providence may give them some clue as to what to give for a present, and the book, if it comes just at the right time, is about as good a thing as one could desire. It must come just at the right time, though. In other words, the opportunity to secure the present must happen just at the moment when the impulse to give one is felt. Similarly, we make a lawyer study Blackstone and statute law and common law, and we try him before a jury and see what his skill as an orator is, but we never ask him the crucial question, have you ever committed a crime? Have you ever undergone a term of imprisonment? Because that has been done, a man is not fit to sit in judgment upon his fellow creatures. It is such a little thing that stands between all of us and crime at one time or another of our lives. As I said about charity, if the impulse to kill and the opportunity to kill always came at the same instant, how many of us would escape hanging? We have all of us at one time or another felt like killing something, and we have all of us at one time or another had the opportunity to kill something. But, luckily for us, impulse and opportunity did not coincide. If a man is rich and he does want to kill something, he can take his gun and go out and shoot. He lets off steam in that way, and the sore place gives over hurting. I used to have a rage and let it expand in the letter-box. If anyone had done something to me that annoyed me or put me out, I would sit down and write a letter to him, and I would pour out all my thoughts and all the bitterness and anger and contempt and indignation and invective in my heart, and when I had cleaned myself out thoroughly, I would put that letter in the box, and my wife would see that it did not go. She used to say when she saw me sitting down, "What are you going to do?" "I am going to answer this letter. I would—" "But you know you won't send it." "I know that, but by George I am going to write it." I have been very sorry many a time that those letters were not kept, because when a man is in a thoroughgoing temper, he finds things to say worth preserving.
End of interview number 122, read by John Greenman. This is section 123 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 123, William T. Stead, Character Sketch, Mark Twain. Review of Reviews, London, August 16, 1897, pages 123 to 133. Read by John Greenman. Personal Reminiscence. It was my good fortune some 4 years ago to cross the Atlantic in the New York as a fellow passenger with Mark Twain. It was in the early months of 1894. I was returning from Chicago. Mark Twain was hastening from New York to rejoin his family at Paris. We had a capital passage, and as we were neither of us inconvenienced by mal de mer, we used to have long and pleasant conversations every day on deck. Before I left the ship I dictated notes of our talk, and from these notes I venture to draw freely for the purposes of this sketch, for they were jotted down while the presence of the man was still with me, when his quaint sayings were still murmuring in my ears. I do not suppose that Mark Twain has changed much since 1894, although he was then at the zenith of his fortune, while now plaguey Fortune, with her revolving wheel, has landed him otherwhere. Mr. Clemens is a man below the average height, with bushy, shaggy gray hair and a somewhat shambling gait. He has a mustache, but no beard or whiskers. The face is fresh-colored, the eyes gray and kindly-looking. When on board the New York he had a slight cold, and for the most part wore an overcoat, which he threw off his shoulders halfway down his arms when he was in the sunlight, and pulled over his shoulders again when he was in the shade. He smoked a briarwood pipe and then 3 cigars before 12 in the morning. For the most part he kept himself to himself, writing regularly every morning a certain definite quantity of copy, and devoting the rest of the day to reading, revising, or conversation. At an entertainment in the saloon on the eve of our arrival, he gave a reading from his works, selecting the story of his experiences as a courier. No one could have been more kindly, more friendly,
or more obliging when communications were opened, but for the majority the opening never came. The first word I heard from his lips was an amusing anathema upon the recalcitrant match, which, despite all he could do to the contrary, obstinately refused to light his pipe. The way he condemned that match, the pathetic solemnity of his protest against the ignominy of being insulted by a mere inanimate thing, lingers with me to this day. It was the genuine keynote of The Innocents Abroad. We had much talk about his books, and I was delighted to have the opportunity of saying to him in person how much I felt indebted to him for many a laughter-lifted hour. He said that laughter was a very good thing, but for himself he scarcely got 2 laughs a month, and this was natural, because every humorist dwelt upon the serious side of life. All true humor was based on seriousness, and hence the humorist, who often made other people laugh, laughed least himself. He said it was so in his own case, anyhow. On my saying that I thought I had laughed more over his description of the German language in A Tramp Abroad than over anything else, he said that probably appealed very much to those who were struggling with German. As for himself, he had never been able to master the mysteries of a foreign language to his own satisfaction. He had done his best, but it had been no use. For 7 years he used to put himself to sleep by constructing German sentences. He got on fairly well on those occasions when there was no one to listen, but he had never been able to stand up and face a human being and air his German more than 2 words at a time without coming to a dead stop. A short time before he came on board he had made a speech on George Washington. He said that the Washington joke had always been one from which he had made a great deal of fun. The usual way he got it off was by remarking that there were many points of difference between himself and Washington, only one of which he need specify. He used to say, "Washington could not tell a lie. I can." Then he would pause until they took in the joke, and then would add, "But I won't." Talking about his books, he said that for the last 16 years he had a regular yearly account from Chatto and Windus, which specified how many of each of his books in each edition had been sold, how many sets were in hand, and who had them all. He was able to tell at a moment's notice what the sale of his books had been, both in England and in India, for there is an East Indian edition. He said that some years ago he had taken the trouble to total up how many copies Chatto and Windus had sold. He found up to that date they had sold 380,000 copies of his various books. There were 5 other publishers who published his earlier works who gave him no royalties, so that there must be a pretty considerable sale for his books. A fact which pleased him as much as the receipt of money was the universal recognition which this circulation secured him wherever he went. He said that A Tramp Abroad was the greatest favorite of his books, then Roughing It, and after them The Innocents Abroad. At one time The Innocents Abroad was the most popular, but now his works stood in the above order. In England, A Tramp Abroad, Huckleberry Finn, and Tom Sawyer were the most popular. He could not say whether Roughing It was as popular in England as in America. Humor, he remarked, could not be served up alone. It needed something with it. It was like embroidery, very good as an ornament, but one could not dress in embroidery. You needed something else to keep the cold out. He said that of the American humorists there were very few who were doing any work at present. One whom he named was still working, but he was the bond-slave of a syndicate, for whom he had to pound out jokes whether he had anything in his mill or not, and no one could do that and not suffer. M. Quad, of the Detroit Free Press, is also extremely vain. Writing people, like other folks, have only a certain amount of capital, and when that is done they have nothing more to go on with. Burdett had done very good work, but for some time past he had not done anything.
He did not know of any new man who was coming on. When he was asked to sign his name on the back of a steamer ticket, I said they could keep it as an autograph. He said, "Yes, it ought to be worth 25 cents." He said that Aldrich had come in one time with a catalogue of autographs to Howells and said with great glee, "Here is fame indeed. I find that my signature is valued in this catalogue at 25 cents. There is glory." Howells turned over the pages and then said, "Yes, I see. Here is Habberton, who wrote Helen's Babies. His autograph is worth 75 cents, 3 times as much as yours." The color of the sea being green led him to remark that we were in shoal water. He did not know why the water should be green in shoal water, but it was so. Certainly, after we got out of sight of land, it became deeply and beautifully blue. I asked him about the Mississippi. He said that the color of the Mississippi was the color of coffee when made up with a very great deal of cream; that it was a varying shade of brown, changing according to the quantity of rain. I asked him if they drank it. He said, "Yes, and people who drink it never like to drink any other." If he went back to Mississippi, he would as soon drink that as any other water. It was very strange the taste people acquired for drinking Mississippi water. To a person accustomed to drink it, clear water is positively distasteful. If you took a glass of Mississippi water and allowed it to stand for a little time, there formed a sediment of about an inch deep at the bottom. If you are accustomed to Mississippi water, you stir it up before drinking, in order that you may have the sediment in solution. Was it not very unhealthy? No, he said. It was good alluvial loam, and the utmost that it would do would be to line you inside with more aluminum than would otherwise be the case. I asked him about the river. He said you could always see both sides of it, and that both banks were flat, with the exception of the Chickasaw Bluffs and the bluffs before Memphis, but they were very small. The only impression that he got from the river was one of immense solemnity, such as you got from the desert or any other immense wild place. He said that when he was in St. Louis, Chicago was not considered to be the rival of that city. Then for about 10 years the rivalry continued, but after the census of 1870, when Chicago had 350,000 population, St. Louis dropped behind. There had never been any more talk about rivalry between the two cities. Speaking of Chicago, he said he thought there was a greater mixture of all nationalities there than in any other place excepting hell. Speaking of Chicago, he laughed heartily over the story of the contest between the Chicago Liar and the St. Louis Liar, which was won by the St. Louis man, who began by saying, "There was once upon a time a gentleman in St. Louis," whereupon the Chicago man gave up and declared that no one could possibly tell a greater lie than that. Twain said, "A Chicago man was once in St. Louis and sent a telegram to some place in Missouri. He was charged so heavily for it that he protested. 'Great Scott!' he exclaimed. 'Why, in Chicago it does not cost so much to telegraph to hell.' 'No,' said the operator quickly, 'that's in the city limits.'" An unpremeditated and unconscious sarcasm which is always worth much more than a premeditated one. When we got upon the subject of clothes, Mark discoursed learnedly and at much length upon the sinfulness of apparel. It had come in with the fall, and was the badge of depravity. No one ought to wear more than a breech-clout, and even that ought some day to be dispensed with. The worst of it was that when people simplified their clothes to the extent of a breech-clout, they seemed to find it necessary to do other wicked things to make up for the virtue of dispensing with garments. They took to scalping and other abominations, which for their neighbors were even worse than their clothes. Cycling, he said, was doing good service in tending to simplify women's costume, and in making clothes to be adapted to the necessities and use of life. I asked him if he ever cycled. He said yes, he had, but it was a long while ago. It was in the days of the high cycles. He had never ridden, but he used to take lessons from a professor in cycling, who, after watching him for some time, remarked judicially, "Clemens, it seems to me that you have the art of falling off in a greater variety of ways than I have ever conceived it possible for any one to fall off." I suppose it was so, for although I never happened to break a limb, I raised a large bump upon my head, and the skin of my legs hung in festoons. He was all for a bicycle. A tricycle, he thought, was a miserable compromise. I had some talk to him about Chicago and about monopolies. He said he had thought a great deal about monopolies, and thought that it was impossible to do anything excepting very slowly, and that it would take 100 years to do it. "You see," he said, "they have such a hold upon all the agencies by which you can express public opinion. There is a great deal of cowardice, if you like to call it so, but cowardice is not the right word. It is a great principle in the human heart. I am not going to do anything that will deprive my wife and children of their daily bread, and as long as men are not willing to sacrifice their wives and children as well as themselves in denouncing millionaires, the millionaires will have things pretty much their own way. There are some things upon which you can get public opinion roused. For instance, if it were to be proved that gas were so deadly as to poison people, nothing would be easier than to get up an agitation to pass a law sentencing any man who had a gas jet in his possession to instant death. That would be easy enough, but the case of the monopolist is very different, and it is very difficult to see what can be done. Mark Twain himself was then contemplating no less a monopoly than the exclusive contract for the typesetting of the world. For many years past he said he had been engaged on a typesetting machine. I asked him how he was getting on. He said they were about to place the machine upon the market. 2 machines had already been built, 9 were almost finished, while 40 were in the process of construction, when the cyclone of the financial disaster struck the country last year and compelled them to postpone everything. He said he was very glad it was so, for by his own arrangement there were 2 companies, one of which had granted a concession to another. The second company was a business-like concern, but the other was of moonshine and water. When the crisis came last year, the moonshine one had to disappear, and the 2 companies were amalgamated into one. He said that he had struck oil. The 2 companies amalgamated into one had a capital of $5,000 instead of $7.5 millions, and were then ready to go ahead. I asked him what kind of machine his was. He said it was a perfect machine. "It is made of blue steel, polished, graceful, and beautiful, a thing of beauty and a joy to the eye. You could place it upon the finest carpet in the house without fear of any dirt or broken type. It is a machine which to know is to love, a machine which the men who were making it were so fascinated by that they said that if I had not money to pay their wages, they would go on working at it as long as they had anything left to pawn, in order to keep them alive. They are now being gathered together from where they have been working. They will come back any distance in order to work at the machine. It is a fascination," he said. "To be allowed to work on that machine is enough for them. When that machine is in the market, all other machines will disappear. 65,000 compositors in the United States
will be thrown out of work, or will have to find other work to do." He then entered into an elaborate explanation of the immense superiority of his machine over all others, and especially over one which he declared seemed to develop more unscientific lying and bad spacing than any other machine invented. He really feared that it was possessed by an evil spirit. Whereas other machines cheapened the cost of composition by 25%, his machine would cut it by 90%. "My machine will enable a man to do the work of 10, 15, 24 men. With my machine an ordinary instructed man can set 10,000 ems an hour. A smarter man could do 15,000. And the capacity of the machine, if it were worked by the supreme expert, is 24,000 ems an hour. Some time ago I could not believe that a type-setting girl could do 46 words a minute until I saw it done before my eyes. Since then 100 words a minute is by no means unusual, while the supreme expert will sometimes do 120 words a minute on superior speed machines. So it is with our machine. With the evolution of the supreme expert we will get up to the maximum speed. We do not, however, expect anything more than 10,000 or 15,000 ems, which gives us a margin of 4,000 ems an hour over the maximum claimed by other machines. The way they would put the machine upon the market is as follows. They would not sell any, nor would they lease them at an annual rental. They would simply go to anyone who was using either hand composition or the linotype machine, and ask them how much their present composition was costing them. "Take your best man and your best machine, and cipher it out exactly, and we will undertake to put our machine in and charge you less for the best work than for the poor results which you obtain from your existing machines. We shall be able to bring down the cost of composition to 5 cents per 1,000 ems, and we shall be able to attain a perfection of composition in the way of exact spacing to which hand composition cannot compare. We have 9 different-sized spaces, so that we can space to the breadth of a hair. The machine makes no mistakes, but it adjusts the spaces after the line is set." I said I did not see how this was possible until he had constructed a machine which could think. "But," he said, "it does think. That is one of the beauties of the machine. Suppose," said he, "you have a line of 27 ems to space, the words varying from 6 to 7 ems. When the operator is striking the keys at the end of each word, he strikes the space key, but no space drops. All he does is to remind the machine that the space ought to come in that place. He sets straight on, and when he has filled up his 27 ems, the machine takes the line of type and measures off 27 ems, so as to make the word either fall rightly or turn correctly. It then fills in exactly the spaces which are required to make the line fit. This it does with mathematical accuracy. The ordinary compositor has only spaces of 4 sizes. We have 9. As I said, we can adjust to a hair. When our space bar is struck, a space is left large enough for the insertion of any size that may be required, but the thickness of the space is not calculated until the whole line has been set, when the machine measured it automatically and takes up the spaces as they are wanted. Our machine distributes the type as well as sets it."
I remarked that I thought there would be a great deal of difficulty in distinguishing between the various spaces. He said that was all done by the machine, and it knew what to do.
"Another great advantage of our machine over existing typesetting machines is that it does not have to depend upon gravity for getting the type into the right place. That is to say, it does not have to depend upon the weight of the type and the degree of friction it may have to overcome. Then again, in the old machines you have to have a perfectly smooth type and a clean groove, or your type will not fall easily. Hence, in the gravitation machines, type continually falls at varying rates of speed, with resulting irregularities and frequently a block. Nothing of this takes place in my machine. Nothing is left to the uncertain action of gravitation. Every type, from the moment that the keyboard is struck, is clutched by the mechanism and thrust into its place. Hence there is no danger of that block, and no irregularity.
I suppose you work it as a typewriter does?
Yes, with this exception, that whereas a typewriter must strike every letter in rotation, in our machine you can strike several keys at once. A whole word can be struck simultaneously.
What about correction? I said.
We have no corrections, he said. People may think that strange, but ask a good pianist how many false notes he strikes in playing a piece of music. He strikes none. He is not expected to strike any. So it is with our machine. It can be played as correctly as a piano, and the corrections are not due to errors and do not amount to 2 literals in a column. That is, of course, when you have good copy, as is the case in all reprints. In fact, we do not reckon anything for corrections. Authors' corrections, of course, are different, but what may be called compositors' corrections disappear in our machine. Of course, if his machine would do all he said, it would be an earthquake. Labor-saving machines in the long run increase employment, no doubt, but in their immediate effects they inflict great hardships on multitudes. He admitted this, but the process of introducing a new machine was always slow. It took 7 years for the linotype even to attain its present position, so that there is a period of grace allowed to compositors to clear out and adapt themselves to other functions. For instance, my machine is bound to throw out of work 65,000 men in the United States. That is to say, it will enable their work to be done better than it is done now, but it will lead to the employment of many more than 65,000 men by the impulse which it will give to the multiplication of printed matter. There will be more men wanted in paper works and in the manufacture of printer's ink, and more women and girls in binderies, and the result will be that it will give work to 2 or 3 for every one it throws out of employment.
I said I had no doubt but that was true in the long run. What was wanted was some kind of industrial insurance society which would enable workmen to tide over the transition period. He said he did not see how it was to be fixed up. The same thing has always occurred in every department of life. Take, for instance, crinolines. There was a great industry which employed hundreds and thousands of men and women. Suddenly, in the twinkling of an eye, crinolines went out of fashion, and all these people were thrown out of work. I said this was true, and hence the social reformer always considered that changes of fashion were of the devil, producing great hardship with no compensating advantages. He said, "Look at the wood engraving trade.
There were thousands of men making their living by engraving in wood. Then the Morse process came in, and away they went. There still remained the better class of wood engravers, but then came photography and other processes, and cleared out the rest of them. Take the cotton gin, which enables one man to do the work of 2,000, and the spinning jenny, and all those means of production. The world adjusts itself to them, and people find that they can make their living all the better. In fact, he said, it is the discovery of these labor-saving machines which have brought about the great increase of population. It is wonderful to think that England and Scotland remained for centuries with such small populations, and then 100 years ago suddenly blossomed out into their present millions. In his domestic life Mark Twain has been almost ideally fortunate. He told me that during the 24 years of his married life, whenever his wife had been absent, she had written to him with the punctuality of a planet, every day of the week. He had written to her every mail with one exception, which caused him great grief. Some mutton-headed idiot, he said, had told him that the quickest steamer sailed on Thursday, whereas it sailed on Wednesday. He wanted to add some more to his letter, and so missed the mail. She was greatly grieved, and he has been getting letters full of despair ever since. When she first left, he wrote once, twice, or thrice a day, until he discovered that the mail only went once or twice a week. He still wrote every day, but he kept them till mail day. He put everything into the letters that came into his life, writing with a freedom which was utterly impossible when he was writing for a magazine or a book. From a literary point of view, he said, these letters to my wife in the last 6 months satisfy me much better than anything I have ever written. There is a lightness of touch and a vividness of description, and altogether a lightness which I try for in vain when I am writing for magazines or books. He said on an average his letters were 25 pages, each containing from 4,000 to 5,000 words. These were sent twice a week, so that in the 6 months he must have written some 200,000 words to her. I was telling Walker of the Cosmopolitan, he said, the other day what I had been doing. He said, "What a waste, what a waste to send all those letters to your wife, when you know I would give you $1,000 apiece for them." So I wrote to my wife, and told her I was afraid I had been guilty of much waste, and that I must ask her to send me my letters back, inasmuch as Walker of the Cosmopolitan would give me $1,000 apiece. She replied she would not give them up for $1,500 apiece. I suggested he might get that from Walker. "No," he replied, "she would go up again." I said it would be well if in a few years he published these letters, altering the names and places. He objected that it would make them unreal. They were a picture of New York as it is today. There is nothing that I have written or read compared in value to these letters to my wife. End of interview number 123, read by John Greenman. This is section 124 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 124, Mark Twain in Vienna, New York World, December 13, 1897, page 6. Vienna, November 29th. Mark Twain is the literary lion of Viennese society this winter. His fame as a man of letters and humorist is great, but the man himself is voted as charming as one of his books. He has been sought after by the most cultured circles in the exclusive society of this capital, but he has made little use of his social opportunities. He is working all the time, studying life or describing it, which is his excuse for not availing himself of a large part of the invitations showered upon him. On the occasions of the recent riots in the Reichsrath he obtained without difficulty the eagerly sought privilege of being present. When I first sought him he was ill, too ill to be seen, but a few days later I did see him, still in bed and suffering from what he called the toothache in his big toe. I came, saw, and was conquered. What a revelation that splendid head of his, with its silver crown of wild curls, is! And the sweetness of his manner, the tolerance of his great understanding for the deficiencies in individuals, in nations. He had been 3 days in Vienna, and already was a prey to journalists, photographers, amateur and otherwise, and to that modern pest, the autograph hunter. But it all amused him. The journalists did not know English, which was a great hindrance to lengthy interviews. On the other hand, the humorist, who is very fond of German, tried to get some practice out of them, and that drove them away. He was shy as to photographing, but he did not deny his autograph to those who asked for it, and was particularly touched by the request of a woman who wrote on a postcard from the other end of Galicia, describing herself as a weak young wife whose husband called her silly, but who wanted to show him that she was clever enough to wheedle an autograph out of Mark Twain. All this was merely because the papers had announced his arrival. But when the public learned he was going to stay a whole year in Vienna, that he suffered from gout, was anxious to have a house to himself, and would study the peculiarities of the country and its inhabitants, then it was that letters poured in upon him. Most people were glad to hear he mastered the German language sufficiently to read the papers in the morning, and these wrote in German. But some were anxious to show their proficiency in English, and these letters Mark Twain considered worth keeping. There are 2 categories of letters: those whose writers have an interested motive, and those which are dictated by admiration of the humorist. Among the latter are quite 50 ways of curing the gout. In the first notice the Neue Freie Presse published on Mark Twain, there was a reference to his wish to use his observant powers, as long as they were quite fresh, by standing at some street corner where the tide of men and women flowed past, and to see with an eye to which all is new the difference between these men and women and those of other busy cities. On the Sunday following, Pötzl, the Vienna humorist, one of the few who write the dialect to perfection, showed Mark Twain what a queer city he had come to. He placed him on a bridge, with a notebook and pencil, and set all the characteristic figures of Vienna streets, the errand boy, the commissioner, the bootblack, the chestnut vendor, the woman who washes the cabs, the cabmen, and the police, to guess who the stranger was and what he wanted. This was done with so much good humor and good taste that a friendship has resulted from it between Mark Twain and Pötzl, though they cannot talk much together, which is a pity. Mark Twain was popular when he came to Vienna, but the number of his friends increased enormously after he had attended the supper given him by the Press Club of Vienna, the Concordia. It was a so-called Festkneipe, and the ladies were excluded. If the women had been allowed to come, there would have been no room large enough to hold the assembly. The most eminent actors and artists had been invited by the journalist to meet the illustrious American, and the United States Minister and Consul General were there also. Mark Twain was warmly welcomed, but he called forth enthusiastic applause when he addressed the company in his quaint, childlike German, mastering the difficult language to perfection, but protesting vehemently at the same time against its peculiarities. Mark Twain attended the historical long sittings of the Austrian Reichsrath, and was so much interested in the menagerie that acted its violent scenes before him that he stayed far into the night both times. It soon became known in the house that he was there in a reserved box in the second gallery, and there was not a member, from the ministers to the attendants, who did not take a good look at him.
But Mark Twain was not aware of the situation he was creating as hour after hour he made notes on the scenes before him. In the lobby, the speaker of 12 Hours, Dr. Otto Lecher, was introduced to him and asked him if he had ever seen the like of this Parliament.
"Not quite," said Mark Twain. "A scene I witnessed in America once was what approached it most nearly. It was when one gentleman had gone off on another gentleman's horse by mistake, and was caught and brought back. Well, there was an assembly then, something like this Reichsrat, that began by hanging the accused, and then sat in judgment over him afterward. I dare say a good deal of the language then used was like what I heard tonight, but which, to my regret, I did not always catch correctly."
The Viennese are an artistic people, and the beauty of Mark Twain's features and head strike their fancy most particularly. Artists have applied for permission to reproduce the head, and Mark Twain very good-naturedly sat for his bust to a sculptor of fame, who has finished the head in clay and will exhibit the cast from it at Christmas. End of interview number 124, read by John Greenman. This is section 125 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 125, Mark Twain, Proud and Happy, New York World, March 13, 1898, page 7, read by John Greenman. Vienna, March 12th. Mark Twain was asked by the World correspondent today whether he would say for the World readers how it felt to be out of debt.
"Oh," he answered gaily, "you can tell them I'm glad it's over. What a worry it has been."
Then he opened a drawer and proudly took out the receipts, copied by typewriter, just as they had been sent to him.
"There were 96 creditors," he went on. "I would have paid them all in full at once to have done with it, but friends advised me to pay them in 3 monthly installments, December 6th, January 6th, and February 6th. What I hate as much as anything is to have the public regard me as unwise in business. I consider that the contrary was proved by the way I published General Grant's book in 1885, which could not have been done by a bad businessman. However, one of my greatest pleasures now is to be able to look forward to the day when I can return home and live in the house which I and my family so dearly love."
End of interview number 125, read by John Greenman. This is section 126 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 126, Mark Twain's Bequest. Times, London, May 23, 1899, page 4. Vienna, May 22. Mr. Samuel Langhorne Clemens, Mark Twain, has been obliged to postpone his departure from Vienna until the 26th inst., in consequence of a flattering communication which has just been made to him through the United States Minister, Mr. Addison Harris. The Emperor Francis Joseph will receive the distinguished American author in audience on Thursday next. Mark Twain, whose works have long vied in popularity in the German-speaking countries with those of the best-known native contemporary writers, has, during his 2 years' stay in Kaiserstadt, become quite a familiar and welcome figure to the humor-loving Viennese, and a great favorite in Austrian society. The American colony, headed by the official representatives of the United States,
have missed no opportunity of doing honor to transatlantic literature in his person, while all classes in Vienna have been eager to welcome a writer who is not only a prophet in his own country, but whose name is one to conjure with among gentle and simple, from schoolboys to courtiers and princes, in the lands of the German tongue. It may be fairly said that the prestige of literature has been considerably enhanced when, as in this instance, its representative may take formal leave of the chief of a state of which he has been the guest, particularly when that chief is the head of the House of Habsburg, and that state Austria. The American newspapers have been calling Mr. Clemens the Ambassador at Large of the USA, but humorists in their hours of relaxation have a habit of taking jokes seriously. That apparently is Mark Twain's way. Mr. Clemens and his family, who will reach London about the beginning of June, will probably spend a couple of months in England prior to their return to America in October. Mr. Clemens has kindly given me permission to telegraph to the Times some particulars of a pet scheme of his to which he has already devoted a great deal of his time, and which will occupy a great part of the remainder of his life. In some respects it will be unparalleled in the history of literature. It is a bequest to posterity, in which none of those now living, and comparatively few of their grandchildren even, will have any part or share. This is a work which is only to be published 100 years after his death as a portrait gallery of contemporaries with whom he has come into personal contact. These are drawn solely for his own pleasure in the work, and with the single object of telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, without malice, and to serve no grudge, but at the same time without respect of persons or social conventions, institutions, or pruderies of any kind. These portraits of men and women, painted with all their warts, as well as with every attractive feature which has caught his eye, will not be written in the style of Mark Twain's books, which their author anticipates will be forgotten by the time his gallery is published. Any humor they may contain will be entirely unsought. It must be inherent in the subject if it is to appear in the portrait. In Mr. Clemens' opinion, a work of the kind he proposes is only possible under the conditions he has laid down for himself. To use his own words, "A book that is not to be published for a century gives the writer a freedom which he could secure in no other way. In these conditions you can draw a man without prejudice, exactly as you knew him, and yet have no fear of hurting his feelings or those of his sons or grandsons. A book published 100 years hence, containing intimate portraits, honestly and truthfully drawn, of monarchs and politicians, boot-blacks and shoemakers, in short, of all those varieties of humanity with which one comes in contact in the course of an active life of 50 years, cannot help being then valuable as a picture of the past. I have written a great deal of this book since I came to Vienna. During the rest of my life I mean to write in fresh portraits whenever they come vividly before my mind, whether they be of the present day or old acquaintances. To make such a book interesting for immediate publication, it would be necessary for me to confine myself to the men of note. As it is, I choose them from my whole circle of acquaintances, and the undistinguished have about as good a chance of getting in as the distinguished. The sole passport to a place in my gallery is that the man or woman shall have keenly excited my interest. In 100 years they will all be interesting if well and faithfully described. We have lost a great deal in the past through a lack of books written in this way for a remote posterity. A man cannot tell the whole truth about himself even if convinced that what he wrote would never be seen by others. I have personally satisfied myself of that, and have got others to test it also. You cannot lay bare your private soul and look at it. You are too much ashamed of yourself. It is too disgusting. For that reason, I confine myself to drawing the portraits of others.
End of interview number 126, read by John Greenman. This is section 127 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 127, Mark Twain in London. Chronicle, London, June 3, 1899, page 3. Mark Twain has just arrived in London, and he gave me an audience yesterday, as the Emperor Francis Joseph gave him one before he left Vienna. "Mr. Clemens," said Mr. Chatto, his publisher, and I fumbled for the German oration which I had prepared. Alas, I had forgotten it at home, and all I could do was to explain that. "No matter," replied the American humorist, with easy gravity. "We'll do without it." He sat down in one chair, I taking another. Then he pulled out a cigar and got it alight. By the time it was blowing freely, he was on his feet again, and walking up and down the room. While he walked, he talked. "Well, now," I had asked him, "what brings you to London? Why have we such luck?" He seemed to like it put that way. Anyhow, I thought I caught a twinkle in his eye. It was banished almost before it had arrived, and I argued with myself, why, he is serious enough for a Scotch humorist. He was, for he went on, "You see, my American publishers are about to issue an édition de luxe of my books in 22 volumes. I have come to London to arrange for the issue of a similar edition through my publishers here, Messrs. Chatto and Windus. The volumes will include all my writings which I have revised for the purpose. The publishers are trying to make the books nice, as fine books as they can. The 2 editions will be limited to 1,000 copies each. Limited, mark ye." "Yes," he soliloquized, "I fancy it's the limitation to 1,000 copies that is the chief charm and value of an édition de luxe. I don't expect to read this édition de luxe myself, although you needn't tell that to anybody else. Frankly, you know, I don't suppose that anybody ever reads an édition de luxe. No one puts bric-a-brac to any very practical purpose. There's some human instinct which makes a man treasure what he is not to make any use of, because everybody does not possess it." Next he gave me an instance in proof, taken from his own experience with Sir Walter Scott. "What trouble didn't I go to when I was in Edinburgh in order to get hold of an original Waverley edition. Naturally, I had to pay a fancy price for it, which is a detail. The point is that it stands in our bookshelves to this day, untouched. We have handier volumes of Scott, and read them and admire the others. Part with that edition? Not at all. It's a possession, an asset." Here was a chance to introduce the subject of those wonderful memoirs which Mark Twain is preparing for the readers of 100 years hence. I did so by way of a sly question as to what were his literary plans. He took the inquiry as cheerfully as could have been expected, seeing that it referred to a doomsday book. Nay, he chatted on it freely, merely interrupting himself when he had to rout out another cigar. "No," were his words,
I'm not expected to write any more for publication. You naturally ask why. I have been writing diligently for 30 years, and I had arranged to stop some time ago. However, I was so situated that I was obliged to keep that pot-boiling pen going. The man is entitled to a holiday for the rest of his life who has written for 25 years, or been a soldier that long, or made himself useful or ornamented in any capacity for such a period. My holiday will consist in writing 2 books, simply for the private pleasure of writing. One of them will not be published at all. The other is written for the remote posterity of 100 years hence. Curiosity was strong in me to exclaim, "Won't you give us some of the contents now?" Mark Twain must have seen this, since he went on to say that the book, which is to be published, will not be. Although the Chronicle thinks I'm going to write harsh things about people, that is in error. I said originally there would be no malice, and that is the truth. I want to set down the facts about people, and in some cases the facts may not be pleasant, but they will at least be void of malice. The Chronicle pronounces the idea not to be original. I did not contend that it was. I knew it was not. There has not been an original idea in the world from Adam's time until our own. What I mean, he resumed, is that no man produces an idea out of his own head. The idea first comes from the outside. You cannot grow an idea. Why, Adam could not invent the idea of modesty. He went naked until he learned from the outside that to be naked was immodest. I'm not attaching any large importance to this, for I have a sense of modesty, although Adam hadn't. I got it from Adam. I did not invent it. We fell upon a historical precedent of Talleyrand, vouched for by Mark Twain. He left, didn't he, a book to be published when he should be dead 50 years. "Ah," observed Mark Twain, "that was a political and historical work. The value of the book which I propose is of another sort. It presents merely portraits of folks with whom I have come in contact, humble folks and otherwise. That, precisely, may not have been done before, but, as I have remarked, I don't claim any originality. It has been intended 1,000 times." He added, what I must not forget, that he has arranged for the preservation of the manuscript. It was all I could do to refrain from asking the name of his literary agent. "Part of the manuscript," he assured me, "is already written, and I shall so arrange matters that it will be to somebody's interest to publish the lot when the time comes. I know how to manage that, too." So far I had managed not to ask Mark Twain, "What is the real story of that German speech of yours which was to be delivered to the Emperor Francis Joseph, but which you forgot?" It was useless to bottle the question down any longer. "Necessarily," he almost rebuked me, "anybody prepares for an audience with an emperor because it is essentially formal. You prepare yourself to say the right thing in the best words. I made that preparation, and there were only 18 words in the sentence. That was very short for a German sentence, which generally covers a good deal of ground. Mine was a compressed sentence." "You had rehearsed it all beforehand? Gone over the field, so to speak?" "Wouldn't you? But you see, The Emperor at once began to talk in an entirely informal way, and I didn't remember, until some little period after, that I had a speech in stock. We were indulging in a pleasant talk, no ceremony about it. Then I recollected, and I blurted out to the Emperor that I had memorized a very good speech, but that it had gone clean out of my head. "Oh," he said agreeably, "it isn't necessary." Strangely enough, I can't recall the 17 words yet, though a minute ago I fancied I had them. My suggestion was that perhaps they would recur to him before he had finished his Doomsday Book. Meanwhile I got him to give me what I may call a brief appreciation of the Austrian Emperor. "Yes, indeed," it ran, "he struck me as a very fine fellow altogether. Necessarily, he must have a great deal of good, plain, attractive human nature in him, or he could not have unbent in the easy manner which I have described. You and I could not unbend if we were emperors. You agree? We should feel the stiffness of the position. Francis Joseph is just a natural man, although an emperor." "You were impressed with him both as a man and as an emperor?" "Why, certainly. I was greatly impressed by him. I liked him very much. I had seen him on several occasions when he was performing public functions. I had not met him before. His face is always the face of a pleasant man with a kindly good nature. He is a man as well as an emperor and a man." "Humor. Has he humor?" "He has a sense of humor. One is incomplete without that. The Emperor of Austria has a sense of humor easily discernible by the sparkle in his eyes. For the rest, throughout the Austro-Hungarian Empire this is recognized, that in these times it is the Emperor's personality and the confidence all ranks have in him that preserves the real political serenity in what has the outside appearance of being the opposite." After the Emperor, Vienna and the Viennese, and Mark Twain testified handsomely of both. He had chatted of the Emperor in words as ready as they were hearty. He tackled the Emperor's capital with an equal flow of expression. "You cannot live a couple of years in Vienna," he said, "without becoming pretty thoroughly saturated with the fascination of both the people and the city. The disposition of the citizen of Vienna is commonly described by the German word gemütlich. This is not quite translated into English, but perhaps our nearest word to it is genial. One soon becomes contented in Vienna, and is never quite willing to go away again." Finally I asked Mark Twain, as one who had viewed it from the distance, what he thought of the great coming together of England and America. He straightened himself up, feeling the whole Anglo-Saxon man, lit a fresh cigar, and delivered his verdict. "It has always," his words were, "been a dream of mine, this closer relationship between England and America. I hardly expected to live to see that dream realized, but it has gone far enough toward realization to furnish me with contentment. As far as the English people are concerned, I knew that this friendly feeling was already blossoming 4 years ago when I was in Australia." "During your tour round the world, of course." "Yes. Mr. Cleveland had just issued that proclamation which threatened for a moment to embroil the two countries, but the people in Australasia and in India were as friendly and as hospitable to me as if there were not a suggestion of gunpowder in the air. Neither in social gatherings nor in the lecture hall did anyone say anything which could remind me that friction existed between England and America.
You might have been at home?
Practically. The Australian and Indian papers never spoke of this episode with anything like bitterness, but were always moderate in tone, rational, kindly. Therefore, as I say, this English feeling is not a new birth, but is already 4 years old, as evidenced in my personal experiences. Dear me, I could find more than one incident to suggest that it dates much farther back. It was a commander of a British warship at Havana, I should say as much as 30 years ago, who saved an American vessel's crew from being shot down without trial by the Spanish government of Cuba on an uninvestigated charge of coming there with filibustering intentions. Then the American feeling? I have spoken of the English attitude. The attitude of native-born Americans has been of this friendly sort towards England as long back as I can well remember. If there has been a feeling of any other sort, I chanced upon it so rarely that it made no impression on me.
Mark Twain stood for a few moments silent, thinking. Next he addressed me in words deeply felt, quietly uttered, which I shall make the final ones here.
I am glad, they were, that the present feeling between the two countries received an added and powerful impulse from a literary source, the handicraft of the pen, my guild, the English-speaking world's outburst of sympathy when the life of Rudyard Kipling was threatened.
End of interview number 127, read by John Greenman. This is section 128 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 128, Dr. Johannes Horowitz, Twain's Farewell to Vienna, New York Times, June 11, 1899, page 19. Vienna, May 30th. Mark Twain has left Vienna after a 20-month stay, and no other town has ever seen him depart with more regret. He had become well known to everyone. Wherever there was a festivity or something interesting to be seen or heard, the famous humorist was to be found. There are few persons here of any importance whose acquaintance he did not make. A farewell audience was quickly granted by His Majesty Francis Joseph. Mr. Clemens had expected to be received on the ordinary audience day, and his surprise was great when he was informed that he would be received in private audience. Conscious that the Emperor's time is precious, Mark Twain had written out a little German speech which he had learned by heart, but when he was in the imperial presence he was unable to utter a word, having simply forgotten his whole speech. However, the Emperor cordially shook hands with him and began an interesting conversation. He inquired about the author's stay here, and Mr. Clemens replied he had never felt so comfortable anywhere else, declaring Vienna to be a wonderful and delightful city, beautiful despite its enormous size, and from which he was carrying away many a fruitful idea that he hoped later on to turn to account. His Majesty referred to the efficiency of the American Army and Navy. After a rather long audience, the Emperor dismissed the American most graciously, and the latter declares the audience will always remain one of his pleasantest memories. To the many people who asked him about the work he had done in Vienna, Mark Twain replied that he had written a book about present-day persons, which, however, was not to be published till 100 years after his death. He left Vienna with a joke on his lips. Mark Twain's last words to the well-known Viennese humorist Herr Potzel were, "The New York papers have asked me about my audience, and I have telegraphed the following, which I consider quite nice, because
It is dignified, and does not give any information. It was only a pleasant, unconstrained private conversation on matters unconnected with international policy. I very much wanted to explain my plan, now in the hands of the Secretary of State in Washington, for ensuring universal peace, but I feared His Majesty would laugh, or else consider it too radical. Now, Mark Twain went on to say, all the newspapers in America will telegraph to the Secretary of State to know what my plan is, and then they will learn that I have discovered a method of suddenly depriving the air of its vital principle, and thus of killing off the whole human race in 4 minutes.
End of interview number 128, read by John Greenman. This is section 129 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 129, Curtis Brown. Mark Twain Talks. Buffalo Express, July 30th, 1899, page 1. London, July 20th. Mark Twain has just set out for a sojourn in Sweden with his wife and 2 daughters, and will not get back to London till fall, when he will rent a furnished house or find apartments somewhere and stay until late in the winter or early in the spring, and then, at last, return to the United States. At least those are his intentions, but as he observed in a rather extraordinary talk I had with him the other day before he left,
I am full of intentions. I don't believe I've had an intention in months that I've fulfilled. Why, it isn't safe to have an intention. You mustn't have anything more than just the vaguest germ of an idea that maybe you'll do something or other if, when the time comes, you don't happen to do something else. You mustn't be a bit more definite than that, and if you get as far as having a real intention, you are lost.
Mark Twain isn't often interviewed. He is always a hard man to find in the first place. System and regularity are not numbered among his sins, and in the second place, after he has talked a while to a favored newspaper man, he is likely to say, as he did on this occasion,
"Now, see here, it won't do to publish any of that. I ought not to be telling about my affairs. It isn't quite right. It doesn't look well."
Whereupon I argued, and with fervor enough to win consent to the publication of some of the talk, although Mark Twain reiterated that he didn't believe the public would care much about his fool intentions.
He added, "You see, it's the vanity of the thing that worries me, that everlasting vanity that every mother's son of us has. If you can manage to cover it up somehow, if you can be deceiving enough to make it appear that the vanity wasn't there, why, go ahead and print some of the things I've been saying, but don't you print all of them." He pulled one hand from under the bedclothes and shook his finger impressively, thrusting the warning home with a sharp glance from 2 of the keenest blue eyes that were ever put into the head of man. Mr. Clemens was in bed, taking a bite now and then from his morning roll, and getting a sip of coffee between times, although it was 11 o'clock in the morning. He had been having the same sort of experience in London that Mr. Choate has had, and which led that distinguished gentleman to explain to the Savage Club the other night that, in order to be an ambassador, a man's chiefest need was a stomach, and that if anyone had told him he could dine out 50 nights in succession and live, he would have thought it a good joke. Mark Twain has been in as much demand as Mr. Choate, and to catch up on lost sleep
He said he had put in 32 hours in bed in the last 3 nights. "The surprising fact about it," and he's vain of it, he said, "is that I haven't been really tired." Naturally, one of the first questions was about the remarkable book which Mr. Clemens is writing, but which is not to be published for 100 years. It evidently worries him to think that he can't be taken seriously. "It's no use talking about it," he said, slapping his hand down on the bedclothes and giving the pillow an extra hitch. "There isn't a living soul, so far as I can discover, who can understand my purpose. My best friends don't grasp the idea. I begin to think even my family don't quite understand me. You couldn't get the idea either. Nobody could. And yet I suppose that the one thing I could do was to talk plainly. I don't use any big words. I don't sprout any flowers of speech. And yet I suppose I have read comments about it in 50 English and American papers, and not one of 'em seemed to know what I was driving at. And yet I have made it a rule to say exactly what I meant to say. I try to be clear, and let all the other graces go. When I say I have earned a vacation and am going to spend it in my own way, they get up and say to me, 'But what a waste of time it is to write a book that you won't sell.' Oh, the sordidness of the idea! And yet I am not pretending to work for nothing. I am no better than anybody else. I shall get my pay in pleasure. I have a right to get my pleasure in my own way, haven't I? Now, it is my idea of a good time to write a book that nobody now living shall ever see. If it is expensive to write a book that I shall not let anybody buy in my day, all right. It's my little copper penny, and if I want to spend it in a new way, it doesn't need to worry a man who might spend his little copper penny some other way. Some say I want to advertise myself. What should I want to advertise myself for? I'm through writing for publication. Anyway, that's my intention, although it isn't safe to have an intention. Some say, "That's not a new idea. Talleyrand did it." Why, there isn't any such thing as a new idea. There isn't a man alive who ever had a new idea. Nobody ever did have a new idea. Adam himself never had one. When a critic goes to a play and then goes and writes about it that it wasn't based on a new idea, all he should mean is that the old idea didn't have a new coat of paint, that it wasn't rearranged. The mind of man isn't capable of producing a new idea. All it can do is to take the material already at hand and work it over into a little different form. We can't even boss the job. We can't tell our minds what to do and what not to do. All we can do is just to stand around and admire the workings of our mammoth intellects and think how moderately smart we are. If Talleyrand did what I am going to try to do, it's about time it was done over again. Why, an idea is brand new if we merely didn't see it yesterday,
and all that makes life endurable is that all the old things become new about once in so often. But my book has no resemblance whatever to Talleyrand's or to any other book, but the difference is something that I can't get anyone to understand. We all think we are swimming out vigorously on the ocean, while as a matter of fact, we are each of us paddling around in our own little mud puddle. If you try to get a man out of his private, individual mud puddle, he is lost. No man can swim in another man's mud puddle, so when I have a plan that is different from other people's plans, they can't understand it, and I have to swim around alone in my own puddle. However, I'll tell you what it is I want to do. The difference between what I am writing and the ordinary biography is as marked as between an ordinary flat photograph and one of those, cinematograph pictures, motion pictures. Biography is a patchwork of flat photographs, each of them giving the prejudiced view of some particular observer. Perhaps one of the photographs would be the prejudiced recollections of the hero's mother, another the prejudiced observations of a man who hated him, another the stories told of him by Tom, Dick, and Harry, all of them distorted by some sort of prejudice. Along comes the biographer to patch all of these prejudiced views together, and lo, he too is prejudiced. The cinematograph picture, on the other hand, shows the man complete, all around and in action. But you can't show all sides of a man without prejudice while he is living, or while his friends or children are living. If he is a friend, you are inclined to paint him up a little, whitewash him a little. If he is an enemy, you are inclined to put a little black paint on him. If you know a story about him that reveals one whole side of his character, but that would hurt the feelings of his family, you will not be able to compel yourself to use it. But if it isn't going to be published for 100 years, it can be told without offense to yourself. Now, I'm writing on this book at odd times, and I have been at it for several months, just as if I were writing about people I had known 100 years ago, and as if they and their children were buried. I'm writing as much as possible as if time had smoothed down all my prejudices, as if I'd got far enough away from my subject to see it in the proper perspective. Yes, I'm writing as if I were a Rip Van Winkle, and as if the things I remembered as having happened yesterday had really happened 100 years ago. If a publisher should come along and offer me an incredible sum, I should say, "Get thee behind me, Satan." Why, that would spoil the whole thing. I am unhampered now, but as soon as the idea of publishing that book in time for anyone now living to read got into my thoughts, anyone can see that I couldn't go ahead as I had started out. I am not going to write autobiography. The man has yet to be born who could write the truth about himself. Autobiography is always interesting, but howsoever true its facts may be, its interpretation of them must be taken with a great deal of allowance. In the innumerable biographies I am writing many persons are represented who are not famous today, but who may be some day. Let me see if I can't make a kind of parallel that will show one side of my idea. Supposing there was a shoemaker who lived in Stratford-on-Avon in Shakespeare's time. Suppose that shoemaker had neither chick nor child, and concluded that he would entertain himself by setting down every night for his own amusement, and not for anybody else to read, his observations of the people who came into his shop, made a record of the things they did and said that seemed to him significant of the time in which he lived. He would have something in about the saddler and the baker and the candlestick maker, and might also have something about a man named Shakespeare, who lived in the town, and who was said to have some sort of a reputation in London, but who wasn't considered as anything extraordinary by the townspeople who had always known him. If he were a wise or a fortunate shoemaker, he would probably find when he had his book written that this man Shakespeare occupied an unexpected amount of space in it, not because he was as important as some of the town dignitaries, but because he seemed to say brighter things and do more that seemed worth putting down than anybody else who came into the shop. If that shoemaker's book had been put away in a safe somewhere for 25 years, it would have become pretty valuable. In 50 years it would have become precious. In 100 years it would have been worth its weight in diamonds. Just think, if the meanest, most insignificant man in all the town in Shakespeare's day were to walk out on the streets of London this morning with his memory as fresh as if Shakespeare had passed him on the corner the night before, how precious every word he had to say would be. The Clemens conscience was much troubled at the time of the interview by the hat of Canon Wilberforce. The American humorist and the famous English divine had been fellow guests at a dinner 2 nights before, and Canon Wilberforce was called away early by his parliamentary duties, and when Mark Twain came to go later on he found that his hat was gone. "I tried every hat in sight," he said, "and at last found one that fitted every idiosyncrasy of my cranium. It is a strange and mysterious circumstance that it turned out to be the property of Canon Wilberforce. After I had had it a day I was obliged to write hastily to the Canon and explain that my family had become seriously alarmed by my condition. Ever since wearing the Canon's hat I had been unable to take property that did not belong to me, had found it impossible to stretch a statement beyond the bounds of truth, and had shown such a complete change in morals that the advisability of sending for a doctor for me was being seriously considered. When I reflected that this was no doubt the influence of the clergyman's hat, I became badly frightened at the thought of what must be the effect of my hat upon him. He must have been telling lies right and left ever since he picked out my hat. Mark Twain was written in it, too, in big letters. I wrote it myself. Judging by the number of moral beauties brought out in me by the cannon's hat, the number of vices awakened in his bosom by my hat must have been appalling, and I must get up this minute, have that hat nicely ironed, take it down to Westminster, and get mine away from the cannon before it plunges him into some awful disgrace, if it has not done so already. The incident pleased Mr. Clemens so much that he told a somewhat different version of it at a dinner that night. End of interview number 129, read by John Greenman. This is section 130 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 130. Mark Twain says he's discouraged. New York World, June 17, 1900, section E1. Read by John Greenman. London, June 16th. I have postponed sailing for home until October, said Mark Twain to the World's correspondent yesterday. Then you have abandoned your presidential candidacy? Well, you see, it's so discouraging. I had a letter from a friend in America the other day saying there were all kinds of candidates for the presidency in the field, and every sort of crank except myself seemed to have some following, but he could not discover anyone who followed me. He suggested that I should withdraw, but my candidacy will withdraw itself at the proper moment.
What plans have you formed as to your future movements?
I am going home for good this time. I don't anticipate leaving America again. I should have gone back this month, but my younger daughter's health has been benefited so much by our stay here that we have postponed our departure on that account. But unless some such reason should arrive, I won't leave home any more.
The world-famous humorist is himself in excellent health. He has been steadily working on his new book during his stay in London, living very quietly and keeping away from society so as not to be interrupted in his writing. Seeing the reverence and affection in which Mark Twain is held in this country, this self-denying ordinance is typical of his quiet determination. End of interview number 130, read by John Greenman. This is section 131 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 131. Mark Twain returns after 9 years. New York Herald, October 4, 1900, page 3. London, Wednesday. Mark Twain will leave London on Saturday to make his home in the United States after a 9 years' residence in Europe. He returns, he says, feeling like a boy, rejuvenated in body and inspirited in mind. The great humorist will spend the winter in New York and will go back to his old home in Hartford, Connecticut in the spring. He was found today taking treatment in a massage establishment.
I am not here for my general health, he said, but for lumbago. It isn't the ordinary kind of lumbago either, but what is called private hotel lumbago. One gets it from the beds. They are unnecessarily firm, and their main characteristic is of a geological nature. They are composed of Silurian, superimposed upon red sandstone, and still contain the imprint of the prehistoric man. The English private hotel was once the best in the world. It is still the quietest, but its other merits are in decay. It is lingering upon its bygone honorable reputation. Many elderly English people still cling to it from inherited habit and arrested development. Rich Americans frequent it through ignorance and superstition. They find in its austere solemnity and Sabbath repose a charm which makes up for the high charges and medieval inconveniences. Pretenders who can't afford to live in Dover Street at all affect the lumbago because it conveys the impression that they live in private hotels there. Mark Twain added that 9 years' contact with Englishmen and Continentals had assured him that the Anglo-American pact existed in everything but writing. "England," said he, "is the best friend we have got in Europe, and we are the only friend she's got on earth. No one ventures to suggest a formal offensive and defensive alliance, but it is in our mutual interest, and sentiment along that line should grow in the hearts of our people. The time is coming when each of the two great peoples will need it in their business. It is out of my line to be pessimistic, but I think that the Chinese concert, which has already become a comedy, is likely to end in tragedy. When the crash comes, it will be best for England, best for America, and best for the world that the Union Jack and the Stars and Stripes should wave together." End of interview number 131, read by John Greenman. This is section 132 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 132, Mark Twain, the greatest American humorist, returning home, talks at length to The World. New York World, October 14, 1900, page 3. Mark Twain aboard the Minnehaha is due at this port now. He is returning after many years' absence abroad to dwell permanently in his native land. He talked with the World correspondent in London, who gives this interesting account of what he said. London, October 6th. If it were the good fortune of the journalist to have only Mark Twain to interview, his lot would indeed be cast in pleasant places. When the World correspondent called upon him today at his London hotel, he was received with that charming courtesy and dignified geniality which are the outward stamp of the noble personal character of the greatest living humorist. The inevitable Brobdingnagian pipe was produced and lit. Throwing himself back on the smoke-room couch at Brown's Hotel in Albemarle Street, Mark Twain began in that dreamy New England accent of his, with its delightful musical cadences. "Why, of course, I am very glad to speak for the World. Whenever I arrive in a new place, or whenever I leave it, I always make it a point to answer as well as I can any questions that may be put to me by the boys. But between seasons I never talk. The same rule guides me in connection with public appearances. I have to work, and I like to do it as systematically as I can." "Have you been busy with your pen amid the distractions of London?" "Well, London, you see, doesn't distract me. I find it about the best possible place to work in. I like it, too, as a place of residence better than any I know outside Hartford, where I am always happiest and feel best. Here I meet men of my own tongue, and I have many friends. For although seemingly I live a retired life here, I am constantly going out to dinners. You can understand that at the close of a day's work it is a big luxury, a great relaxation to dine in pleasant company, in absolute privacy, where you can say what you like, with the knowledge that it will not get into print. These dinners I enjoy. It's the luncheons that break in upon your time and upset your working arrangements, but dinners, why, I can do with millions of dinners.
Is it true that you have resolved never to leave the United States again?
Not a word of truth in it. Perhaps we may spend the rest of our days at home. I don't know, and no consideration on earth could induce me to give a pledge about that or anything else. That is another of my rules of life. I never give pledges or promises about things of that sort. If I felt myself under the constraint of a pledge, the situation would become so irksome to me that, only on that account alone, I should be irresistibly compelled to come away again. No, as far as I am able to speak about a subject on which other people have the controlling voice more or less, I propose to stay the winter in New York and then go back to Hartford in the spring.
But do you really think it possible that such an indefatigable traveler as you have been can settle down at home? Won't you feel restless?
An indefatigable traveler. That's where I am misunderstood. Now, I have made 34 long journeys in my life, and 32 of them were made under the spur of absolute compulsion. I mean it, under nothing but sheer compulsion. There always was an imperative reason. I had to gather material for books or sketches. I had to stump around, lecturing to make money, or I had to go abroad for the health or the education of my family. For love of travel, never any of these 32 journeys. There is no man living who cares less about seeing new places and peoples than I. You are surprised, but it's the gospel truth. I had a surfeit of it. When I started out in 1867 for a 6 months' tour in the Quaker City, I was a voracious sightseer. With nearly all the rest of that gang, I said to myself, "This is the opportunity of my life. Never again shall I have the chance, the time or the money, to see the Old World." We lived up to that idea. We went in for seeing everything that was to be seen. In a city of inexhaustible treasures like Rome, we got up at 6 in the morning, and throughout the whole day, in rain or shine, we made a perpetual procession through picture galleries, churches, museums, palaces, looking at things which for the most part did not interest us 1 cent, but which we thought we had to see. And we saw them. If our meals interfered with our seeing any old thing, our meals were put aside. At 9 or 10 at night we returned to our hotel, our brains and our bodies reeling with fatigue and utter exhaustion. My head used to ache, my eyes to swim, but I would not succumb to the terrible temptation to throw myself on the bed, as if I did so I could not rise from it again before morning. I had to resist because we had to see something else by moonlight, or because there was no moon, or some other foolish reason. The only rest we had was when we went a short voyage from one port to another in the Mediterranean, and then I slept all the time. What was the result of this insensate sightseeing? Why, that I was so fagged that I lost the capacity to appreciate most of what I saw, or to carry away any coherent idea of it. Since then only hard necessity has ever driven me traveling. When I went around the world 5 years ago, it was because I wanted money to pay off debts that were a nuisance to me. They burdened my conscience. People say that it was to relieve my creditors. Not at all. It was far more to relieve Clemens than creditors. I could not be happy until I got rid of that debt. I have never recovered from the Quaker City surfeit of sightseeing, and don't think there is any reasonable prospect of my doing so now.
Don't you find theaters as much of a relaxation as dinners?
No, that is another mistake. I had a surfeit of theaters, too. My family are fond of the play and go very often, but they don't enjoy themselves as much as they otherwise would when they persuade me to go with them.
You see, when I was a reporter on the San Francisco Call, I always had a full day's work. I had to do all the police reports, together with any other odd assignments that might turn up, always finishing up by going to 7 theaters every evening. I had to write something about each of them, and as a reporter yourself you can understand that with the fag end of my day's work to finish and 7 critical notices of high-class performances of the most varied kind to write up, I could not devote that leisure to each play that as a conscientious dramatic critic I should like. 10 minutes here, a quarter of an hour there, that was all I could afford, because there might be a couple more night assignments waiting me at the office. I was very hurried all the time. The result is that when I go to a playhouse now, and I have been there about 15 minutes or half an hour, I begin to fidget around, thinking I shall get all behind if I stay here any longer. I must be off to the other 3 or 4 houses, and I have still that murder story to write, so that the family don't care much about my company at the theater. That is another example of how bad a surfeit is. How long did you continue to keep the San Francisco Call going?
Let me see. Just about 12 months. At the end of that time I was reduced to such a pitiable condition of mental destitution, was so completely worn out and impoverished in mind and body by the responsibilities of my position, that the editor invited me to resign. I didn't want to be ungrateful to a man who had allowed me to learn so much of different kinds of newspaper work in so short a time, so I resigned. And mind you, there was very little chance of another job either. In fact, it was 3 or 4 months before I got one.
Have you been doing much lately with that autobiography that is to be published 100 years after your death?
Oh, yes, I have added a good deal to it from time to time. I only write it when the spirit moves me, and don't lay myself out to keep it regularly going. I find it one of the most interesting works I have ever undertaken. There is something very pleasant in thinking that what you are writing won't be published until the person you are writing about and everyone who can have any personal affection for him or her is dead. I find I can take such large, calm views of people, so free from flattery on the one hand and from any taint of malice on the other, when I am writing my own unvarnished, unbiased opinions and impressions. There has never been an autobiography or biography or diary or whatever you like to call it that has been written with quite the detachment from all anxiety about what the readers may think of it or its writer as this one of mine. Pepys, you might be disposed to think, was a miracle of candor even at his own expense, but even Pepys wrote with the conscientiousness that his contemporaries were looking over his shoulder, and despite all he could do he was fettered by a sense of restraint that conscientiousness produced. I am free from all that, and I think that any work undertaken in that spirit and with that intention of quietly and frankly giving a faithful picture of the men of this or any time will be of interest to posterity. It should be a human document of value, provided it is reasonably intelligent and, above all, wholly true to life as the writer sees life and judges it. Is it your method to describe events or only men? You can't do one without touching upon the other. When I meet a man or a woman who interests me, and I feel I can write something about them that would be of interest or value to people 100 years hence, I jot down my impressions. It is just as the fit takes me. Have you been watching the elections here with any interest? Not very much. I have not had time to read the papers, but from what I can judge the system of appealing to the country here is preferable to ours. I mean, it is less of a strain on the country. The dissolution is proclaimed here one day, and the next the arrangements for the elections are in full swing, while by the end of the week a good many members of the new House are elected. We have the elections on one day, but our candidates are nominated way back in June and are not elected until November. I think the strain and dislocation of business here is less. When one district elects its member, there is an end of the turmoil as far as that one is concerned, and its constituents just go about their business, as usual, looking on at the fight as it proceeds elsewhere. But what I don't understand is why this dissolution has been proclaimed just now. The government had a big majority. The opposition had nothing particular to say against the settlement in South Africa that the government intended, and now, after it all, it seems that they will get about the same majority that they had before. And what do you think about the American campaign? Well, you see, I have only read scraps and snatches of news in the papers here, not sufficient to stir my prejudices or partialities. I am going back to vote. I mean, I shall vote, as I shall happen to be there when the election comes on. I have been paying taxes all the time I have been away, so I suppose I am entitled to exercise the franchise. You asked me about what is called imperialism. Well, I have formed views about that question. I am at the disadvantage of not knowing whether our people are for or against spreading themselves over the face of the globe. I should be sorry if they are, for I don't think that it is wise or a necessary development. As to China, I quite approve of our government's action in getting free of that complication. They are withdrawing, I understand, having done what they wanted. That is quite right. We have no more business in China than in any other country that is not ours. There is the case of the Philippines. I have tried hard, and yet I cannot for the life of me comprehend how we got into that mess. Perhaps we could not have avoided it. Perhaps it was inevitable that we should come to be fighting the natives of those islands, but I cannot understand it, and have never been able to get at the bottom of the origin of our antagonism to the natives. I thought we should act as their protector, not try to get them under our heel. We were to relieve them from Spanish tyranny, to enable them to set up a government of their own, and we were to stand by and see that it got a fair trial. It was not to be a government according to our ideas, but a government that represented the feeling of the majority of the Filipinos, a government according to Filipino ideas. That would have been a worthy mission for the United States. But now, why, we have got into a mess, a quagmire from which each fresh step renders the difficulty of extrication immensely greater. I'm sure I wish I could see what we were getting out of it, and all it means to us as a nation. Have you any literary plans for the future? No, but I have some work on hand which I'm getting along with now and then. I have a book half finished, but when the other half will be done, the Lord only knows. I need scarcely ask how you are. You look the picture of health. I have been to the doctor lately. Nothing more serious than lumbago. I have invested all the capital possible to produce a good, prosperous lumbago. It is not my fault that it didn't succeed. What are your plans on returning to America? Our original plan was to stay in New York, as I said, for the winter, and go to Hartford in the spring. I heard today, however, that there is a chance of this being altered. I do not complain. I only ask that I shall be told in time to arrange. This is my last day here. We sail in the morning from Tilbury on the American transport liner Minnehaha. I could not get on one of the fast steamers. They are engaged over and over again. But I don't mind. I like the long voyage, although it is not so agreeable to the family. I am never seasick. Now I must be off to see my friend Pulteney Bigelow in Chelsea. I hope the rain has not made it impossible to go on the top of a bus. That is the mode of conveyance I prefer in London. And so, with a hearty handshake and good wishes, Mark Twain departed. End of interview number 132, read by John Greenman. This is section 133 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 133, Mark Twain, Home, an Anti-Imperialist. New York Herald, October 16, 1900, page 4. Mark Twain, sometime known as Samuel Clemens, returned home last night after an absence in the outside world of 5 years, and landed on his native shores with a smile of good-natured fun on his lips that even the terrible experience he has passed through could not dim. The great humorist has triumphed over his own misfortunes, as well as those of others, a thing which is said to be impossible even for philosophers. "I have had lots of fun," remarked Mr. Clemens as he came down the gangplank. "I have enjoyed myself, except for a twinge of dyspepsia now and then, in every country and under every sky. Fun has no nationality. It has the freedom of the world. But I think I had most fun in Vienna with the poor old Reichsrath. I was there for a year and a half, and had plenty of time to take it in. It was one of the biggest jokes I have ever seen, and I enjoyed it immensely. Fate has its revenge on the humorist, said Mr. Clemens, after he had got well ashore and felt his legs more secure under him and could risk a more serious tone. Now I have lied so much, in a genial, good-natured way, of course, that people won't believe me when I speak the truth. I may add that I have stopped speaking the truth. It is no longer appreciated in me. I have found that when I speak the truth I am not believed, and that I have never told a lie so big but that someone had sublime confidence in my veracity. I have, therefore, been forced by fate to adopt fiction as a medium of truth. Most liars lie for the love of the lie. I lie for the love of truth. I disseminate my true views by means of a series of apparently humorous and mendacious stories. If any man can do that, and finds that he can disseminate facts through the medium of falsehood, he should never speak the truth, and I don't. The English, take everything that is very serious as an immense joke, and everything that is really side-splitting as terribly dull. They even pretended to think me jesting when I spoke about writing a history to be read 100 years after it was written. If ever I spoke truth, and at that time I had not given up the habit of resorting to it occasionally, I spoke it then. I was in dead earnest, but of course the English set it down as a great joke. Am I really going to write that history? I have never said that I would, and if I said so now, no one would believe me. I merely suggested that it would be an ideal sort of narrative that could slash away at sores without fear of hurting anyone, not even the author. Mr. Clemens, have you had time to give any thought to the grave questions of imperialism? I asked. It is most too grave a question for one of any temperament, but I have taken a try at it. I have thought of it, and it has got the best of me. I left these shores at Vancouver, a red-hot imperialist. I wanted the American eagle to go screaming into the Pacific. It seemed tiresome and tame for it to content itself with the Rockies. Why not spread its wings over the Philippines, I asked myself, and I thought it would be a real good thing to do. I said to myself, here are a people who have suffered for 3 centuries. We can make them as free as ourselves, give them a government and country of their own, put a miniature of the American Constitution afloat in the Pacific, start a brand new republic to take its place among the free nations of the world. It seemed to me a great task to which we had addressed ourselves. But I have thought some more since then, and I have read carefully the Treaty of Paris, and I have seen that we do not intend to free, but to subjugate the people of the Philippines. We have gone there to conquer, not to redeem. We have also pledged the power of this country to maintain and protect the abominable system established in the Philippines by the friars. It should, it seems to me, be our pleasure and duty to make those people free and let them deal with their own domestic questions in their own way. And so I am an anti-imperialist. I am opposed to having the eagle put its talons on any other land. But I want to say that I cannot conscientiously support Mr. Bryan. I am not so much of an anti-imperialist as that. I have been told that I cannot vote in this election, but if I could, I should not vote for Mr. Bryan. As to what I would do, I cannot say, as I am a mugwump, and a mugwump won't vote until he has had plenty of time to look the thing over. And then I don't want to commit myself too far, as if I find that I cannot vote, I shall run for president. A patriotic American must do something around election time, and that's about the only thing political that is left for me.
Have you any books about ready for publication?
No, but I have several on the way. I wrote myself out in the line of anecdotes and humorous sketches in my last book. I ran short even in that, and could barely find enough material to fill it. I am now falling back upon fiction, but, as I have said, my fiction is different from the fiction of others. No matter what I write in that line, people will think that I am hiding some truth behind the stalking horse of a story.
Will you have an American story?
You see, I write the story and then fill in the places, like blanks in a railway form. The places don't count so much. The story is the thing.
But you will give your people some of their own types, with characteristic dialect, will you not? And won't that require you to select your scenes first?
No, not entirely. Even that can be filled in. It is astonishing how much can be filled in. I rewrote one of my books 3 times, and each time it was a different book. I had filled in and filled in until the original book wasn't there. It had evaporated through the blanks, and I had an entirely new book. I shall write my story and then lay the scene where I want it, and if necessary change other things to suit the places. I shall very probably write a story with the scenes laid in this country, or I shall place the scene of one of my present uncompleted stories here. This can be done rather handily after the whole story is written. But I am not going to publish another book for at least a year. I have just published a small one, and a book every 2 or 3 years is enough.
Will you have any more like Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer?
Perhaps.
And Mr. Clemens smiled as he thought of these creations.
Yes, I shall have to do something of that kind, I suppose. But one can't talk about an unwritten book. It may grow into quite a different thing from what one thinks it may be.
When I asked Mr. Clemens to tell some of his experiences of travel, he replied,
"That is another old story, and almost everything I saw or thought or imagined during my trip around the world has been told in my books. I had a very unusual and pleasant experience in Australasia. I was traveling through Australasia and lecturing in the larger cities during the time of the excitement over the Venezuelan boundary dispute. When Mr. Cleveland's sizzling message came, I thought that the people of the British colonies would feel a little chilly toward me. But I was mistaken. They didn't let it interfere with our relations, and laughed at my jokes just as much as ever. I even think they strained a point to laugh, or they laughed sometimes where I didn't intend that they should. I found that they had learned to like me a little through reading my books, and that friendship was warm enough to carry me smilingly through President Cleveland's crisis. In Pretoria, also, I had some little fun. It was with the Jameson raiders, who were in jail when I reached there. They were disconsolate, expecting to be shot, or something of the sort, every morning. I went down to cheer them up a bit. I talked to them. I told them that they didn't seem to appreciate the privilege of being confined in a jail. Bunyan, I told them, would not have written the Pilgrim's Progress if someone had not shut him up in a cell, and that we should not have had the pleasure of reading Don Quixote if Cervantes had not spent several years in prison. Some of the fellows smiled sadly. They didn't appreciate the point of view. I told them that some men went through life without having the privilege they were enjoying. Mr. Clemens said that 5 years ago, when he sailed from Vancouver, he was in bad health and spirits, and that there was but one thing that cheered him up: his debts. They were so many that I could afford to be cheerful after I got used to them, he said. I was determined to pay them off to the last cent, and I have done it. I finished paying the last debt that I owed to any man about 2 years and a half ago, or in a little more than 2 years after I set myself the task of meeting my obligations. I had estimated that it would take at least 5 years, but with good luck and with a far greater appreciation of my efforts to please than I had any right to expect, I was able to pay off every cent in far less time. They are gone now, and when they fell from around my neck, I felt like the Ancient Mariner when the dead albatross fell into the sea. I became a new man. I think the hope of paying them made me funnier than usual, for the English people laughed at all my stories. I ought not to overlook Mr. Kruger, especially at this time, when he has become almost as interesting a personage as Napoleon at St. Helena. I saw the heroic old man at his capital, Pretoria, at the time of the Jameson raid. I had heard so much about him everywhere, read so much about him in every newspaper and magazine of the world, had painted his picture in my brain so often, that I knew him before I saw him. He did not astonish me. He was exactly as I had fancied him. He treated me very graciously, and I had a long talk with him. He is just the stalwart old fellow one would imagine who has read his life story, a great rugged character that will live. Mr. Clemens says that he has made his plans for at least a year. I shall spend the winter in New York, making my home at the Earlington Hotel. I shall spend the time very quietly, doing nothing but reading and writing a little on my books, and doing some little work for the magazines. I do not expect to see much of the bright side of the city. That is, I shall not go out much to the theaters and other places of amusement. I expect to keep close and devote my time to reading, smoking, and as little work as possible. In the spring I shall return to Hartford, Connecticut, where Mrs. Clemens, my daughters, and myself will settle down for some home life, after 9 years of wandering up and down on the earth. No, I shall not lecture. I have abandoned the lecture tour that I had almost arranged. I did want very much at one time to go through the Southern States, where I have not done much traveling, and lecture in the big cities, but I withdrew from the engagement, although $50,000 was offered to me for 100 lectures. I don't want to lecture again, and will not unless forced to do so. I am tired of it, and want to rest. Mr. Clemens is looking as young as he did 9 years ago, when he left this country on his first extended tour abroad. His face has a few wrinkles, and there does not seem to be one in that kindly countenance that has not been traced and graven by good nature, fun, and laughter. His hair and mustache are a shade whiter, and his form is a little more bowed, but he seems to be in better health than he was in 1891. He has acquired or accentuated some tricks that accompany the humorist. His drawl is a trifle longer and more pronounced, and he has a trick of bending his knees and throwing back his head as if in preparation for a good story. It is equivalent to one of President Lincoln's "That reminds me." He left America in 1891 and went to the baths of Aix-les-Bains, then in a few months to Berlin, where he lectured. In 1892 he lived on the Riviera, then retreated again to the German baths, and in 1893 went to Florence, Italy, where he lived for several months, and while there completed Joan of Arc and Pudd'nhead Wilson. After this he spent 2 years in France, where he says he wrestled like Jacob day and night, but in vain, with the intricacies of the French grammar. He gave it up. In 1895 he returned for a short time to this country, then he started on another tour, which embraced Asia, Africa, and Australasia. When the Minnehaha of the Atlantic Transport Company reached her pier last night at 9 o'clock, there were only a handful of persons on the dock. Most of those had come down to see Mark Twain, but they did not make up a good-sized reception committee. When Mr. Clemens came down the gangplank, there was some applause and some cries of welcome, and nearly everyone on the pier came round him and pressed his hands, and hung about in the hope of catching a ray of fun. They were not disappointed, for the genial humorist, who left his country under clouds of disappointment, came back with sunny smiles, and in a humor that was good-natured enough and broad enough to make the whole world sharers in his mood. End of interview number 133, read by John Greenman. This is section 134 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 134, My Impressions of America, New York World, October 21, 1900, E.S., read by John Greenman. The world's clever caricaturist, Kate Carew, was sent the other day to get Mark Twain's impressions of America. As he has been away from the United States for some years, said the editor, you might get him to express himself just as if he were a foreigner coming here for the first time. Have him tell what he thinks about the Bay, the Statue of Liberty, the policemen, the manners of the people, the hotels, the cabs, bootblacks, fashions, the theaters, and everything else that has interested him in New York. Here is the interview which Miss Carew obtained, in which he talks about nearly everything else. "The trouble with us in America," said Mark Twain, "is that we haven't learned to speak the truth." He was sitting at breakfast opposite an exceedingly embarrassed young woman who was taking pains to keep her pencil and sketch-book below the level of the table, because she did not wish to excite the curiosity of the waiter, though he would be a bold waiter that betrayed curiosity in the presence of Samuel L. Clemens. What led up to the remark about truth was that others were clamoring to see Mark Twain, and the embarrassed young woman had ventured to say, "Don't you find that one's time is more respected on the other side?" "Well, yes," he replied, after a pause, occupied in carefully breaking the end off a roll, and I wish I could convey the solemnity of utterance and the long, oft-broken drawl. "Well, yes, I guess perhaps it is. Now, in London I always had a regular time set for myself, but there I'd go way down into the city, and people would know where to find me, and wouldn't know my other address." He had just come downstairs, and after trying vainly to get a London paper at the newsstand and contenting himself with a local one, meandered breakfastward. A fresh, spotless little old man, good to look upon and suggesting spring water and much soap, with the more metropolitan advantages of shoe-blacking and starched linen. On closer acquaintance he proved not such a very little man, not so very shrunken, and not so very old as he seemed at that first glimpse. Great unaffected dignity he has, great poise, great simplicity and strength. White hairs are not always admirable, I have heard, but Mark Twain's are. They are also beautiful. Except friends, of course, but then no one would think of calling at 10 in the morning there, and if they did, one wouldn't hesitate to say, "I'm at breakfast," or "I'm about to breakfast." But here, well, of course, our friends are anxious to see us, and they come whenever they think they can find us. And the trouble with us in America is we haven't learned how to speak the truth yet. If we had, it would be a pleasure for me to tell my friend that he was intruding, and he would be benefited and not injured. Now, it is an art, high art, to speak the truth so that the object does not object, does not become offended. The trouble is with our social laws. The only way to get reform is to educate both sides, one to give, the other to receive, one to tell the truth, the other to listen to it without getting mad. A pause, a longer pause than usual, an abominably protracted pause, a pause hovering on the abyss of irretrievable silence. Heavens! Would he say no more? He whom it had been so much trouble to coax into speaking at all? It was a desperate chance. I broke in, hardly knowing what I was saying. But I always thought that the art was in telling lies, and telling the truth seems so easy. The waiter flitted forward, and then vanished like a wraith, with an empty dish. Mark Twain took a mouthful of coffee, and carefully dabbed his mustache with his napkin. I was admiring his hands, delicate, pinky-white hands, matching the pinky-white cheeks of a wholesome old man. "Don't believe it," he said, dropping his napkin to his knee. "Lying is not an art, not that I have ever been able to discover, and I have tried hard all my life. It is a device of primitive intelligences. The best liars are savages and children. The most cultured people speak the truth as often as they think about it and enjoy hearing it spoken by others. In heaven I shouldn't wonder but they use the truth most of the time." I had been listening too hard to do much work, though there was never a more tempting head for pencil or brush than this silver-crowned one. He observed my inertia, and inquired, with a touch of fatherly reproof, "Are you getting what you wanted?" "Not much," I replied, all confusion. "Only a few notes." "Notes!" He half rose from his chair. "Notes!" There was a sudden drawing down of his shaggy eyebrows. "An artist's notes, you know," I hastened to explain. "Just scratches on the paper, an eyebrow, a wrinkle, a coat collar." He sank back, much relieved. "Make all the notes, that kind of notes, you want to," he said, "so long as you don't interview me. I don't care. I won't be interviewed. I don't approve of interviews. Don't like them. On principle." This was not a very good omen for further conversation. I tried him on Vienna, having caught a glimpse of him there 2 years ago. This recollection of mine did not excite him perceptibly. I remarked that it was a beautiful little city. Yes, beautiful, he confessed into his mustache. I told him how my traveling companion and I had felt tempted to speak to him, but had found ourselves incapable of taking such a liberty. "You might just as well," he said, with a vague look in the eyes, which suggested memories of other traveling Americans who had been less diffident. "That would have been all right." He waved a reminiscently hospitable hand. "I would not have hurt you." Of his experiences in Vienna and his friendships there, not a word. Paris, London, the same. New York? If I could only get this most taciturn of humorists and philosophers to tell his impressions of America, not a whole budget of impressions, just 1 or 2 tiny ones that might escape his determination not to be interviewed. Ah, what a master of the art of silence is Mark Twain! The skyscrapers? Not a word. The torn-up streets? Not a word. Rapid transit? Not a word. Politics? Not a word. Noise? Let me see. "Don't you find New York very noisy after the quiet of European cities?" I ventured. "No, it doesn't annoy me," he said. "I don't hear it. You don't have to hear noise, unless you want to. The only time I hear the elevated is when it stops." The waiter flitted back with a note. Another caller. "They don't do this sort of thing in London," he remarked. "There one can breakfast between 10 and 12 in beautiful safety. I don't know why I breakfast at the same hour here. It's just habit, I guess. The early breakfast habit is one of the American institutions I admire most when I am abroad. But these early morning calls are meant in a kindly spirit. They touch my heart, even when the coffee gets cold." It would be impossible to exaggerate the composure and gravity with which Mark Twain utters his quaintnesses, and I'm sure he wasn't in much of a mood for quaintnesses that morning. There is no aftergleam of self-appreciation, no swift glance to see how his point has taken. I am sure he does not try to say funny things, only he sees life through a glass that distorts every fact into a paradox. Or perhaps it is the serious people that have a distorted view of life. I wish Mark Twain would say what he thinks about it. You can't imagine anything more solemn than the atmosphere he carries with him. I, in my innocence, had pictured to myself one who would be surrounded with faces wreathed in smiles. In fancy I had heard waiters giggling behind their napkins, and seen the hotel clerk with a broad smile repeating, "Mr. Clemens' latest," to an admiring circle. But, bless your heart, They all walk on tiptoe and speak in awed whispers when Mr. Clemens appears. His long residence abroad has taught him to expect the ministration of servants whose parents were servants, who will be servants all their lives, and whose children will be servants. Europe spoils many good Americans for the free and easy help of their own dear land, and I fancy that Mark Twain finds it so. He had occasion to send for the head waiter and ask him why something hadn't been done, or why it hadn't been done sooner. He didn't scold, he just said, "You understand, it's better for me to know about these things, so I'll know what to do about it next time." The tremulous head waiter explained that there had been something the matter with the speaking tube by which the original order had been transmitted. "Oh, that was it, was it?" said Mr. Clemens. "I just wanted to know." And then, turning to me, he added, "I don't suppose we have a right to know as much as cooks and waiters, anyway." They know him now, after having him with them for a week, and it's safe to say that there isn't a person in New York better waited on than Samuel L. Clemens, who has made more people laugh than any other living man. End of interview number 134, read by John Greenman. This is section 135 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 135. Wouldn't work 30 minutes for $500. New York World Supplement, October 21, 1900, page 5. Mark Twain cares less about the almighty dollar than any other man in New York. He is out of debt. The royalties on his books will provide an income for himself and family for many years, and he has no more contracts for the future than he cares to fill. The following incident best shows Mr. Clemens' utter disregard for the coin of the realm. A reporter of the World on last Tuesday afternoon was directed to visit him and make arrangements, if possible, to have Mr. Clemens attend the William Jennings Bryan mass meeting at Madison Square Garden and write about what he saw for the World. Mr. Clemens was found at the Hotel Earlington in West 27th Street, where he is stopping with his wife and daughter. "The World has directed me, Mr. Clemens," said the reporter, "to offer you $500 if you will go to Madison Square Garden tonight and tell its readers what Mark Twain thought of the Bryan meeting. A carriage will take you over there, you will have a good box seat, and after the meeting you will be driven back to the hotel, where a stenographer will take your dictation." "That is a very flattering offer, and I want you to thank the World for the compliment, but I would rather not work tonight," said Mr. Clemens in his peculiar drawl. "Why, there won't be any work about it," said the reporter. "This meeting will be something worth seeing. It will be the greatest thing of the kind that has happened during this presidential campaign, and it will interest you mightily, aside from the money consideration." "Yes, but I hate to work when it is not necessary," replied Mr. Clemens. "I admire other people who are industrious, but I am the laziest man alive. I hate work. It would destroy all my pleasure at the meeting if I knew I had to do some work after it was over." "The work will not take long. In 30 minutes after the meeting you can dictate all that you will care to say. Practically you will be getting $500 for 30 minutes' work." "That is true, but I'm tired and sleepy, and would rather go to bed and get some of the sleep I missed last night when I got back from Europe. You don't know how lazy I am, and how much I dislike doing work of any kind. No, if you talked to me an hour, it would not change my decision. I fully appreciate the compliment, but I only work when I have to.
End of interview number 135, read by John Greenman. This is section 136 of Mark Twain, The Complete Interviews. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Interview number 136, What Mr. Clemens Said. Hartford Courant, October 26, 1900, page 10. When Mr. Clemens was in the city to attend Mr. Warner's funeral this week, he was seen by a current reporter and began at once to talk of Mr. Warner and his death. He said, "This was expected any time this year or two, but it has carried with it a shock proportional to an altogether unexpected thing. We have had our warnings, and frequent warnings, that Warner must pass away. But no matter. When your telegram came the other night, it smote me just as if I was not thinking of such a possibility. I kept it from the family until the next morning, so that they might sleep. I told the mother the first thing in the morning, but we kept it from the children as long as we could. They only learned it in the evening by accident. Going up on the elevated late in the afternoon, somebody spoke to me, and I said, 'Yes, it's a staggering blow to us all,' and before I thought, I had uttered Warner's name. My daughter asked me, 'What is it, Papa?' I had said enough to start the inquiry. The children, as little things, were pets of the Warners, and Warner himself was always to them Cousin Charlie, and Mrs. Warner Cousin Susie, and this had made a sad time for them all. It brings back the Monday Evening Club to me afresh, and I can see all those men as they were in those days, talking upon all subjects and regulating the affairs of this planet. Warner, Robinson, Judge Pardee, Hammond Trumbull, the elder Hammersley, Dr. Bushnell, Dr. Wright, Dr. Burton, Dr. Wainwright, and the rest. It amounts to this, that the Monday Club is assembling in the cemetery. That is our honorary membership, and we are all taking our places in that procession and arriving one by one. The club life and the Saturday afternoon walks through the autumnal tints and the constant communion back and forth between Warner's home and mine were things that made the intimacy very close and of the daily sort. And although we have been away so many years, and that intimacy in the bodily presence has been so long interrupted, this death affects us as would the death of a member of the family who had been living in another state. He was a beautiful spirit and a gracious presence, but I don't need to say what Warner was. Everybody knew his lovable character, and how much he was to all the country, high and low, rich and poor. Mr. Clemens suddenly recognized that he was being interviewed, and said he had told the reporters when he arrived at New York that they might question him all they wanted for 24 hours, and then he was through.
"But today," he said, "I am in Hartford. When I return to New York I shall resume my silence, and this silence is not for my benefit, but for the benefit of the general public. I don't wish to destroy my welcome with my tongue."
Asked what were his plans, Mr. Clemens said,
"I am arranging to spend the winter in New York, if I can find a furnished house that will not bankrupt us. Beyond that we have no plans. But we have the hope that we can then come to Hartford and live in our own home among the friends whom we have reared from their childhood to their old age, and have reared them properly and on lines which make them fit society for the elect."
"It is a surprise to see you looking so youthfully fresh and robust," said the reporter. "It was reported last year that you were a shadow."
"It was true," said Mr. Clemens, "but I am in sound health now. I had an 8 years' persistent dispute with dyspepsia, and got rid of it last January by adding plasmon to my other food, and have had no return of it since. Plasmon is a food. It is pure albumen extracted from milk, and was discovered by Siebold, the chemist, in Vienna, when I was there 2 or 3 years ago. I did not eat it for indigestion, but for nourishment, and because it was cheap. In Europe the dyspeptics are aware now that it cures without the help of medicine, and so are the physicians, but they did not know it then. The Lancet and the other medical journals informed them. I ordered it from the druggist here. In Europe, from the grocer or the baker. But tell me about politics. Is the vote going to be close here?"
"The politicians say not in this state," said the reporter.
"Then I shan't come up to vote. If I could tip the scale I should like that distinction, and would exploit it. But to swell a majority or a minority isn't a patriotic necessity, when a person is hard driven by other stress upon his time."
End of interview number 136, read by John Greenman.